Li Feng was Ling Tian and Ling Tian was Li Feng. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, only Gu Li knew about this. For this reason, he was not surprised when he heard Meng Qing's words. He must have learned about it. Duan Ling Tian nodded in response to Meng Qing's question. He could roughly guess Meng Qing's intention for summoning him here. He must be worried his master would be interested in the Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing cultivated. Meng Qing did not know that his master was only someone made up by him. Even Meng Qing, the mansion master, had to tread carefully when it came to a powerhouse from the upper province. We'll just leave it at that if that Devil Dao cultivation method is an inhumane type. However, if it's a normal type, our mystical sky mansion is willing to share it with your master as well, Meng Qing said to Duan Ling Tian bluntly as his eyes gleamed. Mansion master, Duan Ling Tian did not expect Meng Qing would say such words. He was momentarily stunned. He was about to continue speaking when Meng Qing interrupted him by saying, "Let's just go with this. After all, if it wasn't for you and your senior brother, our mystical sky mansion wouldn't have been able to obtain this Devil Dao cultivation method. However, currently we still haven't obtained the Devil Dao cultivation method. We'll have to wait 1.5 years for the soul of the young mansion master to recover a little before we can use the soul-searching secret tactic on him. Mansion master, my master and his disciples have no interest in that Devil Dao cultivation method," Duan Ling Tian finally said after Meng Qing finished speaking. No interest in that Devil Dao cultivation method? Meng Qing was baffled by Duan Ling Tian's words. It was a top-rated Devil Dao cultivation method after all. To think there were people who were not interested in it? It seems like Ling Tian's master is not a simple person even in the upper province. Meng Qing thought to himself as he shuddered inwardly. Don't worry, mansion master. We, master and disciples, have no intention toward that Devil Dao cultivation method at all. Moreover, I'll also keep the fact that the mystical sky mansion has obtained the Devil Dao cultivation method a secret, Duan Ling Tian continued to say. Upon hearing that, Meng Qing studied Duan Ling Tian for a moment before he said, "No matter what, you've done a meritorious deed for the mystical sky mansion. Originally, I planned to share that Devil Dao cultivation method with your master and his disciples to return the favor. However, it did not cross my mind that all of you are not interested in that Devil Dao cultivation method. In that case, the mystical sky mansion and I will need to repay your favor in some other form." When Meng Qing reached the end of the sentence, he asked, "Tell me, what kind of rewards do you want? Perhaps there's something the mystical sky mansion can do for you." "Mansion master, if it's possible, I wish for the mystical sky mansion to help me search for some materials." Duan Ling Tian realized this was an opportunity for him to speed up his search for the materials to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda's 4th level. As one of the 2 great guardians of mystical sky mansion, Wuxia definitely had many connections. However, he was still inferior compared to the force of the entire mystical sky mansion. If Mansion Master Meng Qing passed down an order on his behalf, the search would definitely increase in efficiency with the entire mystical sky mansion helping him to search for the materials. Materials? What materials? Meng Qing was puzzled. I've already drawn the materials and passed it to Guardian Gu so he can help me search for it. If you really want to repay me, Mansion Master Meng Qing, please help me search for these materials as well. They're very important to me and my master, Duan Ling Tian replied. All right, I understand. Meng Qing nodded. I'll look for Guardian Gu later and get copies of the drawing. The mystical sky mansion will do its best to search for those materials for you. This is my promise to you. Meng Qing was the mansion master of mystical sky mansion. He was naturally a man of his words. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not doubt his words at all. Thank you, mansion master. This small deed is nothing compared to your contribution to the mystical sky mansion, Meng Qing said with a wave of his hand. Small deed? Duan Ling Tian remained composed when he heard Meng Qing's words. Perhaps this was just a small deed for Meng Qing. However, this was an important matter to him. These materials were needed to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In his opinion, this was much more appealing than that Devil Dao cultivation method that the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing, cultivated. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not say anything. What could he say? He could not reveal the existence of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, could he? He was absolutely certain if he revealed the existence of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, the mansion master of mystical sky mansion would most likely kill him to obtain the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was just too tempting. If he was in Meng Qing's shoes as the mansion master of mystical sky mansion, it would rouse his greed as well. Especially when the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was merely in the possession of a weak disciple. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was a celestial supreme treasure, and even in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was considered valuable. As a quasi-third-rate force and elite force in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was naturally easy for mystical sky mansion to search for the materials. As Meng Qing passed down his order, all of the mystical sky mansion's elders and disciples at every operations point in the lower province began to make their moves and searched unreservedly for the materials that Duan Ling Tian needed. As time passed, half of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had been searched by the mystical sky mansion. Currently, 3 months had gone by. Zhao Deng and Zhao Jin, who were guarding the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, had also returned to the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate, and were replaced by another 2 vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion. Zhao Ji immediately received news of their return and went to look for them. As soon as Zhao Ji saw Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng, he instantly asked, "Grandfather? Father? Did Rongfan return?" No, Zhao Deng shook his head. Zhao Jin's originally solemn expression faded and was replaced with a smile when he saw Zhao Ji. "Jia, you didn't neglect your cultivation, right?" No, Zhao Ji shook his head before walking next to him in just 3 steps. "Grandfather, now that both of you have returned, don't you think you should discuss with Lord Mansion Master about using the soul-searching secret tactic on the Su Jing, young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion?" Zhao Ji wanted that Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing cultivated. He even dreamed about it. "Jia, I know you want to cultivate that cultivation method, but no matter what, that cultivation method is still a Devil Dao cultivation method. Currently, we still have no idea what type of Devil Dao cultivation method it is. If it's the inhumane kind, it would be impossible for us to cultivate it even if we get our hands on it. For this reason, you must mentally prepare yourself for the worst-case scenario," Zhao Jin said. Zhao Ji remained non-committal when he heard Zhao Jin's words. He said, "Grandfather, you just said it's still not certain. What if that Devil Dao cultivation method is those normal type? There's also this possibility." Zhao Ji nodded. When he looked at Zhao Ji again, a hint of fondness could be seen in his eyes. "Jia, how can I possibly not want to perform the soul-searching secret tactic on Su Jing and obtain his cultivation method? However, currently he's just too weak. Although we can perform the soul-searching secret tactic on him, his soul might not be able to endure it and shatter completely. Based on his injury, I think we'll need another 1.5 years at least before his soul recovers enough to endure the soul-searching secret tactic," Zhao Jin said. "A 1.5 years? That long?" Zhao Ji was disappointed. He was already getting tired of waiting. It did not cross his mind that he would have to wait for at least another 1.5 years. Upon seeing the disappointment on Zhao Ji's face, Zhao Jin's heart ached a little, so he quickly reassured him, "Jia, it's only a 1.5 years. It'll pass by in just a blink of an eye. In this 1.5 years, cultivate properly and strive to break through to the mastery-refined saint stage. I promise you, if there's no problem with that Devil Dao cultivation method, I'll pass it to you immediately after I receive it." "Thank you, grandfather." Zhao Ji forced a smile on his face. Suddenly, a figure he hated to the core appeared in his mind. Then he said, "Ling Tian. Grandfather, the matter with the Rising Sky Mansion has been dealt with. So can we come up with ways to deal with Ling Tian now?" Zhao Ji's face immediately turned red from anger the moment he thought about Duan Ling Tian. His hatred toward him was etched deeply in his bones now. As long as Duan Ling Tian was still breathing, he would not be able to have a good night's sleep. Upon hearing Zhao Ji's words and sensing his hatred, the fondness in Zhao Jin's eyes disappeared immediately. It was replaced by a terrifying killing intent. "Don't worry, Jia. I promise you that Ling Tian won't be able to live for long." "Father," Zhao Deng chimed in at this moment, "I heard that Lord Mansion Master is using the force of the entire mystical sky mansion to search for some materials for Ling Tian. Although Lord Mansion Master did not accept him as his disciple, it seems he values him as much as he would value his own direct disciple. I know about this matter as well. However, Lord Mansion Master is only doing this because Ling Tian has rejected Lord Mansion Master's proposal to share that Devil Dao cultivation method with him and his master. Lord Mansion Master is only helping him due to his contribution regarding that Devil Dao cultivation method. Naturally, Zhao Jin was privy to more matters than Zhao Deng. Even if we're going to kill Ling Tian, we won't be doing it in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. We must think of a way to make him leave the estate before we make a move. As long as we're meticulous with our plan, no one will find out who killed him. Even if someone suspects us, they can't do anything without any evidence. The same applies to Lord Mansion Master, Zhao Jin said. When he spoke, his eyes brightened even more. Zhao Deng nodded. Zhao Ji, on the other hand, was so excited that his face was flushed. His eyes gleamed coldly as he said through clenched teeth, Ling Tian, you won't be able to live for long now. Nobody has ever survived my grandfather's assassination before. In the future, when you're on the way to the netherworld, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. When you offended me, you've already been sentenced to death. Zhao Ji sentenced Duan Ling Tian to death in his heart. The Zhao clan was ruled by Zhao Jin, the guardian of the Mystical Sky Mansion. The person below him was his son, Zhao Deng. Following that would be the elders in Mystical Sky Mansion from the Zhao clan. Naturally, not all the elders from Zhao clan carried the surname Zhao. Most of them were actually unrelated to the Zhao clan, but since they were relying on Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng's power, they could be considered as part of the Zhao clan as well. Among these people, there was no lack of Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng's disciples as well. If everybody in the Zhao clan was grouped into a pyramid, Zhao Jin would be the one standing at the top of the pyramid. He was the leader of the Zhao clan. For this reason, his every word and action represented the will of Zhao clan. For example, if Zhao Jin, the guardian of the Mystical Sky Mansion, fell out with Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, the Mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan would also stand behind Zhao Jin even if they carried a different surname. It was precisely because of the Zhao clan's united force that their position was above millions and was only under the Mansion Master. Come up with a method to lure Ling Tian away from the estate and kill him with a sneak attack? Soon after, the Mystical Sky Mansion's elders and the disciples on the Mystical Sky ranking from the Zhao clan each received the order given by Zhao Jin. Naturally, this was a secret order. Although Zhao Jin had an extremely high position in the Mystical Sky Mansion, he still did not dare to openly kill someone in the Mystical Sky Mansion. There was still the owner of the Mystical Sky Mansion, the Mansion Master, around. The Mansion Master was someone even he was wary of. Ling Tian. This name. Isn't he widely acknowledged recently as the strongest person among the younger generation in our Mystical Sky Mansion? Many Mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples of the Zhao clan had been in closed-door cultivation for some time and had just come out. They had only heard that a monstrously talented martial cultivator below the age of 40 who had already reached the peak of the refined saint stage had joined the Mystical Sky Mansion. As for the dispute between that genius martial cultivator and their Zhao clan's little young master Zhao Ji, they had not heard about it yet. That's right. It's him. What did he do? To think Lord Guardian personally passed down an order to kill him. You must have just returned or come out from closed-door cultivation, right? Yeah, I just came out from my cultivation yesterday. No wonder. Ling Tian has offended our Zhao clan to the point they can be considered as mortal enemies. Lord Guardian has said that he would adopt whoever who successfully lures Ling Tian out of the estate and kill him. Seriously? Adopted son or daughter? The adopted child of Lord Guardian would be brothers with Lord Zhao Deng. I've already confirmed this news, so it's impossible for it to be fake. Looks like Lord Guardian really treats Ling Tian as his mortal enemy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a promise. Hurry! Tell me, how did Ling Tian offend Lord Guardian and the Zhao clan? Ling Tian is really too much. Previously, he had publicly slapped young Master Ji twice in the summit of Heaven Palace. After that, he even eliminated young Master Ji from the Saint Martial Secret Zone after 3 days. Young Master Ji had yet to locate any divine ability relics, let alone divine abilities. No wonder. The Saint Martial Secret Zone is a once-in-a-lifetime. Soon after, everyone from the Zhao clan in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate began to enthusiastically make their moves. After all, they would be able to become the adopted child of Guardian Zhao Jin if they managed to lure one person out of the estate before killing him. This was a good opportunity to rise up into the sky and become a phoenix. Naturally, no one was willing to give up this golden opportunity. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware of all this. It was not only Duan Lingtian but the others from the mystical Sky Mansion did not know about this as well. Although this news was widely spread among the mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan, it did not leak out at all. Based on this, one could see how powerful and united the Zhao clan was. It seemed as though there were no chinks in their armor at all. Many mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan began to make their way to the Heaven Palace where Duan Lingtian lived. However, they soon discovered he was in closed-door cultivation. They did not see him at all even after waiting for more than 2 weeks. Many people began to leave one by one. Naturally, there were some who remained. It was as though they would not rest until Duan Lingtian came out of closed-door cultivation. Another 2 weeks went by. There were hardly any people left from those who had remained behind. I guess I'll just wait until he comes out from closed-door cultivation before I come again to lure him out. Waiting here is just pointless. Moreover, this will only attract other people's attention. These were the thoughts of many Zhao clan's elders and disciples before they left. The very few people who remained behind, on the other hand, were all mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. Moreover, they were also at the early eminent saint stage. All of them wished to become guardian Zhao Jin's adopted son by killing Duan Lingtian. At that time, their position would rise quickly like a rocket. No matter how busy it was outside, Duan Lingtian remained in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Currently, he was very close to breaking through to the intermediate refined saint stage already. If he was successful in breaking through, he would be an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. At that time, his son True Origin would rise again to the level equivalent to the true origin of an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. Once I break through, my strength won't be inferior to intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouses even if I don't rely on my brute strength or external tool. Not only that, but I'll be able to easily defeat most of the intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouses by relying on the profundity of the 2nd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword's 2nd stage and the sword technique. Duan Lingtian began to feel more excited when he was on the verge of breaking through. At this moment, he was completely unaware there were many people waiting outside, wanting to kill him. Only by killing him would their position rise and they would be able to make a name for themselves. Adopted son? Adopted daughter? Zhao Ji, who was in closed-door cultivation for an entire month, finally came out. The first thing he heard was the promise his grandfather made to the mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples in the Zhao clan. He was momentarily stunned. I can't believe grandfather made such a promise for my sake. The moment Zhao Ji thought of this, a smirk appeared on his face. Ling Tian, I'd like to see just how long you'll be able to live. This was the first time he had seen his grandfather going to such great lengths to kill someone. He believed his grandfather's promise was enough to tempt 90% of the people from the Zhao clan. They would even risk their lives for the sake of this promise. Soon after, Zhao Ji also learned it was his father's turn to monitor Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Currently, Su Jing's souls had yet to recover and he remained in a comatose state. He was also being locked in a secluded and secret room in the main mansion of the mystical Sky Mansion. The secret underground room was constantly being monitored by vice mansion masters from the mystical Sky Mansion who took turns every month. With the vice mansion masters of mystical Sky Mansion monitoring him, very few people in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would be able to bring Su Jing away. Moreover, if someone wanted to kidnap Su Jing, the vice mansion masters were only the final obstacle. That person would have to go through many elders and disciples who patrolled around the main mansion of mystical Sky Mansion. As for this month, Zhao Ji's father happened to be on duty. Since I have nothing to do, I might as well go see Su Jing. Seems like I've met him once before. However, since he's only a mere 4th-rate forces young mansion master, I did not pay any attention to him. In the mystical Sky Mansion, it was extremely hard for an ordinary person to enter the secret underground room, but it was easy for Zhao Ji to enter the room. This was because he was the little young master of Zhao clan. Even the patrolling elders and disciples around the main mansion of mystical Sky Mansion, and the guards inside the main mansion had no choice but to give in to Zhao Ji in consideration of Guardian Zhao Jin and Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng. Faith. For this reason, Zhao Ji arrived outside of the door of the underground secret room unobstructed. Before he could even finish calling out for his father, someone had appeared out of thin air, emitting terrifying killing intent. Horror dawned on Zhao Ji when he felt the killing intent aimed at him, and he quickly said, "Father, it's me." "Jia, why are you here? Aren't you in closed-door cultivation?" The person who had appeared out of thin air outside the secret underground room was none other than one of the mystical Sky Mansion's vice mansion masters. It was Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Deng. Zhao Deng quickly withdrew the killing intent on his body when he saw it was his son. "Father, I just came out of closed-door cultivation, and when I heard you're here, I decided to come see you." Zhao Ji chuckled. "That's a lie, right? The truth is you came to see Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, right?" Zhao Deng was Zhao Ji's father. How could he not know what his son was thinking? Zhao Ji chuckled awkwardly. "Did you achieve anything during your closed-door cultivation this time?" Zhao Deng asked. "I'll definitely be able to break through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage during the next closed-door cultivation," Zhao Ji said solemnly and sincerely. "Oh." Zhao Deng's eyes lit up immediately as he nodded. "Not bad. You should be able to break through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage before Gao Peng from the Heaven Palace does. Although it can't be compared to Ling Tian, it's still quite good." Zhao Deng had subconsciously blurted out the last sentence. The moment the words left his mouth, he immediately knew he had said the wrong thing. As expected, he saw Zhao Ji's expression turned grim immediately. He quickly tried to mend the situation. "Ling Tian won't be able to live for long. I'm sure you've already heard about your grandfather's order and the promise he made, right? He didn't even ask for my opinion and arbitrarily decided to find me a sibling just to seek revenge for you." When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but sigh as well. It looked like his position as a son in his father's heart was inferior to his own son. However, it was his own son after all, so Zhao Deng was not jealous. He only sighed emotionally. With grandfather's order and promise, Ling Tian will definitely die. Zhao Ji's eyes flashed coldly with killing intent. The secret underground room was very neat and tidy. Other than a stone bed, there was nothing else at all. An unconscious young man lay on the stone bed. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would be able to identify this young man as Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, whom he had killed by piercing the space between his brows during the Rising Sky ranking battle. Su Jing was lying on the stone bed motionlessly. "Father, can we wake him up now?" Zhao Ji could not help but ask Zhao Deng as he stood next to the stone bed. His eyes shone greedily when he looked at Su Jing, who was lying on the bed. Those who were not in the know might even think Zhao Ji was homosexual and was interested in Su Jing based on his gaze. Naturally, Zhao Ji's gaze was like that because he was interested in the top-rated Devil Dao cultivation method stored in Su Jing's mind. No, upon hearing Zhao Ji's words, Zhao Deng shook his head. Currently, the only thing keeping him alive is the remnants of his soul. We must wait until his soul has recovered before we can wake him up. At the very least, his soul has to recover by at least 80% before he can even wake up. Then is he aware of what's happening around him? Zhao Ji asked again. He should be. Zhao Deng nodded. However, I've tried to communicate with his soul through voice transmission, but I didn't get any response at all. I don't know whether it's because he had intentionally ignored me, or he just couldn't hear my voice transmission. Voice transmission? Zhao Ji's eyes lit up immediately. Father, you mean divine consciousness voice transmission? In the Dao Martial Saint land, those at the Saint stage possessed an extra technique to their voice transmission. Before breaking through to the Saint stage, one could only use their own strength to transmit their voices. However, once they had broken through to the Saint stage, they could use their divine consciousness that was transformed from their spiritual energy to transmit their voices. This type of voice transmission was called the divine consciousness voice transmission. It was commonly used by powerhouses above the Saint stage to transmit their voices. Yes. Zhao Deng nodded again. Although his soul is very weak, it should not hinder his awareness of the outer world. By right, he should be able to use his weak divine consciousness to transmit his voice. This time, Zhao Ji did not continue to talk. Instead, he stared at Su Jing with a burning gaze. At the same time, his divine consciousness extended out into Su Jing's mind as he transmitted his voice. Su Jing, do you remember me? I'm Zhao Ji from the mystical Sky Mansion. We've met once a few years back. Zhao Ji's voice was transmitted to Su Jing, but he did not receive any response. However, he did not give up. Su Jing, I know that you're aware of your surroundings and you must already know that it's mystical sky mansion that annihilated your rising sky mansion. Moreover, I'm sure you know our mystical sky mansion is after the top-rated devil Dao cultivation method you cultivated. Although there was no response from Su Jing, Zhao Ji continued talking to him. At the same time, Zhao Ji's divine consciousness could clearly sense that the remnants of Su Jing's soul had flickered faintly. He became certain that Su Jing was already aware of his surroundings. Did you know how our mystical sky mansion found out that you've cultivated a top-rated devil Dao cultivation method? Zhao Ji continued to communicate with Su Jing through his divine consciousness voice transmission. However, this time, the remnants of Su Jing's soul did not show any movement. It was apparent that he was on guard now and did not make the mistake he had made earlier. I know you must be very curious about this. Let me tell you. The reason our mystical sky mansion found out you're cultivating a top-rated devil Dao cultivation method is all thanks to Li Feng. Li Feng. The moment Zhao Ji's words left his mouth, his divine consciousness could sense the movement on the remnants of Su Jing's soul again. Moreover, it seemed that he was getting agitated. In the eyes of the people, you're killed by Li Feng. However, Li Feng had taken possession of your spatial ring. I'm certain when he failed to claim blood ownership on your spatial ring, he knows you're still alive and that you must have cultivated a devil Dao cultivation method that contains the soul congregation technique. Zhao Ji said in his voice transmission. A devil Dao cultivation method that contains the soul congregation technique would usually be a top-rated one, am I right? Li Feng's from your mystical sky mansion? Finally, a voice seething with anger entered Zhao Ji's divine consciousness. The person who transmitted the voice through divine consciousness to Zhao Ji was none other than Su Jing, who was lying on the bed. When Zhao Ji mentioned Li Feng, he could no longer suppress his emotion. In the end, he no longer bothered to conceal himself anymore. Li Feng's not from our mystical sky mansion, but his junior brother is. His junior brother is an enemy of mine. Zhao Ji was not surprised when he heard Su Jing's words. The reason he mentioned Li Feng earlier was to infuriate Su Jing. After all, Su Jing had ended up in such a wretched state because of Li Feng. As it turned out, Zhao Ji was successful. Su Jing had taken the bait. He was the one who gave the information about you possessing a top-rated devil Dao cultivation method to the mystical sky mansion. Although that fellow did not make any move at all from the beginning until the end to capture you, most of the credit goes to him since he was the one who had provided the information. Zhao Ji transmitted his voice calmly. Li Feng's junior brother? Su Jing's voice was filled with rage. It was as though he wanted to personally kill Li Feng's junior brother. That's right. Li Feng's junior brother. Zhao Ji continued to transmit his voice. He's called Ling Tian and he has the same master as Li Feng. I'm afraid there's no hope for you if you plan to seek revenge from Li Feng because he has already gone to the upper province. However, it won't be difficult if you want to seek revenge from Ling Tian. Seek revenge from him? Aren't all of you from the mystical sky mansion? Are you toying with me? Su Jing snorted. That's right. We're both from the mystical sky mansion, but despite being a part of the mystical sky mansion, he's my enemy. My mortal enemy. If you want to kill him to vent your anger and indirectly seek revenge from Li Feng, we can work together, Zhao Ji replied. Work together with you? How? Su Jing asked as though he was curious and was looking forward to hearing what Zhao Ji had to say. Before we work together, I'd like to know first whether the top-rated devil Dao cultivation method you cultivated is the normal type or the inhumane type? Zhao Ji asked. This was something he had always wanted to know. Since you already know that I cultivated a top-rated devil Dao cultivation method, I'm sure you must have heard that it only took me a year for my cultivation base to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage. Do you think that a normal devil Dao cultivation method would be able to do that? Su Jing replied. Then, what kind of inhumane things you need to do to cultivate that top-rated devil Dao cultivation method? Zhao Ji asked again. Hee. Nothing much. I just have to devour the vital energies and blood of young women until they turn into dried corpses. If there are enough virgin girls, I'll be able to yield twice the result with half the effort if I devour their vital energies and blood to cultivate. My cultivation base rose so quickly in that 1 year was because I've devoured many vital energies and blood of young virgin girls to cultivate. Naturally, all of them turned into dried corpses in the end. When Su Jing spoke, he fondly recalled the memory of that time. When Zhao Ji heard his words, he could not help but feel chills running up his spine. At the same time, a thought appeared in his mind, shocking him. He asked through voice transmission, "Why does the method you described sound similar to the cultivation method of a Devil Dao powerhouse who appeared many years ago in the lower province? Don't tell me the method you cultivated is the Devouring Dark Devil technique?" The Devouring Dark Devil technique was a Devil Dao cultivation method that incited fear in the people in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land many years ago. At that time, a Devil Dao powerhouse who had cultivated this devil technique had run rampant for a period of time. In the end, after incurring the wrath of the public, he was attacked by many elite powerhouses from the lower province. Finally, he ran to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land heavily injured. Although many years had gone by, the Devil Dao powerhouse's deeds were still remembered by the quasi-third-rate forces. The Devouring Dark Devil technique he had cultivated became very famous as well. It was exactly because of this, Zhao Ji knew it was the Devouring Dark Devil technique. It's surprising you know about the Devouring Dark Devil technique. That's right. The one that I cultivate is the Devouring Dark Devil technique. Come to think of it, what I obtained is the legacy of that Devil Dao powerhouse who ran rampant in the lower province many years ago, Su Jing replied. If I'm not mistaken, the strongest person in your Rising Sky Mansion was killed by that Devil Dao powerhouse, right? It was precisely because the strongest person in your Rising Sky Mansion was killed that your Rising Sky Mansion began to decline into a fourth-rate force after several generations. Zhao Ji also knew about this history. Speaking of, that Devil Dao powerhouse who cultivated the Devouring Dark Devil technique is your Rising Sky Mansion's mortal enemy. How did you manage to cultivate the Devouring Dark Devil technique? How could those old fellows from the Rising Sky Mansion allow you to cultivate their mortal enemy's Devouring Dark Devil technique? They didn't know I cultivated the Devouring Dark Devil technique. As for myself, I don't really care what kind of devil technique it is. As long as it could raise my strength in a short time, then I consider it a good cultivation technique. I can't be bothered with the others and I don't give a damn at all. Su Jing spoke without restraint. It had also affected Zhao Ji to a certain extent. Su Jing. After a while, Zhao Ji transmitted his voice to Su Jing. A year and a half later, somebody will perform the soul-searching secret tactic on you. At that time, the devil technique you cultivated will belong to the mystical Sky Mansion. Due to the reason that it's the Devouring Dark Devil technique, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion will never allow anyone to cultivate it. At that time, you'll be killed. When Zhao Ji reached this part of his sentence, he tried to tempt Su Jing. How about this? Let's make a deal. You pass that Devouring Dark Devil technique to me now, and after you die, I'll kill Li Feng's junior brother, Ling Tian, to seek revenge for you. What do you think? The moment his words left his mouth, Su Jing did not reply immediately. After a few moments, he finally replied through voice transmission, I must admit your suggestion sounds pretty tempting, but on what basis should I believe in you? Why should you believe me? Zhao Ji was momentarily taken aback when he heard Su Jing's words before he calmly replied, Well, you can only believe me since you have no other choice. Initially, Zhao Ji had thought Su Jing would panic after hearing his words and would be led by the nose by him. Who knew his words did not affect Su Jing at all? No choice? So be it. Put aside that Ling Tian might not even be Li Feng's junior brother, even if he really is, the one I want to seek revenge from is Li Feng. Although I'll be happy if Ling Tian dies, it means nothing to me the moment I think of how Li Feng is still alive. Su Jing was extremely calm. It was as though he did not care whether Li Feng's junior brother, Ling Tian, was dead or alive. Zhao Ji was dumbfounded. It was apparent that everything was progressing differently from what he had in mind. It should not be like this. You want to use Ling Tian in exchange for my Devouring Dark Devil technique? That's just wishful thinking. If I'm not mistaken, you're just worried the people from Mystical Sky Mansion will hide the Devouring Dark Devil technique and forbid people from cultivating it after they discover this through the soul-searching secret tactic, right? Su Jing continued to say to Zhao Ji through voice transmission, You want to obtain the Devouring Dark Devil technique from me because you want to cultivate it despite knowing the world will condemn you. I can't believe the noble son of the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion would choose such a corrupt method for the sake of power. As expected of the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. You're smart. Yao Ji's expression was extremely grim. However, the only chance of him obtaining the devouring dark devil technique was in front of him. He was unwilling to give up. Once the soul-searching secret tactic was performed on Su Jing, the devouring dark devil technique would be revealed to the others as well. At that time, Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, would definitely seal and destroy the devouring dark devil technique. He would not allow anyone to cultivate it. Although the cultivation method of the devouring dark devil technique was inhumane, to Zhao Ji power was the most important thing. The ways to obtain power, to him, did not matter to him at all. For this reason, he was desperate to obtain the devouring dark devil technique. Tell me, what do I have to do for you to pass the devouring dark devil technique to me? Zhao Ji asked without beating around the bush after he took a deep breath. It's very easy if you want me to pass the devouring dark devil technique to you. If you get me out of here, I'll slowly pass the devouring dark devil technique to you, Su Jing stated his condition through his voice transmission. Impossible. Zhao Ji did not expect Su Jing to make such a ridiculous demand. Get Su Jing out of here? What a joke. Even if he was the grandson of Zhao Jin, the guardian of Mystical Sky Mansion, and the son of Zhao Deng, the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, it was still impossible for him to save Su Jing and get him out of here unless his grandfather or father was willing to help him. However, this was impossible. Zhao Ji knew very well that although his grandfather and father doted on him a lot, they would instantly stop him if he said he wanted to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. It was not that his grandfather and father were compassionate people. It was because they would worry that he would become the public's enemy after he cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. The powerhouse who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique previously was someone everyone wanted to kill. According to rumors, after he went to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, his life there was not any better. In the end, he could only tuck his tail between his legs and behave accordingly. If that's the case, there's no need for us to speak anymore. I'll just wait for the Mystical Sky Mansion's powerhouses to perform the soul-searching secret tactic on me after my soul recovers. Su Jing continued to transmit his voice to Zhao Ji. Based on his words, it seemed pretty bold, as though he was a dead pig that did not fear boiling water. You should know it's extremely difficult for me to save you with my strength. Can't you change your condition? Zhao Ji asked in a deep voice. However, Su Jing ignored him. Su Jing's lack of response was also a type of response. He was not going to change his condition. If he could save him and get him out of here, he would be able to obtain the devouring dark devil technique. If he could not, then he would not be able to obtain it. After calling out to Su Jing a few times, he still did not respond. Zhao Ji's expression turned grim immediately. Jeer, what's wrong? Could it be that Su Jing has responded when you transmitted your voice to him? Zhao Deng's eyes lit up, and there was a slightly excited expression on his face when he saw Zhao Ji's expression suddenly turned grim. The moment Zhao Deng spoke, Zhao Ji regained his senses. As though he was injected with a boost of courage, he raised his hand and smacked Su Jing's head. Damn it! How dare you ignore me? Jika, what are you doing? Zhao Deng was horrified when he saw his son's action. He quickly made a move to stop Zhao Ji from attacking Su Jing. Are you crazy? If you kill him, not only would Lord Mansion Master not let you go, but you'll also make yourself the enemy of the group of high-ranking officials in the Mystical Sky Mansion. If that happens, you'll have no chance of becoming the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion at all, no matter how high your achievements are. Zhao Deng's voice was filled with anger when he reached the end of his sentence. Father, I'm sorry. Meanwhile, Zhao Ji seemed contrite as he lowered his head and accepted his father's scolding and admitted his fault. But father, he must be pretending to sleep. Although his soul is not intact, it shouldn't stop him from communicating with people. When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, he even had an aggrieved and indignant expression on his face, as though he did not manage to communicate with Su Jing at all. He had acted this way because he did not want his father to know that he had successfully communicated with Su Jing. After all, the topic of their conversation was objectionable. Su Jing, who had remained quiet for a long time, suddenly said mockingly through voice transmission, as expected of young Master Zhao Ji. Look at how smoothly you lied to your father. If I'm your father, I'll definitely be so angered that I'll throw up 3 liters of blood if I find out about your lies. Su Jing, don't be so smug. I might not be able to come up with a way to rescue you from here. If I can't find a way, you'll definitely die. Zhao Ji transmitted his voice. If even young Master Xiaoji can't come up with a way, then I guess I can only accept my fate, Su Jing said calmly as though he was not worried whether he lived or died. It was as though he was above all worldly affairs. Jie, there's nothing we can do even if he's faking it. Moreover, he won't be able to fake it for long anyway. We'll have to wait a year and a half at most before we perform the soul-searching secret tactic on him. Once our mystical sky mansion has obtained the devil Dao cultivation method that he cultivated, his life would end as well. Xiaoji did not suspect his son at all. Instead, he took the initiative to calm his son down. There's no reason for you to fuss over a dead man. Okay. Xiaoji nodded and put on an expression as though he agreed with his father before bidding him farewell. Father, it's not good for me to stay here for so long. I'll take my leave first. Sure, go ahead. After Zhao Deng sent his son out of the secret underground, only then did he return. Zhao Ji, who had just left the secret underground room, on the other hand, was trying to come up with a way. No matter what, I must get my hands on the devouring dark devil technique. Once I've cultivated it, my strength will definitely rise quickly. Su Jing's innate talent is much inferior to mine, but it only took him a year to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage. If it were me, I definitely won't fare any worse than him. Currently, Zhao Ji was completely obsessed with the devouring dark devil technique. When Zhao Ji was racking his brain for ways to get Su Jing out, Duanling Tian had just exited the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and opened his room door. As soon as he opened his door, his extended divine consciousness and immediately sensed someone spying on him in the dark. Moreover, there was more than one person. People from the Zhao clan? Apart from the Zhao clan, Duanling Tian really could not think of anyone who would lurk in the dark and spy on him. You finally came out from closed-door cultivation. Duanling Tian, the owner of the voice, was a woman. In the distant, the figure that accompanied the voice was a beautiful and graceful figure that was seductive with the appearance of an angel. Everything seemed dim in her surrounding. This person was none other than Wang Fei Xian. Where have you been before this? Duanling Tian smiled. After the Saint Martial's secret zone closed, you left with the palace master. I didn't see you since then. What? Did you miss me? Wang Fei Xian's autumn eyes lit up immediately as it landed on Duanling Tian. No. I'm just not used to it. I'll also find it hard to get used to if a fly that usually circles around me suddenly goes missing. One must admit that Duanling Tian's metaphor was very descriptive. However, upon hearing his metaphor, Wang Fei Xian's expression turned grave immediately. So you're saying, I'm a fly? I didn't say that. Duanling Tian shrugged. I'm not going to be responsible for you jumping to your own conclusion. Wang Fei Xian glared at Duanling Tian in annoyance as she said, I went to cultivate at the spirit pool some time ago. As expected of the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, it's indeed a great place. I feel like my cultivation base is close to breaking through to the mastery refined saint stage. I'll definitely break through in a year or two. Naturally, if I can enter the spirit pool again within this year, I'm confident I'll be able to successfully break through to the mastery refined saint stage in a year. When Wang Fei Xian reached the end of her sentence, the confidence she emitted seemed to affect Duanling Tian as well. Congratulations. Duanling Tian congratulated her. He was very clear that Wang Fei Xian, who had been taken in by Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, as his disciple, would definitely have a smooth journey ahead. He was very happy for her from the bottom of his heart. After all, he had already regarded her as his friend. It was only natural to be happy and concerned about one's friend. Wang Fei Xian had been congratulated many times. However, when Duanling Tian congratulated her, it was as though she was bathed in a spring breeze. It doesn't seem very peaceful here, Wang Fei Xian said to Duanling Tian as soon as she sensed the presence of the few people lurking in the dark. Indeed, it's not very peaceful. Duanling Tian nodded. He had long sensed those few people, but he just did not point it out. They must be from the Zhao clan. Based on the auras in their bodies, I can tell they're above the eminent saint stage. Looks like the Zhao clan is about to make their move on you, Wang Fei Xian said solemnly. You better be careful from now on. She was worried about Duanling Tian. Don't worry. Duanling Tian shook his head with a nonchalant expression on his face. Even if they're from the Zhao clan, they won't dare to openly make a move on me in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate. After all, with the rules the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion had set in place, they won't be so daring to break the rules for my sake. Well, you have a point, but even a cornered dog will desperately leap over a wall. You must not leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate during this time to avoid any accidents, Wang Feixian reminded him. Based on her tone, it was as though she was more worried about Duanling Tian's safety than Duanling Tian himself. Rest assured, I have something I have to do, so I don't have the time to leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate, Duanling Tian replied. This was the truth. The reason he came out of closed-door cultivation today was to look for Gu Li to see how many materials that he needed to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had been found by Gu Li and his father. At the same time, since he had the help from Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, he also wanted to know how many materials they had found. Meng Qing had given out orders upon orders to help Duanling Tian look for the materials, and after these materials were sent back to the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate, they were all sent to Gu Li before Duanling Tian would get it from him. This was also suggested by Duanling Tian to Meng Qing previously. After all, no matter what, Meng Qing was the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. It was impossible for him to personally deal with the matter of gathering Duanling Tian's materials. For the foreseeable future, Duanling Tian had no plans to go out at all. First, it was because he wanted to send the materials into the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda so that Elder Hua could repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Second, it was because he was already on the brink of a breakthrough. He just needed a little more push to successfully break through to the Intermediate Refined Saint stage. Once he had broken through to the Intermediate Refined Saint stage, his strength and ability would rise as well. Upon hearing that Duanling Tian had no time to leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate, Wang Feixian breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she could not help but ask, "Where are you heading?" She could see that Duanling Tian was about to leave the Heaven Palace. "I'm going to the main mansion to look for senior brother Gu Li," Duanling Tian replied. "All right, I won't disturb you. Go ahead. I should go back and cultivate so that I can break through as quickly as possible." Wang Feixian nodded. After she bade Duanling Tian farewell, she watched until his silhouette had disappeared from her sight before she finally regained her senses. She had a dazed look in her eyes. What a blockhead! After she looked away, she felt a little frustrated and threw a little tantrum. I wonder how he managed to pursue his 2 fiancés and his girlfriend? Don't tell me they were the ones who pursued him. Wang Feixian stomped her feet before she returned to her residence. The moment she left, the few Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan lurking in the dark immediately flew in the direction where Duanling Tian was headed and followed him from afar. "Oh, they're following me now?" Duanling Tian immediately sensed the few tails behind him. He frowned slightly but did not bother with them. If a fight broke out, he would not be at a disadvantage. However, he would not be able to teach them a serious lesson as well since the rules in Mystical Sky Mansion stated there would no killings or cripplings of disciples in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. Whoever violated the rule would be severely punished. "He's not leaving the estate?" When they saw Duanling Tian entering the main mansion and had no intention of leaving the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate, they were disappointed. Although their spirits were slightly dampened, they still followed him from afar. Only when he had gone to the northeast side of the main mansion that they finally came to a halt. "Isn't that where Guardian Gu's residence is located? Gu Li lives there as well. I've long heard that Ling Tian has a close relationship with Gu Li. Looks like he doesn't have any intention of leaving the Mystical Sky Mansion after coming out from closed-door cultivation. He merely came here to look for Gu Li." The Mystical Sky Mansion's guardian, Gu Xiayun, was someone who was on equal footing with Zhao Ji, the leader of their Zhao clan. Even if their courage were multiplied by 100, they would not dare to go near Guardian Gu's residence. After waiting for a long time, Duanling Tian still did not come out, so a few people began to leave. Meanwhile, news of Duanling Tian coming out of closed-door cultivation swept through the Zhao clan like a hurricane. The entire Zhao clan was in a commotion. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of all of this. At this moment, he had just taken the spatial ring that Gu Li handed over to him. The things contained in the spatial ring were the materials that the entire Mystical Sky Mansion helped him to gather. These were the material needed to repair the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Junior brother Ling Tian, if it wasn't for Mansion Master's help, just me and my father alone won't be able to gather 1/10 of the materials inside in such a short time. After Gu Li passed the spatial ring to Duan Ling Tian, he sighed emotionally. No matter what, I still need to thank you, senior brother Gu Li. That's right, senior brother Gu Li. Where's Uncle Gu? Why haven't I seen him? Since the beginning, Duan Ling Tian did not see Gu Xiaoyun at all. My father has just gone out some time ago. He should be back in a few days' time. Why? Are you looking for him? Gu Li asked. No, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. It's just a casual question. Oh yeah, senior brother Gu Li, how's your cultivation base progressing? Duan Ling Tian changed the topic. Gu Li had told him before that he would leave the mystical sky mansion once he had broken through to the divine saint stage and leave the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land and carve a place for himself in the upper province. Currently, Gu Li's cultivation base had already reached the peak of the eminent saint stage, and he was merely a step away from the divine saint stage. It's still the same. I think I'll need almost 2 years before I can make a breakthrough. Gu Li smiled. Junior brother Ling Tian, hurry up and break through to the eminent saint stage. At that time, since you also plan to look for your master in the upper province, we can accompany each other. Since I'm with you, you can go to the upper province before you break through to the divine saint stage. How's that? Of course. Duan Ling Tian smiled and nodded. If he was given another 2 years' time and he was able to grasp another opportunity or two to enter the spirit pool, it would not be difficult for him to break through make to the eminent saint stage. It was also because Gu Li had no idea Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was merely at the early refined saint stage. Otherwise, he would have been very shocked. Everyone in the mystical sky mansion, including Gu Li, thought Duan Ling Tian was at the peak of the refined saint stage and that he was only a step away from the eminent saint stage. Now that he had promised Gu Li to go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land, Duan Ling Tian felt a slight pressure. For this reason, he soon bade Gu Li farewell and returned to his residence. As soon as he returned to his room, he entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and threw the spatial ring that was filled with materials to Elder Hua. Elder Hua, these are the materials needed to repair the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. This is only the first batch. There will be more coming in the future, so please don't hesitate to use them all. Duan Ling Tian believed that since the entire mystical sky mansion was helping him to look for the materials, other than a few rate materials, he would be able to obtain the remaining materials. As for those rare materials, it would have to depend on his luck. After Elder Hua took the materials away, he quickly went to repair the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, also returned to the third level to continue his cultivation. Perhaps it was due to pressure from the promise he made with Gu Li. It only took Duan Ling Tian 10 days to successfully break through to the intermediate refined saint stage. 10 days inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to 2 days outside. After he had broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, the Sun True Origin in Duan Ling Tian's body turned stronger as well. It was currently comparable to the true origin of an ordinary intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. As Duan Ling Tian continued to cultivate, he encountered an obstacle. At this moment, he took out the Jasper Celestial Sword and further comprehend the profundity of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sword Shadowed Heart, through the Jasper Celestial Sword. The Sword Shadowed Heart, the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, also began to turn stronger as he slowly inched toward the third stage. It has already been a month now. Don't tell me he plans to go into closed-door cultivation again? Meanwhile, the disciples from the Zhao clan waiting outside of Duan Ling Tian's door felt as though they were about to go crazy. Is Ling Tian even human? He just came out from closed-door cultivation, and now he's going into closed-door cultivation again. Could it be that he did not encounter any obstacles at all when he cultivates? Many Zhao clan progeny's disciples were slightly speechless. Their aim was to lure Ling Tian out of the mystical Sky Mansion's estate and then kill him. However, Ling Tian was always in closed-door cultivation. No matter how many plans they came up with in their minds, they could not do anything at all. They could only wait for Ling Tian to come out of his closed-door cultivation before they could proceed to the next step. Time passed by quickly in a blink of an eye. A few months had gone by and it had already been a year since Duanling Tian joined the mystical Sky Mansion. From the day Duanling Tian entered closed-door cultivation until now, he had no intention of coming out yet. The group of Zhao clan's disciples who were eager to contribute to this meritorious deed was burning with anxiety. However, there was nothing they could do at all. At this moment, a piece of shocking news quickly spread from the main mansion to the ears of the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. This naturally only referred to those who at least held the positions of vice mansion masters. What is going on? In the secret underground room, the face of Meng Qing, the mansion master of mystical Sky Mansion, was expressionless as he looked at the empty stone bed. However, the people present on the scene could tell from his tone how furious he was. Where's Palace Master Zhu? At the same time, one of the vice mansion masters of mystical Sky Mansion noticed that only the palace master of Heaven Palace, Zhu Luqi, was not present. Who's supposed to be on duty? Meng Qing asked in a deep voice. It seems to be Palace Master Zhu. Another mystical Sky Mansion's vice mansion master replied. The group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Mansion Master Meng Qing, rushed here because they heard Su Jing had been rescued from this place. However, when they arrived, they realized another person had also gone missing. Moreover, it happened to be the person who was supposed to be on duty. It was none other than Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace. Lord Mansion Master. Lord Mansion Master. As the atmosphere in the secret underground room turned tensed, a harried voice sounded from outside. Jia? Upon hearing this familiar voice, Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng exchanged glances. They could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. Why did he come now? Soon after, Zhao Ji appeared in front of the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, gasping for breath. Jir, why did you come here for? This is not a place where you should come, Zhao Deng said angrily as he glared at Zhao Ji. It was acceptable for him to come when Zhao Deng was on duty previously. However, the mansion master and the others were present today. Moreover, the atmosphere was not very good at the moment. He was afraid his son's presence would further infuriate the mansion master. At this moment, Zhao Jin also said, Jie, listen to me. Go back. Lord Mansion Master. However, Zhao Ji ignored his grandfather and father. His eyes were focused on Meng Qing, who was looking at him with a grim expression. I saw Palace Master Zhu of Heaven Palace bringing a person with him as he headed north. A few patrolling elders and more than 10 patrolling disciples were all injured by him. Swish. 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 The moment his words left his mouth, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Meng Qing, turned horrified immediately. This is an inside job. At this moment, these 5 words appeared in the minds of the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. Whoosh! Meng Qing disappeared like a gust of wind before the crowd's eyes. Let's go! Gu Xiaoyun and Zhao Jin, the 2 guardians of mystical Sky Mansion, also left, and the remaining vice mansion masters followed suit. With a raise of his hand, Zhao Deng brought Zhao Ji along with him. As he followed the crowd, he asked, Jir, did you really see clearly? Did Palace Master Zhu really bring a man in the north direction? Father, I really don't dare to joke when it comes to matters like this. Currently, the patrolling elders should be on their way here as well, Zhao Ji said solemnly. Father, is the man that Palace Master Zhu brought with him Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion? Yes. Zhao Deng's eyes gleamed coldly. I can't believe Zhu Luqi is actually so bold. To think he actually dared to bring Su Jing away. It seems like he has obtained information regarding the Devil Dao cultivation method from Su Jing. That Devil Dao cultivation method is most likely the inhumane kind of cultivation method. In just a blink of an eye, Zhao Deng quickly came to a conclusion. This shocked Zhao Ji and made him break out in cold sweat. On the way there, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials led by Mansion Master Meng Qing encountered a mystical Sky Mansion's elder who came from the north. This mystical Sky Mansion's elder was pale, and it was obvious that he had suffered quite a serious injury. Lord Mansion Master, Palace Master Zhu, had forcefully brought Su Jing away and injured us. This is the jade token he asked me to pass to you, Lord Mansion Master. After the mystical Sky Mansion's elder saw Meng Qing, he quickly passed the jade token in his hand to him. Meng Qing took the jade token with a grim expression on his face before activating the energy in his body and infused it into the jade token. He did not bother to conceal the message in the jade token. Lord Mansion Master, the cultivation method that Su Jing cultivated is the devouring dark devil technique that was infamous in the lower province many years ago. Even if the mystical Sky Mansion obtains such a brutal and wicked cultivation method, it's destined to be sealed away. For this reason, I've taken Su Jing away since I need the devouring dark devil technique. Only by cultivating the devouring dark devil technique, I'll be able to wash away the shame that Feng Bu-yi brought me. Zhu Luqi's voice resonated in the air. Initially, I thought it would be impossible for me to seek revenge from Feng Bu-yi in this life. However, the devouring dark devil technique has given me hope. I've pondered over it for a long time and finally decided to bring Su Jing away so that I can master the devouring dark devil technique. Don't worry, Lord Mansion Master. After I've mastered the devouring dark devil technique, I'll find a way to get rid of Su Jing since he's a great threat to our mystical Sky Mansion. From today onward, I, Zhu Luqi, will leave the mystical Sky Mansion. Whatever I do in the future has absolutely nothing to do with the mystical Sky Mansion. I hope Lord Mansion Master won't make things difficult for my disciples for my sake. If not, then for the contributions to the mystical Sky Mansion and Heaven Palace I've made in the past. They're all innocent, and I've let them down. Zhu Luqi's voice also came to an end here. Devouring dark devil technique. At this moment, everyone on the scene, except Zhao Ji, turned pale and bewildered. To them, the devouring dark devil technique was a legendary cultivation method. Its cultivation process was inhumane and barbarous, causing people to shudder. The devil cultivator who once cultivated this devil technique had also become the public's enemy. There was no place for him in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land at all. However, even when that devil cultivator was attacked on all sides and was surrounded and pursued by many elite powerhouses in the lower province, he still managed to kill many powerhouses at the peak of the exemplary saint stage just by relying on his cultivation base that was also at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. As for the other powerhouses who were killed by him, there were so many of them that it was completely uncountable. That battle could be considered as one of the biggest battles in many years in the lower province. Even then, the devil cultivator who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique was not killed. He managed to escape to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, although he was heavily injured. Ever since then, that devil cultivator had become infamous in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, this infamous person was cursed by the later generations since he had cruelly killed countless young women while he cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Each and every young woman who was alive had their vital energy and blood devoured by him until they became dried corpses. His crime had already reached a level where it roused the anger of immortals and mortals alike. It was precisely because of the commotion caused by that devil cultivator that the devouring dark devil technique that he cultivated was also well known. Everyone in that generation treated it as a great scourge. Even after so many years had passed, the infamy of this devil Dao cultivation method, the devouring dark devil technique, was even known by the later generations. It was only natural that the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials had heard of this cultivation method as well. It was precisely because of this they were bewildered when they found out the cultivation method that Su Jing cultivated was actually the devouring dark devil technique. Idiot! Senior brother Zhu is an idiot. In the end, Qian Pingshang, the palace master of Yellow Palace, who regained his senses, first said with a grim expression, even if he has obtained the devouring dark devil technique, he would become the public's enemy in the entire lower province and the entire Dao Martial Saint Land in the future. Is this even worth it just for the sake of that small dispute he had with Feng Bu-yi, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market? In Feng Bu-yi's opinion, heck, even in our opinion, the dispute between senior brother Zhu and Feng Bu-yi is a small one. However, if we think from his point of view, even if I die, I would feel very unresigned being humiliated by Feng Bu-yi in such a manner. The palace master of Earth Palace chimed in. For this reason, although it's surprising that senior brother Zhu would resort to this, it's not entirely inexcusable. Is it really worth it to become everyone's enemy just for Feng Bu-yi? The palace master of Mystical Palace sighed. Mansion Master Zhu Luqi has kidnapped Su Jing and took away the devouring dark devil technique. He has committed the most heinous crime. We need to sentence him to death once we capture him. Guardian Zhao Jin said as he looked at Meng Qing with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Palace Master Zhu had announced his departure from the Mystical Sky Mansion because he's worried that the Mystical Sky Mansion would be implicated as well when news about him cultivating the devouring dark devil technique spread out. Although his action is extreme, we have to acknowledge that he's still thinking about the Mystical Sky Mansion until the very end. For this reason, I think it'll be enough for us to capture Palace Master Zhu and stop him from cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. His crime is not so serious that he deserves to be sentenced to death. The other guardian, Gu Xiayun, expressed his opinion. The two great guardians had expressed their opinions, but their opinions were completely different. Zhao Jin's expression was grave as he glared at Gu Xiayun. He was about to speak up again when the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene expressed their opinions as well. I agree with Guardian Gu. I support Guardian Gu as well. Me too. Most of the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present supported Gu Xiayun's opinion, causing Zhao Jin to swallow the words he was about to say. Although it was difficult for him to maintain his calm, there was nothing he could do. Regardless if Gu Xiayun's strength and position in the Mystical Sky Mansion were in no way inferior to him, he could not make the decision since everyone was supporting Gu Xiayun. I believe if the cultivation method Su Jing cultivated is not the devouring dark devil technique but a normal devil Dao cultivation method, Palace Master Zhu wouldn't have taken such a risk out of desperation. In view of Palace Master Zhu's explanation, I'll spare his life. However, he has to be punished. Two guardians, both of you will be in charge of capturing Palace Master Zhu back here. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of the Mystical Sky, finally made a decision. Although he did not agree with Gu Xiayun's opinion out loud, his orders seemed to quite similar to Gu Xiayun's opinion. Yes, Mansion Master. Meng Qing was not only revered in the Mystical Sky Mansion, but he was also the strongest person in the mansion. Even Gu Xiayun and Zhao Jin, the two great guardians, were not as strong as him. For this reason, both of them did not dare dally once they received his order. They proceeded to head north after they had given their replies. After Gu Xiayun and Zhao Jin left, Meng Qing swept a glance at everyone present and said in a deep voice, "Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Whoever violates this will be killed." Yes. Everyone nodded solemnly when they heard Meng Qing's order. They knew it would only cause trouble for the Mystical Sky Mansion if the incident today spread out. As members of the Mystical Sky Mansion, naturally, they did not wish for something to happen to the Mystical Sky Mansion. That Gu old fellow and my grandfather are personally making a move. Will Palace Master Zhu be able to escape? Zhao Ji stood by Zhao Deng's side and looked north as he worried about this matter. At this moment, it did not occur to everyone present on the scene, including Zhao Deng, Zhao Ji's father, that the matter of Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, bringing Su Jing away was not that simple. In the first place, how did Zhu Luqi find out the devil technique that Su Jing cultivated was the devouring dark devil technique? Zhu Luqi was not Zhao Ji. Therefore, he would not stoop so low as to use Li Feng to prove Su Jing. The instigator of this matter was none other than Zhao Ji, who was standing next to Zhao Deng. Previously, after Zhao Ji communicated with Su Jing in the secret underground room, he had suffered a headache from the condition Su Jing had proposed. To him, it was more than difficult for him to rescue Su Jing out of the secret underground room. Unless his grandfather or father was willing to help him, it was an impossible task. After that, he accidentally met Palace Master Zhu Luqi, who was venting his anger in a remote canyon halfway up the Heaven Palace's mountain. The way he vented his anger was unlike someone who had lived to 100 years old. He had a life-sized stone carving of Feng Buyi, the deputy of Mountain Shade Black Market, placed before him as he screamed Feng Buyi's stone figure before he smashed it into dust. At that moment, Zhao Ji could clearly sense Zhu Luqi's anger. Hope welled up in his heart. If the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Zhu Luqi, is willing to help me, it wouldn't be difficult to rescue Su Jing. It was from that point onward that he concocted a plan that revolved around Zhu Luqi. He did not speak bluntly in the beginning. Instead, he tried testing the water with Zhu Luqi first by asking his opinion on those inhumane and barbaric devil Dao cultivation method. If Yu Luqi sincerely detested those kinds of cultivation methods, he could only dismiss the idea of working together with him. However, after probing him for a while, Zhao Ji discovered that although Yu Luqi detested those kinds of cultivation methods, his hatred toward Feng Bu-yi, the deputy of Mountain Shade Black Market, far exceeded everything. In order to kill Feng Bu-yi, he was willing to cultivate those kind of inhumane methods. Once Zhao Ji discovered this, he revealed everything he knew to Yu Luqi, including his own intention of saving Su Jing in exchange for the devouring dark devil technique. Yu Luqi, who was blind, that was how this incident happened today. Recently, it just so happened that it was Yu Luqi's turn to monitor Su Jing. It was undoubtedly very easy for him to rescue Su Jing from the secret underground room before the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials realized what was going on. The only people who knew about this was Zhao Ji, Yu Luqi, and Su Jing. One must admit that apart from having extraordinary martial Dao talent, Zhao Ji was quite quick-witted as well among the second generation in the mystical Sky Mansion. Take the deal Zhao Ji had struck with Yu Luqi for example. With Yu Luqi's strength, there was no need for him to work with Zhao Ji. He could just work directly with Su Jing. However, Zhao Ji had threatened Yu Luqi he would report the matter to his grandfather and father if he dared to act alone. The worst outcome would only be them not working together. He used this to threaten Yu Luqi and made him swear, from the beginning until the end, he did not even have to do anything and he would be able to obtain the Devil Dao cultivation method devouring dark devil technique that he had been yearning for. Naturally, he had yet to obtain the devouring dark devil technique since Su Jing was only willing to pass on the devouring dark devil technique to him and Yu Luqi after he had gotten out of the mystical Sky Mansion. I hoped Yu Luqi is not useless. Currently, Zhao Ji was most afraid that Yu Luqi would be caught by his grandfather and Gu Xiaoyun. Naturally, he was not worried about Yu Luqi's safety, he was only worried if he would be able to obtain the devouring dark devil technique after all the efforts he had spent convincing Yu Luqi. It was fortunate Yu Luqi did not know what Zhao Ji's thoughts were. Otherwise, he would probably throw up blood in anger. He risked his life to rescue someone out from the mystical Sky Mansion and he was not even thinking of whether his efforts would be in vain. However, this fellow who was only talking but did not do anything was only worried whether he would be able to obtain the devouring dark devil technique. After a few days, the two great guardians returned empty-handed. After Yu Luqi brought Su Jing away, it was as though they had vanished into thin air. Due to Gu Xiaoyun and Zhao Ji's return, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials with vice mansion master positions or higher gathered again. Gu Xiaoyun was the first one to speak to Meng Qing. I'm afraid Palace Master Zhu had planned this in advance. Even if you personally pursue them, I'm afraid even you won't be able to catch them, Lord Mansion Master, let alone both of us. In that case, there's no need to waste our energy searching for him anymore. Based on his message, it's clear he has made up his mind to cultivate that devouring dark devil technique. Now, we can dismiss the people from the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Moreover, spread the news that Mystical Sky Mansion has discovered someone from the Rising Sky Mansion cultivating the devouring dark devil technique, and that was why we attacked them. Meng Qing nodded. At this moment, it seemed like he had regained his composure as he began to deal with the matter regarding the Rising Sky Mansion. Previously, there were always people from the Mystical Sky Mansion guarding the Rising Sky Mansion's estate since they were worried about news leaking out. However, there was no longer a need to worry about it. Apart from that, release news that Yu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace from the Mystical Sky Mansion, has kidnapped the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing, and has been banished from our Mystical Sky Mansion. Additionally, Su Jing is the first person who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique in the Rising Sky Mansion, Meng Qing said. Based on his words, it was apparent he intended on pushing all the blame to Yu Luqi. Since Yu Luqi had dared to act in such a manner, he must have expected this as well. Send some men to the Mountain Shade Black Market and notify Feng Bu-yi, the deputy of Mountain Shade Black Market. Inform him that Yu Luqi had kidnapped Su Jing to obtain the devouring dark devil technique that Su Jing cultivated so that he can seek revenge and redeem himself. Meng Qing added again. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene did not have any objections to Meng Qing's orders. The other three palace masters of the three palaces, on the other hand, who had a good relationship with Yu Luqi, could only sigh inwardly. However, they understood the Mansion Master's decision. It was for the greater good. He did not do this intentionally to harm Zhu Luqi. Just like this, the shocking news was spread from the mystical Sky Mansion and caused a commotion in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The devouring Dark Devil technique has appeared again? The fourth-rate force Rising Sky Mansion had obtained the devouring Dark Devil technique? Due to the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion cultivating the devouring Dark Devil technique. He didn't die even though he was pierced by a sword at the space between his brows. After the quasi-third-rate force Mystical Sky Mansion discovered that someone from the Rising Sky Mansion had cultivated the devouring Dark Devil technique, they made their move and detained the people from the Rising Sky Mansion. The backbone of Rising Sky Mansion stubbornly put up a fight, and in the end all of them were killed. Only the elderly, women, and children are spared. Does this mean the devouring Dark Devil technique has fallen into Mystical Sky Mansion's hand? The Mystical Sky Mansion's Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Zhu Luqi, had kidnapped Su Jing for his own selfish reasons. The Mystical Sky Mansion had failed in capturing him. Therefore, they had publicly announced Zhu Luqi's banishment from the Mystical Sky Mansion. It seems like Zhu Luqi intends to cultivate the devouring Dark Devil technique. The tranquility of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was disturbed due to the commotion the news had caused. Many people mused over the fact that an awe-inspiring fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, was gone just like that. However, more people discussed the strength of the Mystical Sky Mansion. As expected of a quasi-third-rate force, its strength is not something a fourth-rate force can compare to. They had easily wiped out a fourth-rate force just like that. All of the fourth-rate forces had also received this news. Some of the high-ranking officials from some fourth-rate forces gathered in their estates. They stood looking at each other in shock. The Mystical Sky Mansion's strength has actually risen to such a level? Don't tell me this is the gap between a quasi-third-rate force and a fourth-rated force? The Mystical Sky Mansion is not even considered as the most powerful among the quasi-third-rated forces. If the Mystical Sky Mansion is already this powerful, how powerful exactly are the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion? They were from fourth-rate forces, so they never had any conflict with any quasi-third-rate forces before. Therefore, they did not know how strong a quasi-third-rate force was. This time, the Mystical Sky Mansion had killed the backbone of the Rising Sky Mansion without much effort, annihilating a fourth-rate force just like that revealed the strength of a quasi-third-rate force. The strength they had demonstrated was more than enough to elicit fear from the fourth-rate forces. And I thought we would be able to rise and become a quasi-third-rate force in less than 100 years. Now that I think about it, it seems like I was only daydreaming. The quasi-third-rated forces have actually become so strong. There's still a long way to go for us if we want to rise to become a quasi-third-rate force. In the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, many fourth-rate forces were shocked and shaken by the strength of quasi-third-rate forces. They became even more afraid and did not dare to entertain thoughts of replacing them and become quasi-third-rate forces. The Mystical Sky Mansion had displayed the strength of a quasi-third-rate force through their actions. As one of the two most powerful quasi-third-rate forces in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Azure Cloud Mansion, naturally, had received the news released by the Mystical Sky Mansion. The devouring Dark Devil technique? A person was sitting high up in the main hall. He was none other than Duan Rufeng, the current Mansion Master Azure Cloud Mansion. Yes. An old man standing below nodded immediately. Elder Rong, you may retreat, Duan Rufeng ordered. The old man was Rong Yuan, one of the two people beside Duan Rufeng. When he saw Duan Rufeng had asked him to retreat without saying anything after learning about the devouring Dark Devil technique, he was momentarily baffled. It prompted him to ask, Lord Mansion Master, the devouring Dark Devil technique is bound to create evil and chaos now that it has appeared. Should our Azure Cloud Mansion make a move and search for the traitor from the Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhu Luqi, and kill him to spare troubles in the future? Let's wait and see for now, Duan Rufeng said again. Understood. Rong Yuan nodded respectfully before he turned to leave. After Rong Yuan left, Duan Rufeng muttered to himself, if I'm not mistaken, the devouring Dark Devil technique is a devil technique the Black Nether created. However, the original devouring Dark Devil technique is cultivated by devouring the negative Moonlight Force and could be considered as a normal Devil Dao cultivation method. Moreover, the person who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique by devouring vital energies and blood of young women previously should be the disciple that was abandoned by Black Nether based on his memory. Black Nether was none other than the devil cultivator who tried to possess Duan Rufeng's body previously. He was a powerful being from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Initially, when Duan Ling Tian obtained the Devil Seal table, a large part of Black Nether's soul was sealed inside it. He had also tried to possess Duan Ling Tian's body, but due to Duan Ling Tian's soul that was special since it did not come from this world, Black Nether's soul failed to possess his body. Moreover, Black Nether's soul was obliterated as well. The moment Black Nether's main soul was obliterated, the soul remnant trying to take over Duan Rufeng's body was obliterated as well. Due to this reason, Duan Rufeng managed to regain control of his own body. The powerful ability that Black Nether cultivated while he had control of his body had also been mastered by Duan Rufeng. As for the Azure Cloud Mansion, it was a sect that Black Nether had snatched over when he was occupying Duan Rufeng's body. Naturally, when Black Nether died, the sect had also fallen into Duan Rufeng's hands. Black Nether had done many things, but in the end, it had all ended up in Duan Rufeng's possession. Although Black Nether was a devil cultivator and was extremely arrogant, he wouldn't have stooped so low as to resort to these inhumane methods. In his opinion, only lowly and weak devil cultivators would do such a thing. It must be Black Nether's abandoned disciple, who had altered the devouring dark devil technique that Black Nether passed to him into something so abominable, such as devouring the vital energies and blood of young women. It was not difficult for Duan Rufeng, who had spent some time with Black Nether, to figure this out. Duan Rufeng narrowed his eyes as he thought about this when a childish and pleasant voice resonated from outside the main hall. It was obvious the voice belonged to a child. "Grandfather! Grandfather!" Upon hearing the voice, Duan Rufeng opened his eyes that brightened immediately. A loving smile appeared on his face as well. A little boy who was about 3 years old entered the main hall by walking in the air. However, as he walked in the air, his body wobbled as though he was going to fall with each step he took. It made the people around him break out in cold sweat on his behalf. "Nyener, you can't disturb your grandfather." At the same time, a beautiful figure also entered the main hall. It was a woman with peerless beauty. The moment she appeared, the surroundings seemed to dim in her presence. Soft and long hair draped over her shoulder like a waterfall. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would be able to identify with just a glance it was his fiancée, Li Fei. Li Fei's appearance did not change much from before. She did not look like a woman who had given birth before. "Nyener, come to grandfather." Duan Rufeng shook his head at Li Fei and opened his arms wide, allowing the little boy to throw himself into his embrace. "Oh? Nyener, you seem to have gained a little weight again." "Good. Good." Duan Rufeng smiled widely. Love filled his eyes. Previously, when his son was just born, he had already been targeted by Black Nether. Due to both of them fighting for control of his body, it caused him to be unable to return home for 20 years. It was because of this he had missed out on his son's childhood. He felt extremely regretful over this matter. It was also because of the guilt he felt toward his son that all the love he could not give to his own son was given to the little boy in his embrace. The little boy was his Duan Rufeng grandson. "Father." At the same time, Li Fei had also entered and bowed at Duan Rufeng respectfully. Although Duan Rufeng was her man's father, she still maintained a respectful manner in front of Duan Rufeng since he was the mansion master of the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. She had been staying in the Azure Cloud Mansion long enough to understand the matter in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. She knew the Azure Cloud Mansion was one of the 2 most powerful sects in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was a sect that was not inferior to the Mountainshade Black Market. Her fiancé's father was one of the 2 strongest people in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Dugu in the north and Rufeng in the south. Both of them dominated the entire lower province. This was a famous saying in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market in the north and Mansion Master Duan Rufeng in the south of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were able to rule the entire lower province. Naturally, this was just a saying. What the saying meant was the leader of Mountainshade Black Market and the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion were currently 2 of the most powerful men in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Fair, since we're a family now, there's no need for you to be so courteous whenever you see me, Duan Rufeng said with a smile. He was quite pleased with his daughter-in-law who was standing before him. How could he not be pleased? The grandson in his embrace was given birth by her after all. Mother, I want to sleep with grandfather today, the little boy said to Li Fei as he puffed his cheeks and bobbed his little head. Nianer, don't be ridiculous. Upon hearing the little boy's words, Li Fei's expression turned grave immediately. Your grandfather needs to cultivate so you can't disturb him. When the little boy heard her words, he had an aggrieved expression on his face as he turned to look at Duan Rufeng with tears in his eyes. Grandfather, grandfather. I want to sleep with you tonight. I want to sleep with you tonight. Hurry up and tell mother. Okay. Faced with his cute grandson who was in his arms, it was, naturally, impossible for Duan Rufeng to reject his request. He immediately looked at Li Fei and smiled. Fair, just let Nianer sleep with me tonight. All right, father. Since Duan Rufeng had agreed to it, there was nothing for Li Fei to say. Father. As though she was reminded of something, she suddenly asked through voice transmission, is there any news about him? There were only 3 people present on the scene, but Li Fei still used voice transmission. It was obvious she did not want the little boy to listen in on their conversation. Not yet for the time being, Duan Rufeng replied through voice transmission. Naturally, he knew Li Fei meant his son, Duan Ling Tian. Ever since the news about Tianer possessing the Devil Seal tablet spread out, it seemed as though he had vanished into thin air. He'll be okay, right? Li Fei asked, worried. Don't worry. A senior who excels in fortune-telling me has told me that no matter how big a crisis Tianer faces, he would be able to turn it into a blessing. So far, that senior has never been wrong, Duan Rufeng replied. The senior he mentioned was undoubtedly the prophet old man. I hope that's the case. Li Fei nodded, but the worries in the depth of her eyes could not be concealed. After all, she had never seen the prophet old man before and had never heard of him as well. As Li Fei looked at the mischievous little boy in Duan Rufeng's embrace, she muttered to herself, if younger sister Kuer and her son are safe and sound, I'm sure the child is about Nianer's age. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Duan Rufeng narrowed his eyes as a worried expression appeared on his face. He was also very worried about his daughter-in-law who was currently in the fire worship sect of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although he was the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, someone who was able to summon storms and waves in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Duan Rufeng's strength was nothing at all in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, he did not remain idle. At the very least, he asked for help from the Watchers in the lower province to inquire about the matter. The Watchers in the lower province were his acquaintances. He had to pay a price before the Watchers had agreed to help him. However, up until now he had yet to receive news from them. It seemed like the Watchers had not inquired about the matter yet. The Watchers were disciples from first-rate forces in the upper province, and they were all at the Divine Saint stage. If they wanted to inquire about the fire worship sect, it was only natural for them to be able to obtain news. The little boy in Duan Rufeng's embrace was Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei's child. Li Fei had named him Duan Nian Tian. Nian meant longing. One had to acknowledge that Li Fei and Kuer were quite in sync with each other. Kuer named her daughter Duan Xiling, while Li Fei named her son Duan Nian Tian. Xiling and Nian Tian. Unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian still did not know the names of his son and daughter. Moreover, he had not even met his own son and daughter. The Mountainshade Black Market had also received the news released by the mystical Sky Mansion. When leader Dugu of Mountainshade Black Market heard the news, he asked calmly, the devouring dark devil technique has appeared? At this moment, the few Mountainshade Black Market's high-ranking officials standing before him could clearly sense the terrifying aura in their leader's voice. However, they were not surprised. At that time, when the devouring dark devil technique appeared, a shockingly powerful devil cultivator had appeared as well. In order to defeat that devil cultivator, the quasi-third-rate forces at that time had sent out their elite powerhouses. This included the Mountainshade Black Market. It was during that battle that the ancestor of leader Dugu was killed. One could say that the Mountainshade Black Market and the Devouring Dark Devil Technique and its owner were sworn enemies. Devouring Dark Devil Technique, Su Jing and Zhu Lu Qi, give out orders to spare no efforts in searching for traces of both of them at every operation point. As soon as they're found, Kill them. Dugu's eyes flashed coldly as he gave out his order. The few people standing below him responded respectfully, "Yes, Lord Leader." Dugu looked at one of the people standing below and said, "Feng Bu-yi, follow me to the mystical sky mansion. I must find out the details about this matter." Feng Bu-yi was none other than the deputy leader of Mountainshade Black Market, who went to the mystical sky mansion half a year ago. Just as Feng Bu-yi was about to leave the Mountainshade Black Market with Dugu to the mystical sky mansion, a spy arrived just in time. The reason Zhu Lu-chi, the former palace master of Heaven Palace, wants to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique is to seek revenge from me? After learning about this news, Feng Bu-yi recalled the mystical sky mansion's high-ranking official, whom he had taught a lesson to half a year ago. He finally pieced the puzzle together. I remember now. That guy seems to be called Zhu Lu-chi. However, does he really think he'll be able to seek revenge from me after cultivating that devouring dark devil technique? He has really overestimated himself. Feng Bu-yi had a disdainful expression on his face. What's going on? When Dugu heard this news, he looked at Feng Bu-yi and asked, "You've enmity with that traitor from the mystical sky mansion?" Faced with his leader's question, Feng Bu-yi did not dare to dally and immediately recounted what had happened half a year ago. He was the palace master of Heaven Palace and one of the vice mansion masters of mystical sky mansion. Naturally, being humiliated in such a manner is worse than killing him. No wonder he was so desperate that he resorts to cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. As it turns out, it's all because of you. Dugu stared at Feng Bu-yi intently. A little bit more. Duan Lingtian, who was in the midst of closed-door cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. He sighed deeply as he left the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda with just a thought. Currently, his cultivation base was merely a step away from the mastery refined saint stage. The obstacle had appeared when he was so close to his breakthrough, so he needed to find a perfect opportunity to overcome it. At the same time, he asked Elder Hua, "Elder Hua, have you finished using the materials?" "I've finished using them long ago," Elder Hua replied. "The materials you gave me previously is like a drop of water in a bucket in the process of repairing the 4th level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. You'll need to search for more materials if you want to repair the 4th level. Don't worry. There are many materials coming after this," Duan Lingtian replied. "I'll go and get some for you now." Currently, it had been almost 6 months since he had entered closed-door cultivation. However, it had been a whole 2 years in the 3rd level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. During these 2 years, not only did Duan Lingtian manage to stabilize and strengthen his cultivation base at the intermediate refined saint stage, but he had also managed to make further progress and was only a step away from breaking through to the mastery refined saint stage. When he opened his room door and walked out of it, he realized there were still a few people lurking in the dark and watching him. The people from Zhao clan still haven't given up? Duan Lingtian frowned, but it soon eased up. He ignored those people and went to the main mansion all alone to look for Gu Li. Naturally, the people from Zhao clan followed closely behind him. Damn it! He has been in closed-door cultivation for so long. Now that he has come out, he still doesn't intend to leave. When a few of the mystical sky mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of leaving the mystical sky mansion after he came out of closed-door cultivation, they began to curse. It was as though it was a crime that Duan Lingtian did not leave the mystical sky mansion's estate. News of Duan Lingtian coming out of closed-door cultivation quickly spread to the elders and disciples of Zhao clan. The originally gloomy atmosphere in Zhao clan vanished immediately as a commotion broke out. Each of them was eager to make their moves. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all of this. At this moment, he had arrived at Gu Xiaoyun's residence. "Uncle Gu." This time, Duan Lingtian met Gu Xiaoyun first. "You're here, little Tian." Gu Xiaoyun smiled when he saw Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian could sense some abnormalities in his eyes. "Uncle Gu, is there something you're worried about?" Duan Lingtian asked, confused. When Gu Xiaoyun heard Duan Lingtian's question, he only sighed and did not say anything. "Father, junior brother Lingtian is not an outsider, so what if you tell him? Besides, he was the one who provided us with information about the devouring dark devil technique in the first place," Gu Li said as he suddenly appeared. Gu Xiaoyun nodded. "You tell little Tian then." Gu Li told Duan Ling Tian what had happened, and Duan Ling Tian finally understood why Gu Xiaoyun was laden with anxiety. The palace master of our heaven palace rescued Su Jing? The reason he rescued Su Jing is to obtain the devouring dark devil technique that Su Jing cultivated? He was afraid the devouring dark devil technique would be exposed as an inhumane and barbaric devil Dao cultivation method, and he wouldn't be able to cultivate it anymore. Therefore, he acted so recklessly. The reason he had acted so recklessly is to seek revenge from Feng Bu Yi, the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market. After Duan Ling Tian learned about what had happened, he could not help but smile wryly. It seems like palace masters, you can't forget what happened half a year ago. Half a year ago, Zhu Luqi was humiliated by the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black, Feng Bu Yi. Duan Ling Tian had seen this clearly since he was standing nearby. He understood Zhu Luqi's feelings completely. He must have much preferred to die instead. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian was not entirely surprised when he found out Zhu Luqi had taken such a huge risk out of desperation to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. Palace Master Zhu's master is Grand Master's little junior brother, so Palace Master Zhu could also be considered as part of my father's clan. Usually he would even address my father as senior brother, Gu Li explained. Upon hearing that, Duan Ling Tian finally understood Gu Xiaoyun's anxiety. Palace Master Zhu is indeed foolish. If he cultivates the devouring dark devil technique, who knows how many people he'll have to harm. By the way, Uncle Gu, do you know what kind of inhumane deeds one has to commit to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique? Duan Ling Tian looked at Gu Xiaoyun when he reached the end of his sentence. It said that to cultivate devouring dark devil technique, one has to devour the vital energies and blood from young women. It'll be able to raise one's cultivation base significantly. Young women whose vital energies and blood are devoured will turn into dried corpses. Gu Xiaoyun's eyes gleamed coldly as he said with a growl, if Zhu Luqi really cultivates the devouring dark devil technique, I'll personally kill him when I see him. Devouring the vital energies and blood of young women and causing them to turn into dried corpses? Although Duan Ling Tian knew the cultivation method of the devouring dark devil technique would be inhumane, he was shocked when he found out the specific detail to cultivate the technique. At the same time, his expression turned grave as well. What a cruel devil Dao cultivation method! His eyes flashed coldly. He felt devil cultivators who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique were even worse than animals. Does this mean Su Jing will most likely heal now that he has been rescued? Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as his eyes narrowed and glinted coldly. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was someone he was eager to kill. Initially, he thought Su Jing would definitely die this time around. It did not cross his mind that Zhu Luqi would rescue him. Before Palace Master Zhu left, he left a message saying he'll kill Su Jing once he has obtained the devouring dark devil technique. Gu Li replied. Although Palace Master Zhu's action is hard to accept, we could tell from the message he left behind that he's forced into a corner. He didn't mean to betray the mystical Sky Mansion. He deserves death if he cultivates the devouring dark devil technique. Gu Xiaoyun growled. Kill Su Jing? Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Duan Ling Tian remained nonchalant. Since Su Jing had successfully found a way to provoke Zhu Luqi into rebelling and rescuing him, he must have some tricks up his sleeve. He would not easily pass the complete devouring dark devil technique to Zhu Luqi. For this reason, he did not think that Zhu Luqi would be able to kill Su Jing. It was not that Zhu Luqi was not strong enough to kill Su Jing. However, Su Jing would most likely use the Devil Dao cultivation method, the devouring dark devil technique, and come up with multiple ways to stop Zhu Luqi from killing him. Su Jing, I'll definitely kill you when I see you next time, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as his eyes flashed piercingly. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and regained his composure as he looked at Gu Li. Senior brother Gu Li, how many materials have you gathered for me? All the materials you want are in here. Gu Li took out a spatial ring and handed it over to Duan Ling Tian. After Duan Ling Tian performed the blood ownership claim on the spatial ring and looked into it, he was slightly taken aback. The materials in the spatial ring were 10 times more compared to the materials he received previously. Duan Ling Tian was only slightly taken aback because he had gone into closed-door cultivation for half a year. It was not difficult for the mystical Sky Mansion to gather the materials during that period of time. Duan Ling Tian felt grateful toward Gu Xiaoyun. his son, and the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. After he obtained the materials, he bade farewell to Gu Xiaoyun and his son before returning to his residence. As soon as he returned, he immediately sent the materials into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to Elder Hua. Elder Hua, the materials inside this spatial ring are 10 times more compared to the previous time. However, the 2 rarest materials haven't been found yet. Is it possible that these 2 materials don't exist here? Not necessarily. Elder Hua's voice resonated. Don't forget you're currently in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If I'm not mistaken, the upper province should be a pseudo-realm. Although it's a pseudo-realm, the surrounding there is much better compared to the lower province, and there are better materials there. These 2 materials might not exist in the lower province, but it doesn't mean that they don't exist in the upper province. This term stuck in Duan Lingtian's mind, and he asked Elder Hua, what's a pseudo-realm? This was his first time hearing there was a pseudo-realm or something in this world. The pseudo-realm is a realm that can't be considered as a realm. It's difficult for me to explain this. All you need to know is a pseudo-realm is a standalone realm that's formed by a chaotic space. The environment in a pseudo-realm is usually good as well. It's not only good for cultivation but for various things as well. Elder Hua replied, if I'm not mistaken, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land must be a pseudo-realm that emerged not too long ago. After the pseudo-realm appeared, all the elite powerhouses from the Dao Martial Saint Land must have moved there. But due to the limit in resources, the forces and people that are much weaker in the Dao Martial Saint Land remained behind. And thus, the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land is created because of this. Judging from Elder Hua's tone, it seemed as though he had personally experienced this. Duan Lingtian nodded even though he was still confused. What chaotic space? Why did it become chaotic and form a standalone realm? As for what a realm was, Elder Hua had explained before that it was a world separated by a barrier. Earth, where he came from, was a planet in a mundane realm. As for the world he was currently living in, it was also one of the planets in the mundane realm. In this mundane realm, there might be thousands and thousands of different planets in it. I wonder whether Earth is also in this mundane realm? Duan Lingtian did not know why this thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Then, does this mean that the people in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land are actually abandoned? Duan Lingtian finally understood after listening to Elder Hua's words. Most likely. Elder Hua nodded. After he bade farewell to Duan Lingtian, he proceeded to repair the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to continue with his cultivation due to it reaching a bottleneck. Instead, he exited the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and his room. I wonder how's she doing now that such a thing happened? Now that Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, had betrayed the Mystical Sky Mansion for the Devil Dao cultivation method, the devouring dark devil technique, it would undoubtedly greatly impact his disciples. Wang Feixian was one of his direct disciples. Duan Lingtian made his way to her residence, but he found it vacant. She's not in. He shook his head as he turned to leave. At this moment, a few Heaven Palace's disciples rushed by in a hurry. Although they were in a hurry, they did not stop talking among themselves. Let's go. Let's go and watch the show. If we're too late, the show might end, one of the Heaven Palace's disciples said anxiously. Speaking of, they're actually innocent. To think they actually want the disciples to bear Lord Palace Master's sin. Those few people from Zhao clan are all elite powerhouses in our Heaven Palace. One of them has even broken through to the early Eminent Saint stage a few days ago. He has just broken through to the early Eminent Saint stage but has not entered the Mystical Sky ranking and the main mansion. This means he's still a Heaven Palace's disciple. For this reason, even if the disciple from Zhao clan is an early Eminent Saint stage martial cultivator, he's not violating the rules if he wants to teach Lord Palace Master's disciples a lesson. I'm afraid even those direct disciples of Lord Palace Master who have entered the Mystical Sky ranking and the main mansion can't intervene in the matter. After all, according to our Mystical Sky Mansion's rule, Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who have entered the main mansion aren't allowed to meddle with the battles between disciples from the 4 palaces. Duan Lingtian clearly heard the words of these few people. A few Heaven Palace's disciples from the Zhao clan wants to make things difficult for the Palace Master's disciples? There's even one of them who has just broken through to the early Eminent Saint stage a few days ago but hasn't gone to the main mansion and enter the Mystical Sky ranking? Duan Lingtian frowned. It seems like that person's just trying to bully the palace master's disciples by relying on his cultivation base that's at the early eminent saint stage. Don't tell me great young Miss Wang is there as well. The moment he thought of this, he followed those few passers-by. He did not know Palace Master Zhu's other direct disciples, and he would not have meddled even if he heard they were being bullied. However, he suspected the reason Wang Feixian was not in her residence was due to this matter. She was most likely with Palace Master Zhu's other direct disciples. The few Heaven Palace's disciples soon discovered Duan Lingtian was following behind them. Naturally, this was because Duan Lingtian did not bother to hide his presence and intentionally went close to them. Senior Brother Lingtian. A few of them stopped and bowed at Duan Lingtian politely when they recognized him. Although Duan Lingtian had joined the mystical sky mansion later than them, in this world where the strong were revered, other than those who were related by blood, seniority was decided based on one's strength regardless of age. Although Duan Lingtian was younger than them, he was much stronger than them. Due to this reason, it was completely natural for them to address him as senior brother. At this moment, Duan Lingtian arrived next to them. He nodded and smiled at them as a greeting. When they saw Duan Lingtian smile, they felt as though they were bathed in a spring breeze. They could not help but think to themselves, to think senior brother Lingtian isn't arrogant at all, unlike those who look down on everyone just because they're slightly better than others. What's this about a confrontation between the palace master's direct disciples and the disciples from Zhao clan? Duan Lingtian asked. Due to his casual manner, they took an instant liking to him. A few of them quickly filled him in on what had happened. As it turned out, a few mystical sky mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan were bullying a few of Yu Luqi's direct disciples with the pretense of cleaning up the mess. At this moment, they were already confronting each other. It would not take long for a fight to erupt. In the mystical sky mansion, there were no rules regarding friendly battles as long as there were not intentional killing or crippling involved. Senior brother Lingtian, you're close with Miss Feixian and has a good relationship with her. Earlier, I saw her with Palace Master Zhu's other direct disciples. I'm afraid she'll be placed in a disadvantageous position soon, one of the Heaven Palace's disciples reminded Duan Lingtian. That Heaven Palace's disciple was the one who found out about the confrontation and asked the others to join in and watch the show. Just as I've expected, she's there. Duan Lingtian nodded before heading to the summit of the Heaven Palace with a few others. Since the people from Zhao clan and Zhu Luqi's direct disciples were in a confrontation, it would not be long before a fight erupted. When Duan Lingtian arrived, he discovered a large group of people had gathered at the summit of the Heaven Palace. Not only that, but the number of these people kept increasing. In the end, even disciples from the Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, and Yellow Palace came to watch the show as well. In the center, two groups of people stood opposite each other on the vast platform. One side had 5 people while the other side had 4 people. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the group of 4 people who were standing side by side and discovered Wang Feixian standing there as well. Currently, she was glaring angrily at the 5 people from the Zhao clan who were standing opposite her. Zhao Ji. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized Zhao Ji was among the 5 people from the Zhao clan. A sturdy middle-aged man standing by Wang Feixian's side said to Zhao Ji in a deep voice, Zhao Ji, I've already told you clearly that Master's actions have absolutely nothing to do with us. We weren't informed about it beforehand. Moreover, Lord Qian Pingxing, the Palace Master of Yellow Palace, has also said the mystical Sky Mansion doesn't blame us for our Master's crime. Honggang, it's easy for you to say that. However, what evidence do you have to prove that you have nothing to do with that incident? I really suspect the reason Zhu Luqi was able to successfully escape the 2 guardians is due to all of you being his spies. Zhao Ji said as he narrowed his eyes. The 4 people standing before him were Zhu Luqi's direct disciples. He would not have come here since he was working with Zhu Luqi even though it was out of pure self-interest. However, his grandfather, Zhao Jin, had instructed him to come here today and bring a few men to beat Zhu Luqi's disciples up since it was the custom for sons to bear their father's debts. Although Zhu Luqi was not their father, a master was also like a parent. He could be considered as their father as well. Zhao Ji knew very well the reason his grandfather had asked him to do this was so he could try and lure Zhu Luqi out so they could capture him. Although it was quite unlikely to happen, it was still worth a try. Bullshit. We didn't know anything about Master's plan before this. Zhao Ji, don't slander us. At this moment it was not only Hong Guang whose expression had turned grave, but even the other two and Wang Fei Xian's expressions had turned grave. Zhao Ji's accusation was just too ridiculous. To think that he said they were spies. Young Master Ji, why are we wasting our words with them? Since they're not willing to admit it, let me teach them a lesson on behalf of their treacherous master and see if they'll continue being stubborn. A middle-aged man with a curly beard standing behind Zhao Ji chuckled as he mockingly looked Hong Gang, Wang Fei Xian, and the other two. Upon seeing this, Hong Gang's expression turned grave immediately as he said angrily, Zhao Kuan, if it's not because of your good fortune that you've broken through to the early eminent saint stage before me, would you even dare to cause a commotion in front of me? I, Hong Gang, swear that if you dare to touch my junior brothers, junior sister, and I today, I will never let this matter go once I break through to the eminent saint stage. Although Zhao Kuan was quite strong before he made a breakthrough, he was no match for Hong Gang at all. It was only because Zhao Kuan had broken through earlier than him that he was placed in a disadvantageous position. I don't even know when you'll be able to break through to the eminent saint stage. I only know you'll have to obediently prostrate yourself before me, Hong Gang. Zhao Kuan smiled sinisterly. Young Master Ji. Although Zhao Kuan wanted to attack Hong Gang immediately, he still had to ask for permission from Zhao Ji since he was present as well. The moment he saw Zhao Ji nodding his head, Zhao Kuan's body flashed immediately. Accompanied by the sound of an explosion, he stomped on the ground as he charged toward Hong Gang as though he had transformed into a storm. The air trembled and there were sounds of explosions in his wake. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, a flurry of hurricane appeared from Zhao Kuan's body. It made the spectators' robes flutter loudly in the wind. Hong Gang is nothing compared to senior brother Zhao Kuan, who has broken through to the eminent saint stage. Hee. Even if Hong Gang and the other three join forces, they won't be a match for senior brother Zhao Kuan at all, let alone the fact that he's alone. With senior brother Zhao Kuan here, we don't even have to make a move. Similar to Zhao Ji, the three men next to him stood at the side to watch the show. Be careful, senior brother Hong. Watch out, senior brother. When Zhao Kuan was charging toward Hong Gang, Wang Fei Xian and the other two's expressions turned grim immediately. The three of them cried out to warn him as they made their moves and charged toward Zhao Kuan as well. Although their senior brother, Hong Gang, was powerful, he was not a match for Zhao Kuan, who had just broken through to the eminent saint stage. Joining forces? Well then, I'll allow all of you to join forces. Take this. Faced with Wang Fei Xian and the other two who were also charging at him along with Hong Gang, Zhao Kuan reduced his speed slightly before he made his move with a chuckle. After breaking through to the eminent saint stage, Zhao Kuan's true origin had also undergone an earth-shattering transformation. The early eminent saint stage's true origin was indeed different from the true origin of someone at the peak of the refined saint stage. Whoosh! Faced with Hong Gang, Wang Fei Xian, and the other two, Zhao Kuan raised his hand and struck down. His vast true origin surged out and transformed into a hill-sized palm that covered Hong Gang and the other three people. The four of them consolidated their territories from their true origins and spared no efforts in resisting with all their might. At this moment, it was also impossible for them to hold themselves back since their opponent was an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Although their opponent had just broken through to the eminent saint stage not too long ago, his level was already that of an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Despite the fact that the early eminent saint stage and the peak of the refined saint stage was only one level apart, the difference between the two was like a fish and a dragon. If the peak of the refined saint stage powerhouse was a fish, then the eminent saint stage powerhouse was a dragon. Boom! As Zhao Kuan's palm landed, Hong Gang and the other three people's territories that were formed in a timely manner with great difficulty was directly destroyed by Zhao Kuan's palm like a broken wall that collapsed at the first blow. Other than territories, their techniques and their true origins were also suppressed by Zhao Kuan's slap as well. At this moment, Zhao Kuan was battling with four refined saint stage martial cultivators and he was completely dominating the fight. Boom! 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 The four of their bodies were blown by the wind from Zhao Kuan's palm and were sent flying before they landed on the ground in a wretched manner. Their original ruddy cheeks had also turned as pale as a sheet of paper at this moment. Although they had joined forces and fought with all their might, they still lost in just one blow from Zhao Kuan, who had just broken through to the early eminent saint stage. How powerful! That's the strength of an eminent saint stage powerhouse? One's at the peak of the refined saint stage, two are at the mastery refined saint stage, and the other one's at the intermediate refined saint stage. Yet, the four of them still can't defeat Zhao Kun even after they joined forces. A few days ago, Zhao Kun was still being defeated by Hong Gang. However, after just a few days, it only took him one blow to defeat four of them who had joined forces. The difference before and after is just too shocking. Zhao Kun breaking through to the eminent saint stage is like a fish leaping over the dragon's gate, transforming into a dragon that soars up into the sky. How heaven-defying! Upon seeing the scene before them, the spectators momentarily fell silent before they regained their senses one by one. Their eyes were all focused on Zhao Kun as they sighed emotionally. How weak! Zhao Kun looked down on Hong Gang and the other three with a domineering and disdainful expression on his face. At the same time, he took a step forward and walked toward the four people who were heavily injured when they were sent flying earlier. It was as though he was about to make his move again. Whoosh! At this moment, a gust of wind seemed to have blown past as a figure appeared in a timely manner, blocking Zhao Kun's path. That's enough. The figure glanced at Zhao Kun indifferently. Although he spoke calmly, his tone brooked no argument. Ling Tian. The person who had obstructed Zhao Kun's path was none other than Duan Ling Tian. The crowd instantly recognized him as soon as he appeared. Currently, he was widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in the mystical Sky Mansion. He was no longer the nobody who had just entered the mystical Sky Mansion. Ling Tian. Zhao Ji, who was standing in the distance, narrowed his eyes when he saw Duan Ling Tian. A killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. When he saw Duan Ling Tian, he immediately recalled how Duan Ling Tian had slapped him twice publicly and how Duan Ling Tian had him eliminated from the Saint Martial secret zone, causing him to miss his chances with the divine ability relics inside the Saint Martial secret zone. If he was asked who was the person he hated the most in his whole life, there was no doubt the answer would be Ling Tian. Not only that, but part of the reason he was so eager to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique to quickly raise his strength was so he could seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian. It's Ling Tian. Is gonna stand up for Hong Gang and the others? I don't think I heard of him being friends with Hong Gang. What's he trying to do? Hee. Don't forget that Ling Tian has enmity with the Zhao clan. Before he entered the Saint Martial secret zone, he had publicly slapped Zhao Ji twice, greatly humiliating him. After they entered the Saint Martial secret zone, he even eliminated Zhao Ji, who had only been in the Saint Martial secret zone for 3 days. After that, he even eliminated 3 other disciples from the Zhao clan. It doesn't make a difference to him whether he makes a move today, since the Zhao clan won't change their view about him no matter what. I know this, but even if the Zhao clan won't change their opinion about him, it doesn't seem wise for him to appear now, right? Zhao Kun's not Zhao Ji. Zhao Kun's an eminent saint stage martial cultivator after all. Don't forget, although Ling Tian and Hong Gang are not friends, he's quite close to Wang Fei Xian. I always see both of them hanging out together. Their relationship must not be as simple as it seems. You're right. I almost forgot about Wang Fei Xian. Ling Tian must be doing this for the sake of a woman. The crowd's eyes shifted back and forth between Duan Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian. Wang Fei Xian was originally upset after being injured by Zhao Kun, but when she saw Duan Ling Tian appearing in a timely manner to stop Zhao Kun, she immediately felt joy rising in her heart. Her autumn eyes turned gentle immediately when she heard the discussion in the surroundings and when she saw Duan Ling Tian's graceful figure. Ling Tian? You're Ling Tian. When Zhao Kun saw someone blocking his path, he was furious. However, when he heard the discussion around him and learned that the young man standing before him was Ling Tian, his heartbeat quickened immediately as he became excited. How could he not feel excited? As a mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan, he had long heard the news that Lord Guardian had released. Whoever could kill Ling Tian would be his adopted son or daughter. Due to this, the entire Zhao clan was in a frenzy. Many people were monitoring Ling Tian all the time, waiting for him to leave or trying to lure him out so that they could kill him. However, Ling Tian had just appeared in front of him and standing so close to him. How could he not be overwhelmed with excitement? Duan Ling Tian was baffled when he saw Zhao Kun looking at him as though he was a rare treasure. With a slight frown on his face, he asked, "Do I know you?" It doesn't matter if you know me or not as long as you're Ling Tian. Zhao Kun took a deep breath to calm himself down a little. He tried his best to look as calm as possible as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked in a deep voice, "What? Are you trying to stand up for them? Appearing at such a moment?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhao Kun, but he did not reply. "I can tell even if you don't want to talk." Zhao Kun did not seem to be bothered by Duan Ling Tian ignoring him. Instead, he continued speaking on his own. "You can stand up for them. I'll give you a chance, how about that? You can seek revenge and vent their anger for them. I'd like to hear more about it then," Duan Ling Tian finally said. His tone was calm. "Think about it. If we fight here, you can only hurt me at most if you're stronger than I am. You won't be able to kill me or cripple me at all. How about this? I'll give you an opportunity. Let's go to the Hall of Death, and let the Elder of Hall of Death stand witness as we swear a death pact. We can fight with all our might this way. What do you think?" Zhao Kun explained patiently. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone was calm, but it seemed to be baiting Duan Ling Tian. "At that time, you won't violate the mansion's rules or be subjected to punishment by the enforcement hall even if you kill me." The Hall of Death. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he knew the place Zhao Kun was talking about. In the mystical sky mansion, whether it was the main mansion, the Heaven Palace, the Earth Palace, the Mystical Palace, or the Yellow Palace, each of them had a Hall of Death. The Hall of Death provided a place for mystical sky mansion's disciples to settle their enmities and disputes. When two mystical sky mansion's disciples went to the Hall of Death and swear a death pact, they could battle to death without being subjected to the mystical sky mansion's rules. Usually, only people with great enmity between them would swear a death pact in the Hall of Death. At this moment, Zhao Kun had taken the initiative to suggest to Duan Ling Tian to swear a death pact in the Hall of Death. The Hall of Death. Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who was surprised. Even the people present on the scene were taken aback. The originally noisy crowd fell silent immediately. Zhao Kun actually issued a death duel invitation to Ling Tian. Did he want to kill Ling Tian? This was the thought on everyone's mind at this moment. Zhao Kun's trying to use this as a chance to kill Ling Tian. What a great move. To think he's following the rules to kill Ling Tian and seek revenge for the Zhao clan. However, it's up to Ling Tian if he accepts the challenge or not. If I were Ling Tian, there's no way I'll agree to such a ridiculous suggestion. Since Zhao Kun suggested this, it means that he's completely confident he's going to win. Among the people present on the scene, apart from Duan Ling Tian and Wang Feixian, everyone, including Zhao Kun, did not think Duan Ling Tian would agree to it. "What? Are you afraid?" Zhao Kun smiled mockingly as a hint of disdain filled his eyes when he saw Duan Ling Tian keeping quiet. "Zhao Kun." At this moment, Zhao Ji transmitted his voice to Zhao Kun and said coldly, "Stop your foolish act right now. I want to personally kill Duan Ling Tian." Although Zhao Ji did not think Ling Tian would agree to Zhao Kun's suggestion, he still could not help but stop Zhao Kun. If it was before, he would not have minded if Zhao Kun had killed Ling Tian. However, he would soon be able to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique, and it would only take him 1 to 2 years to surpass Ling Tian. For this reason, he did not want anyone else to kill Ling Tian. He wanted to vent his anger and personally kill Ling Tian. He had even decided to ask his grandfather to take back the order of killing Duan Ling Tian. Ha! Zhao Kun did not expect Zhao Ji would transmit his voice to him and warn him not to provoke and touch Duan Ling Tian any further. You want to personally kill him for revenge? Do you have the strength to do that? Naturally, Zhao Kun only dared to think these thoughts. Although he did not dare to question Zhao Ji, it did not mean he was going to heed Zhao Ji's words. What a joke! The opportunity to kill Ling Tian was just right before his eyes. He would be crazy if he let go of this opportunity. Once he killed Ling Tian in the Hall of Death, he would then become the adopted son of Zhao Jin, the leader of their Zhao clan. At that time, his position in the Zhao clan would be on par with Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng. Even if he could not be the moment Zhao Kun thought of this, he immediately became excited. How could he possibly care about what Zhao Ji said anymore? It's fine if you're afraid. I can understand that. Zhao Kun smiled nonchalantly when he saw Duan Ling Tian had remained quiet. It was as though it did not matter to him whether Duan Ling Tian accepted his death duel invitation or not. However, his smile was mocking and hints of disdain could be seen in his eyes. Zhao Kun continued to say as though he had not spoken to his heart's content yet. It seems like your parents are cowards as well for giving birth to such a cowardly son. TSK. In my opinion, you shouldn't have been named Ling Tian but Shu Tian instead. Zhao Kun's earlier words could be considered as quite polite, but his later words were undoubtedly meant to provoke and enrage Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing Zhao Kun's words, the other 3 Heaven Palace's disciples from the Zhao clan standing by Zhao Ji's side laughed loudly. Shu Tian? This name sounds pretty good. It does indeed sounds pretty good. In fact, I think it sounds more pleasing to the ears. When Zhao Kun thought of the benefits he would reap once he killed Duan Ling Tian, he had already thrown all caution to the wind. Zhao Kun, what are you doing? Zhao Ji said angrily as he looked at Zhao Kun coldly. It did not cross his mind that Zhao Kun would actually dare to defy and ignore him. No matter how he scolded him, Zhao Kun continued to ignore him. At this moment, all Zhao Kun could think about was how to kill Ling Tian and obtain the reward promised by the Lord Guardian of Zhao clan. Even if Zhao Deng was here at this moment, he would not even bother with him, let alone Zhao Ji. Nobody could stop him, Zhao Kun, from rising to the top. The moment Zhao Kun's words left his mouth, everybody present on the scene shifted their eyes to Duan Ling Tian in unison. They were all curious how Duan Ling Tian would react. Zhao Kun is just too ridiculous, right? It's acceptable if he wants to fight with Ling Tian in the Hall of Death. However, to think he would use such a despicable way to provoke Ling Tian. That's right. How despicable. He's trying to provoke Ling Tian, so he'll accept his death duel invitation. Ling Tian must know he's intentionally provoking him. I don't think he'll fall for it. However, the thoughts of the group of disciples from Mystical Sky Mansion were destined to be wrong. If Zhao Kun had only attacked him, Duan Ling Tian would not have minded much. Although he did not mind Zhao Kun's words about him, he would still accept his death duel invitation. However, Zhao Kun had actually insulted his parents. Whoever touched a dragon's reverse scale would die. Duan Ling Tian's parents were his reverse scale, particularly his mother, whom he felt was more important than. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian really had the urge to charge forward and slap Zhao Kun to death. However, he managed to restrain himself. If he killed Zhao Kun now, he would violate the Mystical Sky Mansion's rules. He knew with his current strength, he would not be able to do anything to the Mystical Sky Mansion's enforcement hall now. For this reason, he remained calm. Naturally, it only seemed as though he was calm. However, some of the spectators, including Zhao Kun, did not think Duan Ling Tian was calm at all. This was because they could see his eyes had turned terrifyingly cold and he was not as calm as he was earlier. Ling Tian seems furious. Nonsense. Zhao Kun just insulted his parents. Naturally, he's going to be furious. Will you be able to maintain your composure if someone insults your parents? Of course not. I'd definitely fight with him. For a moment, more and more people began to doubt if Duan Ling Tian would be able to maintain his composure and reject Zhao Kun's death duel invitation. Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Duan Ling Tian finally said under the watchful eyes of the others. His voice was so cold. It was as though it came from a thaw hole, sending chills up everyone's spines. He soared up into the sky and left the summit of the Heaven Palace as soon as he finished speaking. He accepted the challenge? Duan Ling Tian's words momentarily stunned the crowd. Ling Tian agreed to Zhao Kun's death duel invitation? I think so. Based on his words, it seems like he's on his way to the Heaven Palace's Hall of Death. No way. He agreed to it? Isn't he acting too rashly? Everyone has a bottom line. Perhaps Ling Tian's parents are his bottom line. Although he knows he's going to die, he'll still put up a fight for his parents' sake. I won't comment on the other matter. However, I really have to acknowledge his filial piety. He's seeking death. He's seeking death. The group of people on the summit of Heaven Palace began to make their way to the Hall of Death in a formidable formation as they continued their discussion. Some people were looking in the distance. It was obvious they intended to call for others to join in the fun. Let alone the Heaven Palace's Hall of Death. In these 2 years, even the Hall of Death in the Mystical Sky Mansion was empty of disciples stepping in to sign a death pact. For this reason, there was no doubt many people would be interested in the death duel between Duan Ling Tian and Zhao Kun. Even some of those famous Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples on the Mystical Sky ranking came to watch the show after they heard about the news. Due to this reason, the outside of Heaven Palace's Hall of Death was soon filled with people. The crowd automatically opened up a pathway as a person walked toward the Hall of Death. That person was none other than Duan Ling Tian, junior brother Ling Tian. Suddenly, a figure walked out from the crowd and blocked Duan Ling Tian's path. Don't act rashly. The person who had obstructed Duan Ling Tian's path was none other Hong Gang. Wang Fei Xian came with him as well. Since he was still injured from earlier, his face was extremely pale. He had blocked Duan Ling Tian with much difficulty on his part. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian had only gotten himself involved and accepted Zhao Kuan's death duel invitation due to him, his junior brother, and junior sister. For this reason, he did not want any harm to come to Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother Hong Gang. Wang Fei Xian had already rushed next to Hong Gang and spoke before Duan Ling Tian could even reply. At the same time, she asked Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, "Your speed's on par with an eminent Saint stage powerhouse when we were in the Saint Martial secret zone. You're confident going into this fight with Zhao Kuan? I believe you won't lose your reasoning just because of Zhao Kuan's provocation." From the beginning until the end, Wang Fei Xian felt that Duan Ling Tian would not have accepted Zhao Kuan's death duel invitation if he was not confident that he could win. However, she could not help but ask him to reassure herself. "He'll die today." Duan Ling Tian transmitted his voice to Wang Fei Xian as he narrowed his eyes that shone coldly when he heard Wang Fei Xian's words. Understood. Wang Fei Xian nodded and was about to tell Hong Gang to make way for Duan Ling Tian. However, before she could do that, a cold voice resonated in the air. "What? Don't tell me both of you are going to join forces and sign a death pact and have a death duel with me as well?" The owner of the voice was none other than Zhao Kuan, who had just arrived at the Hall of Death. His words were targeted at Wang Fei Xian and Hong Gang, who were blocking Duan Ling Tian's way. "Senior brother Hong Gang, don't worry. Ling Tian will definitely be able to kill him. Let's go." Wang Fei Xian transmitted her voice to Hong Gang. She brought Hong Gang, who had yet to understand the situation, away with her, making way for Duan Ling Tian under the watchful eyes of the others. "Both of you are very sensible." Zhao Kuan, naturally, thought Wang Fei Xian and Hong Gang were afraid of him when he saw them moving away. He smirked arrogantly. The crowd in the surrounding had the same thought as well. Hong Gang, who was in a daze, was pulled away by Wang Fei Xian, finally regained his senses. His eyes instantly brightened as he asked in his deep voice, "Little junior sister, did you say Ling Tian can kill him?" "Don't worry, senior brother. Ling Tian is not someone who would do something he has no confidence in. I understand him," Wang Fei Xian replied. However, when she reached the end of her sentence, her cheeks reddened when she realized her words sounded ambiguous. Although that was the case, Hong Gang was not in the state of mind to notice it at all. Wang Fei Xian's words struck him like a bolt of lightning. His mind went blank, and he only snapped back to reality after a long while. He was baffled and filled with disbelief when he regained his senses. Didn't Ling Tian just break through to the peak of the refined saint stage not long ago? Don't tell me he has already broken through to the eminent saint stage? Otherwise, why did junior sister say he won't ever do something he has no confidence in? Just like how Wang Fei Xian believed in Ling Tian, he believed his little junior sister as well. Although he did not know her for a long time, he knew she was not the kind to make baseless remarks. Soon after, Zhu Luqi's two other disciples arrived as well. Ling Tian is confident? When they learned from Wang Fei Xian that Duan Ling Tian was confident accepting the death duel, they were stunned as well. Similarly, although they were stunned, they believed in their junior sister's words. The Hall of Death was usually empty. However, it was filled with people today. This, naturally, surprised the Elder of Heaven Palaces, who was stationed at the Hall of Death. When he walked out of the Hall of Death, he instantly learned about what had happened. The Heaven Palace's Hall of Death's elder shifted his eyes to Duan Ling Tian and Zhao Kuan as he asked with narrowed eyes, "Both of you want to sign the death pact?" In front of Duan Ling Tian, Zhao Kuan acted arrogantly. However, he was as meek as a kitten in front of the Heaven Palace's Hall of Death's elder. "Yes, elder?" Duan Ling Tian only nodded in reply to the elder's question. "You're Ling Tian?" It was apparent this Heaven Palace's elder was much more interested in Duan Ling Tian than Zhao Kuan. He merely glanced at Zhao Kuan nonchalantly before he shifted all his attention toward Duan Ling Tian. Upon seeing this, Zhao Kuan's eyes gleamed coldly. He's just an old fellow with poor judgment. Can't he tell Ling Tian is going to die soon? Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had no choice but to acknowledge that his innate talent could not be compared to Ling Tian at all if he did not take his current strength into consideration. His cultivation base might be higher than Ling Tian now, but how old was he and how old was Ling Tian? It was impossible to compare them at all. When Duan Ling Tian noticed the Heaven Palace's elder attention on him, he did not think it was right to just nod, so he smiled faintly before saying, "Yes, I'm Ling Tian. I heard your cultivation base is only at the peak of the refined saint stage, and he has just broken through to the early eminent saint stage a few days ago. Are you sure you want to sign a death pact with him and have a death duel?" The Heaven Palace's elder asked. Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, Zhao Kuan quickly interjected, "Elder, as the person in charge of the Hall of Death, your job is to stand witness to our death pact, right? Don't you think other matters are not for you to be concerned about?" At this moment, Zhao Kuan had to say something even though it might offend the Heaven Palace's elder. Who knew if Ling Tian would change his mind if the elder continued to advise him? If Ling Tian changed his mind, who should Zhao Kuan complain to? He was prepared to kill Ling Tian and claimed the reward promised by the Lord Guardian of Zhao Clan. "Zhao Kuan, are you telling me what to do?" As the person in charge of the Hall of Death, this Heaven Palace's elder was, naturally, not someone who could be underestimated. When he looked at Zhao Kuan once again, his eyes gleamed piercingly. "I dare not." Zhao Kuan quickly lowered his head, but he still continued to say, "As the saying goes, good advice is unpleasant to hear. I hope that you won't let your personal feelings interfere with your duty, elder. Please don't meddle in this matter too much. It's not up to a youngster like you to tell an old man like me how to do my job." The Heaven Palace's elder did not expect Zhao Kuan would dare to act so unrestrained. His expression turned grave immediately. Many people thought Zhao Kuan would be taught a lesson when a voice resonated from the distance. "It's not up to him to teach you how to do your job, but I can teach you how to do your job, right?" The tone that sounded dignified attracted everyone's attention immediately. They were curious about the person who dared to speak to the elder in charge of the Hall of Death so rudely. Among everybody present on the scene, Zhao Ji was the first one to recognize the voice without having to turn to look. "Father!" He turned around with a pleasantly surprised expression on his face as he flew toward the middle-aged man who was making his way here. "It's Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng. I can't believe even Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng would personally come. It seems like the fight between Ling Tian and Zhao Kuan is going to be very interesting. If those who are not here learn that even Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng is here, they'll definitely regret not being here." The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples discussed among themselves again when they saw Zhao Deng. "Zhao Deng." Duan Ling Tian frowned when he saw Zhao Deng. He did not expect this fellow would come as well. What was he doing here? Was he here to watch a show and watch him getting killed by Zhao Kuan? Well, it was unfortunate that he would be disappointed. "Junior brother Ling Tian." At the same time, another loud voice resonated in the distance as a familiar figure appeared. "Senior brother Gu Li." A rare smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face when he saw the familiar figure. He did not think Gu Li would come as well. When Gu Li arrived outside the Hall of Death, he immediately looked at Zhao Deng and took the initiative to speak first. "Vice Mansion Master Zhao, you're here as well. It seems like you're looking forward to watching this fight as well." "I was just casually strolling around and decided to come and have a look," Zhao Deng replied nonchalantly. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, without the position of the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, he and Gu Li were both the sons of guardians. In terms of innate talent, he was not as good as Gu Li, but in terms of strength, he was much more powerful than Gu Li. However, this was because he was much older than Gu Li. By the time Gu Li reached his age, Gu Li's strength would definitely be stronger than his and would not be weaker. Moreover, Gu Li would only continue to grow stronger and stronger. It was precisely because of all these reasons he could not directly ignore Gu Li. Gu Li nodded at him before rising up into the air to Duan Ling Tian's side. However, the first person he greeted was not Duan Ling Tian but the Heaven Palace's elder, the elder in charge of the Heaven Palace's Hall of Death, who was standing opposite Duan Ling Tian. "Junior Uncle Chang, it has been years since I last saw you. You still look as young as you did. Look at you, boy. You're still a smooth talker just like before. I heard you're now the strongest person on the Mystical Sky ranking, right?" Not bad. The Heaven Palace's elder smiled at Gu Li in response. Junior brother Ling Tian, this is Cheng Yun, junior uncle Cheng. He could be considered as my father's junior brother. His master is my grandmaster's master as well. Gu Li finally introduced Duan Ling Tian to the elder. Duan Ling Tian was stunned for a moment when he learned about the Heaven Palace's elder's identity. He cupped his hands before his chest and took the initiative to apologize. Elder Cheng, I didn't know you're actually senior brother Gu's junior uncle. I'm sorry if I happened to offend you earlier. Cheng Yun had taken the initiative to warn him that he was not Zhao Kuan's match. Initially, he was baffled. He did not know this Heaven Palace's elder at all. Why would he be so kind as to warn him? He finally understood now that he learned that Cheng Yun was Gu Li's junior uncle. He believed Cheng Yun must have also known about him being good friends with Gu Li. Otherwise, he might not have warned him. Since Duan Ling Tian had thought of this, Zhao Kuan naturally came to the same conclusion as well. His expression turned grave immediately. He prayed inwardly that nothing would change, and Ling Tian would sign a death pact with him. He really hoped Ling Tian would not change his mind at the last moment. If Duan Ling Tian changed his mind and refused to sign a death pact with him, he did not dare to kill him in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate even if he really wanted to. Elder Cheng, since they're here to make a death pact, please take the death pact contract out so they can stamp their palms on it. I want to witness this battle as soon as possible since I think it's going to be a very interesting one, Zhao Deng said as he walked over with Zhao Ji. Based on his words, there was no doubt he was trying to rush Cheng Yun to take the death pact contract out so that Duan Ling Tian and Zhao Kuan could sign it as soon as possible. Just as Zhao Deng's words left his mouth and Cheng Yun was looking at Gu Li, a voice resonated in Zhao Deng's ears through voice transmission. Father. Zhao Deng could tell it was his son's voice transmission. Jij, what's the matter? Father, you must order Zhao Kuan to stop this now. Don't let him sign the death pact. Zhao Ji continued to transmit his voice. His tone sounded desperate and urgent. Why? Zhao Deng did not understand. I thought you wanted Ling Tian to die since a long time ago? Once he signs the death pact, he'll definitely be killed by Zhao Kuan, who has already broken through to the eminent saint stage. I know. That's the point. I don't want him to die. Father, I want to personally kill Ling Tian. I don't someone else to do it. Zhao Ji added again. Jir, are you okay? You agreed to this when your grandfather ordered for Ling Tian to be killed at that time. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Zhao Deng was a little confused. He did not know whether his son had gone crazy or not. Naturally, Zhao Ji was not crazy. The reason for his huge transformation was due to the devouring dark devil technique that was almost in his hands. Previously, he did not think he would be able to surpass Duan Ling Tian. However, with that technique, it would only take him 1 to 2 years to surpass Duan Ling Tian. Due to this reason, he did not wish to rely on someone else to kill Duan Ling Tian. However, how could he tell his father his thoughts? Father, my cultivation speed is a little slow lately and I think it must have something to do with Ling Tian. I'm worried my cultivation will be affected if I don't personally kill Ling Tian. Zhao Ji randomly came up with a lousy excuse. Jir, I know that you want to personally seek revenge from him. However, with your innate talent, the gap between you and him will only get wider and wider. In the end, let alone you, even your grandfather and I might not be able to suppress him. Zhao Deng replied, Stop being so willful. Just let Zhao Kuan kill him. In regards to the cultivation problem you're facing, it won't be a problem anymore once Ling Tian dies. You'll be happy then. At that time, your cultivation speed will naturally increase as well. Believe me, okay? I've also experienced this before, Zhao Deng said in one breath. Subsequently, no matter what excuses Zhao Ji came up with, Zhao Deng did not intend to stop Zhao Kuan. In the end, Zhao Ji even almost blurted out the secret about the devouring dark devil technique. Fortunately, he managed to stop himself in the end. While Zhao Deng and his son were conversing through voice transmission, Cheng Yun and Gu Li were also conversing through voice transmission. He had hoped that Gu Li would advise Duan Ling Tian to change his mind from signing the death pact since he did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to win. As well, Gu Li then spoke to Duan Ling Tian about this through voice transmission. After he received Duan Ling Tian's determined answer, He told Chang Yun, "Junior Uncle Chang, don't worry. Junior brother Ling Tian won't do something he has no confidence in. Just bring the death pact out." Although Chang Yun did not know why Guli had so much confidence in Duan Ling Tian, he knew it would be useless to say anything else since the people involved were much calmer than him. For this reason, when Zhao Deng looked at him again to rush him, he instantly took out the death pact. Boom! The death pact of Heaven Palace's Hall of Death was a huge stone tablet. It landed on the ground with a loud boom. With just one glance, one could see rows and rows of clear writings etched on the stone. It was clearly the content of the death pact. There were 2 spaces below the stone tablet. "Each of you place a palm on it. This will activate the death pact," Chang Yun said to both Duan Ling Tian and Zhao Kun. Bang! The moment Ching Yun's words left his mouth, Zhao Kun made his move as fast as a bolt of lightning and placed his palm on the death pact stone tablet and forged the death pact. After he withdrew his hand, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of provocation and mockery in his eyes. Naturally, he still felt anxious in his heart. Now that they had reached the critical juncture, all his efforts would have been in vain if Duan Ling Tian suddenly changed his mind. Will Ling Tian really sign a death pact with Zhao Kun? The group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples standing at the side, in the distance, studied Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, all of them were filled with anxiety as well. Bang! When Duan Ling Tian finally extended his hand and placed his palm on the death pact stone tablet, the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who were anxious finally calmed down. As soon as they calmed down, many of their eyes widened, and some of them even gasped. Ling Tian actually signed the death pact. Isn't he afraid of death? Although he's quite strong and can be considered as an elite powerhouse among the group of powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage, even a stronger martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage is not a match for an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. That's right. If Zhao Kun didn't break through to the eminent saint stage, he might not be a match for Ling Tian. However, Zhao Kun has just broken through to the eminent saint stage a few days ago. Even Hong Gang, who's previously much stronger than him, is not a match for him now. He could barely withstand a blow from Zhao Kun. I really wonder what Ling Tian is thinking. He knows it's a trap, and yet he's still jumping into it. Being rash is a sin. I think Ling Tian will die today. Outside the Hall of Death, people were discussing among themselves. None of them spoke highly about Duan Ling Tian. Junior brother Ling Tian, it seems like they don't think very highly of you. Guli transmitted his voice to Duan Ling Tian. It contained a hint of teasing. What do you think of their words? Don't you feel frustrated and feel like explaining yourself? There's no need for that. Duan Ling Tian shook his head before replying through voice transmission. The truth will shut them up. It seems like you're very confident, Guli replied as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. In fact, even Guli was not entirely certain if Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat Zhao Kun, who had already broken through to the eminent saint stage. However, since this was Duan Ling Tian's choice, coupled with the fact that he had faith in Duan Ling Tian, he did not intend to stop Duan Ling Tian at all from the beginning. Don't tell me junior brother Ling Tian has already broken through to the eminent saint stage as well? Guli thought to himself as his eyes that were trained on Duan Ling Tian narrowed. It has been a long time since the mystical Sky Mansion has been this busy. Zhao Deng chuckled. Although his voice was not loud, everyone still heard it clearly. Today, I hope both of you will be able to demonstrate your strength and show us a fierce battle. Since both of you have already signed the death pact, there's no need for both of you to hold back. Both of you can just fight with all your might. One had to admit Zhao Deng was qualified to become one of the Vice Mansion Masters of Mystical Sky Mansion with his eloquence. The moment his words left his mouth, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene became enthusiastic immediately. It was as though they were the ones that had signed a death pact, not Duan Ling Tian and Zhao Kun. Humph! Zhao Ji snorted when he saw how his father did not believe in him as well. He turned around and walked away after that. Naturally, he only left Zhao Deng's side. He did not leave the Hall of Death. If Duan Ling Tian had to die today, he still wanted to witness it with his own eyes at least. Chang Yun, the Heaven Palace's elder in charge of the Hall of Death, said to Duan Ling Tian and Zhao Kun, "The death pact is completed. Both of you can pick an arena to carry out the death duel. Ling Tian, I'll give you a chance. Pick a place with good feng shui as your burial place. Zhao Kun smiled sinisterly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Based on his words, it was obvious he thought he had Duan Ling Tian grasped in the palm of his hand. A few days ago, he had broken through to the eminent saint stage, so he was completely unafraid of Duan Ling Tian, who had only broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage less than a year ago. Even the most outstanding young genius in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land who had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage less than a year ago might not even be able to make a breakthrough so quickly to the eminent saint stage. Due to this reason, Zhao Kun did not think there was even the slightest chance that Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the eminent saint stage. It was not only Zhao Kun, but even Zhao Deng and almost every mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to break through to the eminent saint stage from the peak of the refined saint stage in just less than a year. This was because it was almost impossible to do so. Naturally, there were also some people who suspected Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the eminent saint stage as well. These people were Wang Feixian and Gu Li. Wang Feixian, in particular, since she had witnessed Duan Ling Tian displaying the speed comparable to an early eminent saint stage powerhouse when they were in the Saint Martial secret zone half a year ago. However, when she asked Duan Ling Tian if he had broken through to the eminent saint stage, he told her that he had not. It was only natural that she did not believe him. Give me a chance to pick a burial place with good feng shui? The moment Duan Ling Tian heard Zhao Kun's words, he was momentarily stunned before he chuckled loudly. A charming smile replaced the solemn expression on his face immediately as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. What are you laughing about? Zhao Kun's expression turned grave immediately. He felt as though Duan Ling Tian was looking down on him, and he flew into a rage out of embarrassment. At once. There's no need for you to trouble yourself to prepare my burial place. However, it doesn't seem like this place is suitable to be your burial ground. Otherwise, you might tarnish the sacred ground of the Hall of Death. Duan Ling Tian's tone was calm during the first half of his sentence. However, he spoke quickly when he reached the second half of his sentence. At this time when everyone, including Zhao Kun, thought Duan Ling Tian was being overconfident, Duan Ling Tian began to make his move. The Sun True Origin instantly surged out from his body. It was extremely dazzling. His entire being was like a rapidly moving sun in the eyes of the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples watching by the side. Before the crowd realized what was going on, the bright sun had already shrouded Zhao Kun. Among the people present on the scene, Zhao Deng was the strongest one. It was only natural he was the first to realize what was going on. He cried out to warn Zhao Kun, "Watch out." This was because he noticed Duan Ling Tian, whom the Zhao clan regarded as their mortal enemy, had also broken through to the eminent saint stage. Moreover, he was not an ordinary eminent saint stage powerhouse. Even someone at the intermediate eminent saint stage doesn't possess speed as fast as his. The moment Zhao Deng thought of this, an ominous feeling rose in his heart immediately. Zhao Kun was most likely not a match for Ling Tian. Whoosh! Zhao Deng was still bewildered when Duan Ling Tian appeared in front of Zhao Kun. Just like Zhao Deng had seen, the speed Duan Ling Tian demonstrated earlier was a lot faster than most intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouses. For this reason, Zhao Kun only managed to regain his senses when Duan Ling Tian appeared in front of him. How fast? This was Zhao Kun's first thought when he saw Duan Ling Tian had appeared in front of him. Duan Ling Tian's speed far surpassed his speed. At this moment, Zhao Kun did not have time to wonder why Duan Ling Tian's speed was so fast. He instinctively activated the true origin in his body, and it surged out through the several dozens of saint veins in his body. It was as though he would only feel a sense of security after his true origin enveloped his body. Unfortunately, the number of saint veins he possessed was just too few compared to the saint veins that Duan Ling Tian had in his body. If he had 99 saint veins like Duan Ling Tian, his true origin might have been able to surge out quickly. However, his true origin was still in the midst of surging out when Duan Ling Tian's right hand that contained the Sun True Origin landed on his shoulder like an eagle's claw. With the sound of a crack, it crushed his shoulder. Meanwhile, Zhao Kun felt a vast energy sweeping out from Duan Ling Tian's hand into his body, suppressing true origin that had yet to completely surged out. When the true origin in his body was being suppressed, the sharp intense pain Zhao Kun felt made him feel as though he had fallen from heaven into hell in just a blink of an eye. At this instant, he would have lived his entire life in vain if he still could not figure out that Duanling Tian was far stronger than him. "Please!" Zhao managed to say through the pain, and he was drenched in sweat. Before he could even finish begging, he was already sent flying out of the Heaven Palace's Hall of Death by Duanling Tian into the sky nearby. Just below the sky, there was a bottomless abyss. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duanling Tian withdrew the Sun true origin back into his body, allowing the crowd to see him and Zhao Kun. Please forgive me, a senior B-brother Ling Titian." Zhao Kun coughed. At this moment, Duanling Tian, whose hand was on Zhao Kun's shoulder earlier, was clamped around his neck. Zhao Kun continued to struggle, but he could not free himself from Duanling Tian's grasp at all. All he could do was beg with all his might. His face had turned so red it was as though blood was going to drip out from it. Not only did Zhao Kun fail to mobilize his true origin, but every time he tried to activate it, it was instantly suppressed by Duanling Tian's energy that surged into his body. Duanling Tian's energy charged into his body tyrannically like the pigeon that occupied the sparrow's nest. To be able to treat an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator this way, one had to be at the intermediate eminent saint stage at least. Only the true origin of an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse or higher would be able to suppress Zhao Kun's true origin. Intermediate eminent saint stage. Ling Tian's an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. Zhao Kun thought to himself in despair. He was feeling truly regretful now. If he was given another chance to do everything again, he would not have offended Duanling Tian. Even if he could become the adopted son of the Zhao clan's Lord Guardian if he managed to kill Ling Tian, he still would not dare to have any malicious thoughts toward Ling Tian. Ling Tian was not someone he could deal with. Silence. It was completely silent outside the Hall of Death. Apart from the sound of Zhao Kun begging for forgiveness, there was no sound at all in the surrounding. After some time, the crowd finally regained their senses. They stared at the scene before them in bewilderment with their mouths agape. Gasp! 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 How's this possible? The scene before Zhao Ji's eyes shocked him greatly. His emotion was in turmoil, and he could not calm down for a long time. Initially, he had thought Zhao Kun would definitely kill Ling Tian today since he had already broken through to the eminent saint stage a few days ago. It would be impossible for Ling Tian to have broken through to the eminent saint stage as well. However, the truth had just slapped him on his face. It was impossible for Ling Tian to break through to the eminent saint stage. Put everything else aside. Based on the strength Duanling Tian had just demonstrated, it was 100% obvious his strength was comparable to an eminent saint stage's powerhouse. It was not easy to make a breakthrough to the eminent saint stage since he had just made a breakthrough not too long ago. How could he not see that Zhao Kun was powerless before Duanling Tian and was even toyed with by him? Ling Tian must be eliminated. Zhao Deng's eyes turned cold. If it was not because he had to be careful with his actions in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate, he would have made his move and kill Ling Tian a long time ago. He would not rest until he died if he did not kill Duanling Tian based on the enmity between him and the Zhao clan. It was only natural he did not wish for Duanling Tian to grow stronger. If a young man with such high innate talent grew stronger, even his father would be stepped on by this young man in the future, let alone him. Junior brother Ling Tian. Gu Li stared at Duanling Tian, dumbfounded with his mouth agape. As a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage, naturally he could see Duanling Tian's speed was almost comparable to the speed of a mastery eminent saint stage martial cultivator. It was much faster compared to most intermediate eminent saint stage martial cultivators. When did he break through to the eminent saint stage? I didn't hear him mention anything about it before. Junior brother Ling Tian. You really hid this well from me. Somehow, there was a hint of bitterness hidden in Gu Li's eyes as he looked at Duanling Tian. As expected, he has broken through to the eminent saint stage. Humph! To think that he actually lied to me previously by saying he hasn't made a breakthrough. Wang Fei Xian heaved a sigh of relief as she snorted to herself. Hong Gang and Zhu Luqi's two other direct disciples who were by her side, on the other hand, were shocked. Ling Tian has already broken through T2 the Eminent Saint stage? No wonder he dares to accept Zhao Kuan's death duel invitation. As it turns out, he's not afraid of Zhao Kuan at all. I'm afraid his strength is not as simple as just breaking through to the Eminent Saint stage recently. Zhao Kuan is completely powerless before him. Hong Gang remarked with a gasp. Chang Yun, the Heaven Palace's elder in charge of the Hall of Death, was also staring at Duan Ling Tian at this moment in confusion. I can't believe this young fellow is not even 40 years old yet. With his current strength, I think he can be considered as the strongest person among the younger generation in the entire lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At the same time, the other mystical Sky Mansion's disciples had also returned to their senses. They were looking at Duan Ling Tian as though they had seen a ghost. Just a moment ago, they all felt that Duan Ling Tian would definitely die. However, the truth was laid bare before their eyes now. All of their faces reddened. They all thought their opinion earlier was too foolish. Due to this, the entire scene was silent again. When the people fell silent, Duan Ling Tian's voice could be heard clearly as he said to Zhao Kuan while he held on to his neck. Forgive. Did you think about asking for my forgiveness when you insulted me? Did you think about asking for my forgiveness when you insulted my parents? If I'm not stronger than you, would you have let me go in this death duel? Duan Ling Tian's tone gradually turned colder as he asked 3 questions in succession. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort could be heard. Zhao Deng had already risen up into the air. It was obvious he was preparing to leave this place. Lord Vice Mansion Master, save me. Upon seeing this, Zhao Kuan began to panic. He began to struggle as he begged for help from Zhao Kuan. Everyone shifted their eyes to Zhao Deng as he came to a halt. He turned around to look at Zhao Kuan indifferently. Zhao Kuan, you're the one who took the initiative to issue a death duel invitation. You're the one who signed the death pact. Even if my father is present, it wouldn't be convenient for him to save you, let alone me. If we save you, what's the point of having halls of death in the mystical Sky Mansion then? What's the point of signing a death pact? Zhao Deng's words were said in a righteous tone, causing many mystical Sky Mansion's disciples to nod their heads. They felt Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng had kept the cardinal principles in his mind and did not break the rules of halls of death, just because Zhao Kuan was from the Zhao clan. When Zhao Deng felt the eyes on him, he knew his goal had been achieved. If there's someone you want to blame yourself for being weak. These were Zhao Deng's last words to Zhao Kuan before he left. After he left, despair could be seen in Zhao Kuan's eyes. His head moved violently a few times before he gradually became dispirited. When Duan Ling Tian saw Zhao Kuan was similar to a spent arrow, he struck his hands out and sent Zhao Kuan flying. Nobody saw Duan Ling Tian moved as hundreds of sword rays appeared from his body and pierced Zhao Kuan's body, causing his body to look like a beehive. Duan Ling Tian had never shown any mercy to his enemy, let alone an enemy who had insulted his parents. Only when Duan Ling Tian, Gu Li, and Wang Fei Xian left by walking on air, shoulder to shoulder, that the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples outside the Hall of Death finally regained their senses. Too powerful. I can't believe there's actually such a monster in our mystical Sky Mansion. Was there any eminent saint stage powerhouse below the age of 40 in the history of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? I don't think so. Ling Tian's cultivation base must have already broken through to the intermediate eminent saint stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to completely overpower Zhao Kuan. That's right. Zhao Kuan was an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator no matter what. However, he was completely powerless before Ling Tian. I wouldn't believe it if he said he has only broken through to the eminent saint stage recently. How does Ling Tian cultivate? How did he raise his cultivation base to such a level in such a short time? Among the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples, some of them were well-known powerhouses on the mystical sky ranking at the eminent saint stage. They had some understanding of the abilities Duan Ling Tian had shown. One of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples at the intermediate eminent saint stage remarked, "Although I've just broken through to the intermediate eminent saint stage recently, I don't think my speed will be as fast as Ling Tian even if I use all might." Although Ling Tian might not have reached the Mastery Eminent Saint stage, he could be considered as an elite among intermediate Eminent Saint stage powerhouses. He was a famous powerhouse on the mystical sky ranking, so his words carried some weight. After a while, everyone came to a unanimous conclusion. Duan Ling Tian could be considered as an elite among intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouses. Intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse? Zhao Ji was still standing among the crowd. When he heard the discussion in his surroundings, his expression turned grim. I really can't believe his cultivation speed is actually this fast. If it's not for the devouring dark devil technique, I'm afraid I'll only be eating the dust in his wake my entire life. In fact, I think I won't even be able to get close enough to eat the dust left in his wake. Zhao Ji thought to himself before he turned to leave. However, he did not return to his own residence. Instead, he covertly left the mystical Sky Mansion's estate to look for Zhu Luqi and Su Jing. I must cultivate the devouring dark devil technique as fast as possible. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for me to chase up to him, let alone seek revenge. His heart burned with anxiety as he made his journey there. At this moment, he was desperate to obtain the devouring dark devil technique. In his opinion, he was certain he would be able to surpass Duan Ling Tian as long as he could cultivate the devouring dark devil technique in a timely manner. After Zhao Ji left, the news about Duan Ling Tian signing a death pact with Zhao Kuan and killing him also began to spread in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate. It shocked everyone, including Mansion Master Meng Qing. Ling Tian? Intermediate eminent saint stage? How's this possible? Naturally, many people felt skeptical. How is it possible for someone below the age of 40 at the intermediate eminent saint stage to appear in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? However, as time went by, as the news continued to spread, coupled with the testimonies from the people who were present on the scene, those who felt skeptical had no choice but to believe it. Junior brother Ling Tian, you really hit it well for me. Guli looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was criticizing him. When I told you to make a breakthrough to the eminent saint stage as soon as possible before I break through to the divine stage, so we can go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land together, why didn't you tell me you've already broken through to the eminent saint stage long ago? Senior brother Guli, my situation is a little special. Duan Ling Tian could see Gu Li was not really angry. However, he could not come up with a plausible excuse, so he had no choice but to reveal the truth in the end. Naturally, he only told him the partial truth. I had a fortuitous encounter that allowed me to undergo an earth-shattering transformation. When my cultivation base was at the early pristine saint stage, the force of the true origin in my body was already comparable to the true origins of ordinary intermediate refined saint stage powerhouses. In fact, my current cultivation base is only at the intermediate refined saint stage. I'm still far away from the eminent saint stage, Duan Ling Tian explained. Although what he said was true, he did elaborate on what kind of fortuitous encounter it was. Elder Hua and the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda were his biggest secrets. If news of him possessing it spread out, it would only attract calamity. Due to this reason, he had to be extremely careful. There's actually such a fortuitous encounter? Guli's eyes turned as wide as saucers. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. However, he did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words. The world was huge and filled with all kinds of wonders. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was not rare for someone to have a fortuitous encounter. There were extremely fortuitous and normal fortuitous encounters, so nobody could say anything for certain when it came to fortuitous encounters. Wang Feixian, who had been quietly following Duan Ling Tian, could not help but interject at this moment. Then, does this mean our cultivation base is the same? Well, if we're just talking about cultivation base, then yes, it's the same. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He regarded Gu Li and Wang Feixian as his friends, so he decided to tell them about this matter. As long as he did not mention Elder Hua and the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it was not a big issue to reveal part of the truth. After receiving confirmation from Duan Ling Tian, Wang Feixian was rendered speechless for a moment. She felt that God was extremely unfair. The young man in front of her, whose cultivation base was similar to her, did not possess an innate talent that was higher than her, and yet his strength was comparable to an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. How is this fair? At this moment, Wang Feixian was feeling extremely exasperated. Naturally, she only felt this way because she did not know about Duan Ling Tian's origin. If she had known Duan Ling Tian came from the mortal continent and had reached this stage step by step, she would not have felt this way. For someone who came from the mortal continent to the Dao Martial Saint land to possess such a cultivation base was not someone she could compare to in regards to innate talent. Moreover, she knew very well that even a top-rated genius from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land, who grew up in the mortal continent since young, might not even achieve as much as Ling Tian had. Junior brother Ling Tian, what kind of fortuitous encounter did you have? If I could have one, won't my strength be comparable to a divine saint stage powerhouse? Gu Li looked at Duan Ling Tian with bright eyes. He was eager for his true origin to have an earth-shattering transformation as well. Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Wang Fei Xian's eyes lit up as well. She stared at Duan Ling Tian intently. It was obvious she was interested in Duan Ling Tian's fortuitous encounter as well. The fortuitous encounter I had was with a type of mysterious spirit fruits. After I ate the spirit fruits, my true origin underwent an earth-shattering transformation immediately. I didn't know how powerful the spirit fruits were when I ate it. Ever since then, I've not encountered those spirit fruits again, even though I've searched for it. Moreover, after I plucked all of those spirit fruits, the tree they grew on began to wilt and die. Duan Ling Tian lied brazenly. His words snuffed out Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian's hope immediately. What? There were more than one spirit fruit? They were all eaten by you. Gu Li's eyes went as wide as saucers. What a waste of God's gift. What a waste of God's gift. You? Wang Fei Xian stared at Duan Ling Tian for a long time before she finally said, What a waste! Although Duan Ling Tian's words were a blatant lie, the words he said were meant to let them know his fortuitous encounter could not be duplicated similar to his real fortuitous encounter. The three-legged golden crow could only enlighten one person once in their life and bestow the sun's flame attribute to that person's energy. Elder Hua had chosen to give it to him. Just keep this to yourselves. If other people find out, I'll be troubled to death by them, Duan Ling Tian said to remind Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian. Since it was a fortuitous encounter that could not be duplicated, other people would not be able to do anything even if they found out. However, there would still be people who would come to him and ask about the characteristics of the spirit fruits. For example, even Gu Li was looking at Duan Ling Tian with gleaming eyes as he asked, Junior brother Ling Tian, do you still remember the look and the characteristics of the spirit fruit? That spirit fruit appeared very ordinary. They looked identical to an ordinary apple. At that time, I thought they were merely apples, so I just casually ate them. I didn't expect they would transform my true origin in such an earth-shattering way, Duan Ling Tian answered casually, snuffing out Gu Li's hope again. Naturally, this included Wang Fei Xian as well. Duan Ling Tian did not know that after the news about his death duel with Zhao Kuan and how he killed Zhao Kuan had spread out, it had shaken the high-ranking officials in the mystical sky mansion. Zhao Kuan had broken through to the eminent saint stage just a few days ago. Even then, he was killed by Ling Tian. Moreover, it seemed like the cultivation base he had demonstrated when he killed Zhao Kuan was at the intermediate eminent saint stage at least. He was not even 40 years old, but his cultivation base was already at the intermediate eminent saint stage. Such a monstrous genius was more than worthy for Mystical Sky Mansion to spare no efforts in persuading him to remain in the Mystical Sky Mansion. For this reason, apart from the Zhao clan and guardian Gu Xiayun, the group of high-ranking officials in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate had gone to find Meng Qing at the same time. One of the vice mansion masters of the Mystical Sky Mansion said, Lord Mansion Master, with Ling Tian's innate talent, he'll definitely become someone like Duan Rufeng from the Azure Cloud Mansion and Dugu from the Mountain Shade Black Market. I think we need to persuade him to stay in our mansion. It'll be worth it even if we have to announce him as the next mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. I agree. I agree as well. The group Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene agreed unanimously. I understand what all of you are trying to say. However, Ling Tian has long made it clear that he'll leave the Mystical Sky Mansion in a few years' time. For this reason, I'm afraid all your wishes are only in vain. Meng Qing shook his head. Although he did not have many interactions with Ling Tian, he could see Ling Tian was not someone who would be tempted by the title of Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. One of the Mystical Sky Mansion's elders, who was much wiser, said, Lord Mansion Master, Ling Tian only feels this way because he doesn't have a sense of belonging to our Mystical Sky Mansion. If our Mystical Sky Mansion is willing to spend all our efforts on him and satisfy all his requests, coupled with making him the next mansion master. I believe he won't reject us. Exactly. No matter what, please give it a try at least, Lord Mansion Master. Lord Mansion Master, Ling Tian's appearance in the mystical sky mansion is too important. Please persuade him to stay, Lord Mansion Master. The group of mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials was subtly pressuring Meng Qing. However, Meng Qing was not unhappy since he knew these vice mansion masters and elders were only doing this for the sake of the mystical sky mansion. If Ling Tian is willing to remain in the mystical sky mansion, I don't see any problem with directly announcing that we'll make him the next mansion master. Since this is the case, all of you please follow me and look for Ling Tian. Let's tell him about our proposal to see if he's willing to remain here. Although Meng Qing felt it was unlikely Ling Tian would remain in the mystical sky mansion even with the favorable conditions, he also knew these vice mansion masters and elders would never give up if they did not personally witness Ling Tian rejecting him. Due to this reason, he decided to bring all of them to look for Ling Tian. The eyes of the mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene brightened immediately when they heard Meng Qing's words. You're wise, Lord Mansion Master. I believe with Lord Mansion Master and our sincerity, Ling Tian will be willing to stay in the mystical sky mansion. Hee. If Ling Tian is willing to stay in our mystical sky mansion will become the second Azure Cloud Mansion in several dozens of years at most. Previously, the Mountainshade Black Market was a powerful force that was second to none in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. They stood above all the other quasi-third-rate forces. When the Azure Cloud Mansion changed its mansion master, it rose to the top and became a force comparable to the Mountainshade Black Market. Ever since then, there were two tips on the top of the pyramid in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The group of mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials believed that if Ling Tian was willing to stay in the mystical sky mansion, he would definitely be able to lead the mystical sky mansion to become a force that was comparable to Mountainshade Black Market. At that time, the mystical sky mansion would become one of the three most powerful sects standing at the peak of the lower province with the Azure Cloud Mansion and Mountainshade Black Market. One must admit the ambition of the mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials was indeed very high. Naturally, this was also because they placed high hopes in Duan Ling Tian. When Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, brought the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials to look for Duan Ling Tian was just about to bid farewell to Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian. Upon seeing Meng Qing and the group of people who were making their way over, not only Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian was stunned, but even Duan Ling Tian was stunned as well. They quickly regained their senses and bowed respectfully to express their respect. Good day, Lord Mansion Master, Vice Mansion Masters, and Elders. Mansion Master. Unlike how courteous Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian were, Duan Ling Tian merely nodded at Meng Qing as a greeting. As for the others, he regarded them as his equals. Usually, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials would definitely be infuriated by such a rude Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple. However, today, Duan Ling Tian's rudeness was nothing in their eyes. Not only that, but they even justified Duan Ling Tian's behavior for him. As expected from someone who's widely acknowledged as the ultimate genius, what a dignified and unyielding character who refuses to bend to just anyone. If someone like that becomes the mansion master of our Mystical Sky Mansion in the future, there's no need for us to worry the Mystical Sky Mansion wouldn't rise in the future. A monstrous genius should have noteworthy conduct and independent character. If he's the type that goes with the flow of the tide, how's he any different from those ordinary disciples? Ling Tian is indeed extraordinary. So young and he's already so unyielding. This means he's extremely confident. Someone like this will definitely become extremely powerful in the future. It was fortunate nobody knew of the thoughts running through the minds of this group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. Otherwise, all the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples would be so furious that they might even throw up blood if they knew about it. Duan Ling Tian was clearly being rude, but how did he suddenly become a dignified and unyielding character who did not go with the flow of the tide? Initially, Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian were worried Duan Ling Tian would offend the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials standing behind Meng Qing. However, when they saw that none of the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials was angry, they sighed in relief and thought he was lucky. However, what happened next completely shocked and amazed them. Ling Tian, we've met previously when you entered and left the Saint Martial secret zone. Do you still remember me? One of the mystical Sky Mansion's vice mansion masters looked at Duan Ling Tian and smiled as he introduced himself. Then each of the vice mansion masters and elders took turns to introduce themselves to Duan Ling Tian. Their tones were extremely polite. It did not seem like they were speaking to an ordinary disciple at all. Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian exchanged a glance. Both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. As the saying went, one would find difficult to beat someone who's smiling. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian smiled in response when he was greeted by the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian looked at Meng Qing and asked, Mansion Master, I wonder if there's a reason you and every vice mansion masters and elders came and looked for me? Naturally, he already knew the answer to this. Wang Fei Xian still could not guess Meng Qing and the others' intention, but Gu Li could already guess their intention. For this reason, he had a solemn expression on his face. I can't believe junior brother Ling's popularity has already reached such an extremely high level. Ling Tian, we came here because we hope you'll remain in the mystical Sky Mansion and work for the mystical Sky Mansion. Faced with Duan Ling Tian's blunt question, Meng Qing did not beat around the bush as he said, as long as you're willing to stay, the mystical Sky Mansion will spare no efforts in nurturing you in the future. All of the cultivation resources will be given to you without any reservation. Not only that, but I can also announce you'll be the next mansion master of mystical Sky Mansion. Meng Qing's tone was filled with certainty when he spoke. The moment his words left his mouth, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian in unison. Their eyes were filled with anticipation and longing. As long as this young man was willing to make a pledge to the mystical Sky Mansion, the mansion would definitely rise to a higher level in the future and become a powerful force equal to both the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud. If they could witness such a scene while they were alive, they would die with no regrets. Upon hearing Meng Qing's words, Duan Ling Tian and Gu Li were not too surprised since they had already guessed this beforehand. Wang Fei Xian, on the contrary, was dumbstruck even though she had just regained her senses not too long ago. It did not cross her mind that a group of high-ranking officials led by Lord Mansion Master would come to look for Duan Ling Tian and persuade him to stay. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and agree to it. When Wang Fei Xian saw Duan Ling Tian did not respond after a long time, she began to feel anxious on his behalf. In her opinion, based on unfortunately, she was destined to be wrong in regard to this matter. Mansion Master, Vice Mansion Masters, and all elders, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and glanced at everyone, including Meng Qing. After a moment of silence, he continued to say, I appreciate your good intentions. However, I've already promised my master I'll head to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to look for him. It's impossible for me to remain in the mystical Sky Mansion. Impossible. Gu Li was not surprised when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, since he knew the mystical Sky Mansion was strong enough to be a fit for his junior brother. By right, his junior brother's stage should be at the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Meng Qing was not surprised as well since he had long anticipated this outcome. The reason he had come was to make the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials dismiss their ideas. Wang Fei Xian was dumbfounded. The mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials were dumbfounded as well. Wang Fei Xian did not expect Duan Ling Tian would reject this offer. Among the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, the majority of them was certain Duan Ling Tian would agree to it, while there was a minority who was not certain. Although they were uncertain if he would agree to it, they did not expect Duan Ling Tian would immediately reject them. Based on his words, it was apparent there was no room for discussion at all. How ungrateful! Humph! If it wasn't for the mystical Sky Mansion who took you in and allowed you to enter the Heaven Palace's spirit pool in the first place, would you even achieve so much today? How ungrateful! There were good and bad people among the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. Due to this, some of them understood Duan Ling Tian's decision while most of them could not understand his decision and began to rebuke him. Upon hearing these, Duan Ling Tian merely shook his head and smiled. If the mystical Sky Mansion did not take him in, he would not have his achievements today? If it was not for the fact that he entered the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, he would not have his achievements today? Ungrateful? There were so many mystical Sky Mansion's disciples, and there were also many who entered the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. Even then, did any of them possess strength at the intermediate eminent saint stage at his age? Duan Ling Tian would achieve great things even if he did not join the mystical sky mansion. He had always felt grateful toward the mystical sky mansion. Whether it was the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, the Saint Martial's secret zone, or even how Mansion Master Meng Qing and Guardian Gu Xiaiyun had helped him to search for all kinds of materials needed for the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Although he felt grateful, he did not plan to remain in the mystical sky mansion out of gratitude. There were still some matters he needed to attend to. It was inevitable that some things would be delayed. He would naturally repay the favor he owed the mystical sky mansion in the future, but he would not agree to Meng Qing in regards to this. Due to Duan Ling Tian's rejection, he and the group of mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials parted on a sour note. Meanwhile, the news of this matter had spread in the mystical sky mansion like a hurricane, sending the people into an uproar. Ling Tian is just too ungrateful. TSK. If he's willing to remain in the mystical sky mansion, not only would the mystical sky mansion spare no efforts in nurturing him, but Lord Mansion Master would even make him the next Mansion Master. However, he still rejected it. I really have no idea what's going through his mind. If I were him, I'll definitely agree to it immediately. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the mystical sky mansion. All of them felt Duan Ling Tian was being ungrateful. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, chose to ignore this matter. In the main mansion of Mystical Sky Mansion, there was a huge palace. It was the residence of Guardian Zhao Jin. Currently, Zhao Jin was with his son, Zhao Deng. Father, we can't allow Ling Tian to live. With his innate talent, he'll definitely bring calamity to our Zhao clan. Zhao Deng said as his eyes flashed coldly. If he had agreed to Lord Mansion Master's offer today, perhaps I might fear him a little. However, I can't believe he had foolishly rejected it. Zhao Jin smirked. Father, since he has already made up his mind to leave the mystical sky mansion, why don't we just kill him on the day he decides to leave, since he has no intention of leaving the mystical sky mansion's estate at the moment? Zhao Deng suggested as his body emitted killing intent. If he remains here until the day he leaves the mystical sky mansion, we won't have any other choice anyway, Zhao Jin replied. Even he did not dare to act recklessly in the mystical sky mansion's estate. This was because if he made his move in the mystical sky mansion's estate, it would be instantly discovered by Mansion Master Meng Qing and Guardian Gu Xiaiyun, since their divine consciousness could easily monitor the state of affairs in every corner of the mystical sky mansion's estate with the help of the formations enveloping the mystical sky mansion's estate. Due to this reason, no one dared to recklessly kill in the mystical sky mansion's estate unless they no longer wanted to live. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that Zhao Jin and his son, Zhao Deng, had made up their minds to kill him on the day he planned to leave the mystical sky mansion's estate if he did not leave the mansion for the time being. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had gone back to the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate and comprehend the Sovereign Heart Sword. He would leave the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and his residence when he reached a bottleneck to look for Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian to chat idly or discuss martial Dao and divine abilities. Apart from that, a steady flow of materials was also being sent to Elder Hua. With Elder Hua repairing the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, there was no doubt he worked fast. Time flew by quickly. In just a blink of an eye, a year had passed. Naturally, the 1 year that had passed was in the outside world. On the other hand, 5 years had passed in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. During these 5 years, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base also made a leap in progress. He was only half a step away from comprehending the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. During this 1 year, Duan Ling Tian was not the only one whose progress had made a leap. In the west of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, in a place far away, 2 people's cultivation bases were advancing at an extremely fast speed. Their speed was far greater than Duan Ling Tian's cultivation speed in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The cultivation method of these 2 men was not the orthodox method. They did not cultivate by absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy. Instead, their cultivation method required many young women. Naturally, the effect would be better if these young women were virgins. The young women whom they used in their cultivation were turned into dried corpses. The commotion caused by them was not small at all. However, it was only contained to a certain area and did not spread out. This was because anyone who had seen the dried corpses or searched for these young women were covertly killed by them. The two people cultivating in this area were none other than Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of the mystical sky mansion's Heaven Palace, and Zhao Ji, the grandson of the current guardian of Mystical Sky Mansion and the son of one of its vice mansion masters. Zhao Ji laughed heartily as he stood up from the dense bushes. He was completely naked and a dried corpse lay by his feet. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to tell the dried corpse belonged to a young woman. If one paid even closer attention and saw the puddle of blood between the dried corpse's legs, one would be able to tell the young woman was a virgin. Mastery Eminent Saint Stage. I've finally broken through to the Mastery Eminent Saint Stage. Zhao Ji stopped laughing as his attention turned to his cultivation base. A year had gone by, and his cultivation base had broken through to the Mastery Eminent Saint Stage in one go from his cultivation base that was only close to breaking through to the Mastery Refined Saint Stage. This was all thanks to the devouring dark devil technique. In this 1 year, countless young women were turned into dried corpses by him. He had successfully achieved all this with the help of the vital energies and blood of young women. The former him would not have even dared to dream that he would be able to progress so quickly. Although I've broken through to the Mastery Eminent Saint Stage, I still might not be able to win Ling Tian. After all, he was already at the Intermediate Eminent Saint Stage a year ago. Continue. I must continue to cultivate. The moment Zhao Ji thought of Duan Ling Tian, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. It woke him up from his daydream, sending shivers up his spine. Zhao Ji. Just as Zhao Ji was about to search for his next target, an old voice sounded before a figure materialized before him. Palace Master Zhu. Upon seeing the figure, Zhao Ji chuckled. I've already broken through to the Mastery Eminent Saint Stage. How's your progress? Have you broken through to the Intermediate Exemplary Saint Stage? Half a year ago, Zhu Luqi's cultivation base at the peak of the Divine Saint Stage had successfully broken through to the early Exemplary Saint Stage that he dreamed off with the help of the devouring dark devil technique. After that, he had continued to cultivate and progress as well. A little bit more. Zhu Luqi shook his head. I'll need another 3 months at least. Upon hearing Zhu Luqi's words, Zhao Ji replied in a slightly smug tone, You're much slower than me. In just a year, he had broken through to the Mastery Eminent Saint Stage from the Intermediate Refined Saint Stage, breaking through 5 stages continuously. Naturally, in truth, he had only broken through 5 consecutive stages due to the devouring dark devil technique. Otherwise, he would not have been able to break through to the Mastery Eminent Saint Stage in such a short period of time. However, he did indeed break through 5 consecutive stages, so his cultivation speed was much faster than Zhu Luqi, who had only broken through 1 stage. As far as I know, the vital energies and blood of young women that you absorbed are much more than what I absorbed. Zhao Ji sounded even smugger when he reached this part of his sentence. Although the amount of vital energies and blood of young women that I absorbed is slightly greater compared to you, what was your previous cultivation base and what was my previous cultivation base? Can those two even be compared? Zhu Luqi snorted coldly, thinking that Zhao Ji was utterly shameless. To think that he actually dared to compare the speed of their cultivation in the past 1 year. Zhao Ji was originally only an Intermediate Refined Saint Stage martial cultivator. Naturally, it was easier for him to raise his cultivation base using the devouring dark devil technique by absorbing young women's vital blood and energy. Zhu Luqi, on the other hand, was already at the peak of the Divine Saint Stage previously, so it would not be easy for him to break through even if he had help from the devouring dark devil technique. He was already satisfied with being able to break through to the early Exemplary Saint Stage in just a year. Moreover, he was no ordinary early Exemplary Saint Stage powerhouse. Palace Master Zhu, I really don't understand you. Originally, with your cultivation base, you'll definitely progress tremendously if you devour the vital energies and blood of virgin girls without restraint while cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. However, you refuse to touch those virgin girls no matter what. Not only that, but you even refuse to let me touch them in front of you. I'm really speechless. Zhao Ji remarked. I really don't understand what's the difference between those ordinary young women and those virgin girls. Humph. Zhu Luqi snorted again but did not reply to Zhao Ji. In Zhu Luqi's heart there was a secret that only he knew. A long time ago he had a very cute daughter who was left behind by his deceased wife. Due to his wife's death from a difficult labor, he cherished his daughter who was born in exchange for his wife's life and treated her like a little princess. However, fate was as fickle as the weather. The year his daughter turned 16 years old, he was at a critical juncture of making a breakthrough, so he did not accompany his daughter. It was at that time his daughter was raped by a good-for-nothing rich kid. When he came out of closed-door cultivation, all he saw was the corpse of his daughter that had been dead for quite a while and a note that she left behind. She had decided to commit suicide due to the violation of her chastity. Although he had annihilated the good-for-nothing rich kid's entire family, his daughter could not be returned to him. Due to the death of his only family member, he put all his heart and soul into cultivating and achieved what he had previously. Naturally, he knew it would be more efficient to absorb the vital energies and blood of virginal young women when one cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. However, every time he saw those innocent virgin girls, he could not help but be reminded of his daughter. Due to this reason, he did not have the heart to make a move on them. Not only that, but he would also stop Xiao Ji when he saw him targeting these young virgin girls. For example, at this moment, he was actually here to stop Xiao Ji, but he was a step too late. Whoosh! As Zhu Luqi raised his hand, the soil began to rise in the air before it covered the virgin girl's dried corpse, laying her to rest. I just can't understand you. Although this was not Xiao Ji's first time witnessing this, he was still rendered speechless. He really did not understand why Zhu Luqi was so protective of these virgin girls. Palace Master Zhu, I think it'll be better if we don't see each other anymore. Xiao Ji looked at Zhu Luqi before he seemingly transformed into a gust of wind and left as though he was hiding from the god of plague. Zhu Luqi was not angry. He flew out as well in another direction. If it was possible, he did not wish to meet with Xiao Ji as well. He knew if he saw Xiao Ji, he would not be able to help but meddle in Xiao Ji's matter when he targeted virgin girls. Although those virgin girls were not his daughter, they reminded him of his unbearable past. This was like a thorn in his heart. If Zhu Luqi was as unrestrained as Xiao Ji from the very beginning and targeted virgin girls, he would have been very close to breaking through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage if he had not broken through yet. Currently, he still needed to cultivate for 3 months before he was confident he would be able to make a breakthrough. One must admit that Zhu Luqi and Xiao Ji kept a very low profile. Not only that, but they had also chosen a secluded area in the west of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In this area, there was no fourth-rate or fifth-rate forces, let alone quasi-third-rate forces. Due to this reason, they were not discovered by anyone during this 1 year. However, there was no wall that could remain without cracks forever. Another half a year went by when the strange incidents in the west of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land began to gradually spread. The person who spread the news was a native living in the western region. 3 years ago, he had left to roam the world and had only just returned. However, the moment he returned, he discovered that his hometown, a little village that was like a paradise, was in ruins. Moreover, there were many corpses as well. Based on the corpses, it was clear they had died quite some time ago. Some corpses looked ordinary. However, the strange thing was many corpses of young women were dried corpses. What's going on? The strange scene before his eyes was completely out of his expectation. He was so shocked that he had temporarily forgotten the pain of losing his family. Subsequently, he began to investigate the surrounding areas. All the places he investigated, the little towns and villages that used to bustle with life, were all in ruins. Moreover, the corpses in these towns and villages were similar to the ones in his village. The other corpses were normal. Only the corpses of young women were turned into dried corpses. Something's wrong. In the end, he no longer dared to investigate and decided to flee this secluded area in the west. This was how the news gradually began to spread. Hey, did you hear about it? Everyone in the little towns and villages in the west has been annihilated. However, what's strange is that only the young women's corpses were turned into dried corpses. It's really strange. Dried corpses? What kind of dried corpses? Why don't you make a trip there and take a look if you want to know? As time went by, similar discussions could be heard in some cities in the vicinity of the secluded area in the west. There were many curious people in this world. Due to this, many of them ventured to the secluded area in groups. When they personally witnessed everything with their own eyes, they finally realized the rumor they heard was indeed true. My goodness! Who did this? All these young women are very pitiful. Not only were they killed, but they were even turned into dried corpses. Wait a minute. Look, there are no signs of injuries on these young women, unlike the ordinary corpses. Moreover, they're all naked. Hey, do you all think it's possible this is the work of a devil cultivator? If a devil cultivator really did this, then the cultivation method is really too inhumane. Among the curious people, there were many people who were experienced and knowledgeable. As they discussed among themselves, they began to form a conclusion as well. There was a devil cultivator who cultivated some inhumane devil Dao cultivation method roaming freely in the secluded area in the west. There was no lack of devil cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land, and they were widely acknowledged in the Dao Martial Saint Land as well. However, those devil cultivators who were acknowledged were those who cultivated ordinary devil Dao cultivation methods. Devil cultivators who cultivated inhumane devil Dao cultivation methods were all abhorred by everyone in the Dao Martial Saint Land. If only one person was spreading this news, there might be people who were skeptical. However, this news was confirmed by hundreds and thousands of people. The number only continued to grow as the news spread. There was no doubt this news was true. I remember 2 years ago, the quasi-third-rate force, Mystical Sky Mansion, released news that the devouring dark devil technique has reappeared in this world. Moreover, the person who obtained the devouring dark devil technique is Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of the Mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace. Rumor has it that the devouring dark devil technique is a top-tier inhumane devil Dao cultivation method. It's cultivated by absorbing the vital energies and blood of young women. All the young women captured by those who cultivate the devouring dark devil technique would turn into dried corpses in the end. Hey, is it possible that the strange incidents in the secluded area in the west has something to do with the devouring dark devil technique? Now that you mentioned it, I remember it as well. If it's really the devouring dark devil technique, then everything makes sense now. Then, does this mean that all of those people who were killed and those young women who were turned into dried corpses are the doings of Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of Mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace? Most likely. Very quickly, people began to connect the strange incidents in the secluded area in the west to the devouring dark devil technique. All the blame was instantly placed on Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of the Mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, since people in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land only knew that he had obtained the devouring dark devil technique. Nobody knew that Zhao Ji had also obtained the devouring dark devil technique as well. Palace Master Zhu. It seems like we've been exposed. Looks like we'll have to lay low for a while. Do you have any plan? The areas in the west were still in an uproar when Zhao Ji and Zhu Luqi met up at a vacant stone forest in the secluded area in the west of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was apparent they knew their deeds had been exposed. What plans do you think I have? Hide, of course. Unlike you, I can't return to the Mystical Sky Mansion openly after cultivating the devouring dark devil technique and killing so many young women, right? Zhu Luqi replied in a deep voice. Haha. In that case, I bid farewell to you, Palace Master Zhu. Not only that, but I'll leave Su Jing in your care. After all, we've yet to learn everything about the devouring dark devil technique. Zhao Ji made a point of reminding Zhu Luqi before he left. I can no longer stay here. After Zhao Ji left, Zhu Luqi also began to leave. Zhu Luqi was aware of his own capabilities. Although he has broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage, there were still a lot of people in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land who could defeat him. Put aside the quintessential saint stage watchers from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, leaders from quasi-third-rate forces like the Azure Cloud Mansion and Mountain Shade Black Market were strong powerhouses who could easily kill him. It was said that both of their cultivation bases were already at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Apart from both of them, there were also other leaders of quasi-third-rate forces, including Mansion Master Meng Qing of Mystical Sky Mansion. The weakest among them was at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage. Other than that, there were also elite figures such as the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Bui, who was a powerhouse at the Intermediate Exemplary Saint stage. People like him were merely a step away from breaking through to the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage. At this moment, he was not a match for them at all. Feng Bui. I've also broken through to the Intermediate Exemplary Saint stage. The day I break through to the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage will be the day you die. There was a vicious glint in Zhu Luqi's eyes. The reason he had decided to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique was to seek revenge from Feng Bu-yi. As time passed, Zhu Luqi gradually calmed down. It's not beneficial for me to act at this time. I'll have to lay low for a while. I'll focus on my martial tactics and divine ability. The divine ability Zhu Luqi mentioned was the divine ability contained in the devouring dark devil technique. The divine ability was not a useless low-grade divine ability. Even Su Jing was not certain of what it was because only powerhouses above the divine saint stage could comprehend and cultivate it. Soon after, Zhu Luqi also left the western area of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Meanwhile, news about the appearance of the devouring dark devil technique began to spread further and further. Eventually, most of the people in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had heard about it. The devouring dark devil technique? What's a devouring dark devil technique? As news of the devouring dark devil technique spread, the technique became even more famous. Not many people knew of its existence prior to this. After all, it had been a long time since the devouring dark devil technique was famous. Currently, those in the know were mostly people from stronger forces that still had people who lived through that era. The devouring dark devil technique is cultivated by devouring young women's vital energies and blood? It would be even better if it's a virgin? Moreover, the corpses of the young women would turn into dried corpses. As details of the devouring dark devil technique spread, the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land fell into chaos and panic. Young women, in particular, wished they could dig themselves a hole to hide in since they were the primary targets of devil cultivators who were cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. Since the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was in a state of panic, it was only natural that quasi-third-rate forces and fourth-rate forces caught wind of this. Does Zhu Luqi really intend on becoming like the devil cultivator who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique back then and become the public's enemy? Many high-ranking officials from fourth-rate forces began to curse. I'm lucky enough to have met Mansion Master Meng Qing of Mystical Sky Mansion once. He's an extremely righteous person. I don't understand how a scum like Zhu Luqi even appeared in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Many quasi-third-rate forces high-ranking officials said. Quasi-third-rate forces stood at the peak of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, after they had learned about this matter, there was no way they could ignore it since chaos and panic had already descended in the lower province. Even if Zhu Luqi is cultivated for 2 years, he won't be that strong yet even though he's cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. We must kill him before he grows too strong. If we can't kill him before then, a lot of lives will be lost in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. One of the leaders from a quasi-third-rate force said. He was determined to kill Zhu Luqi. At the same time, leaders from other quasi-third-rate forces began to order powerhouses from their sects to head to the secluded areas in the western side of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even fourth-rate forces joined in to help as well. Although many of the current powerhouses in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were not around during the chaotic time when the devil cultivator who had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique first appeared. They knew how terrifying a devil cultivator who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique was from records in their sects. Back then, the devil cultivator who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique had relied on his cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage and killed several powerhouses at the peak of the exemplary saint stage when he was surrounded by them. This included many mastery exemplary saint stage powerhouses as well. Even then, he managed to escape eventually. The Mystical Sky Mansion had sent 2 of its guardians. As for Mansion Master Meng Qing, he had to stay in the mansion to guard the Mystical Sky Mansion. Not long after the 2 guardians of Mystical Sky Mansion left, Meng Qing, who was pacing back and forth in the garden with a frown on his face, felt a gust of wind on his face. Subsequently, an ancient figure appeared before him. It was an old man with only one arm. If Duan Ling Tian was around, he would be able to identify him as the old man who guarded the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. He was also the master of Guardian Gu Xiayun and the Grand Master of Duan Ling Tian's senior brother, Gu Li. Senior uncle. When Meng Qing saw the old man, he did not dare to dally and immediately greeted him with a bow even though he was the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. The old man standing before him was his master's senior brother after all. He was the most senior member in the Mystical Sky Mansion. The seemingly pleasant old man's eyes gleamed coldly as he said, "Mansion Master, there's no need for you to be so courteous. I'm here to ask for a favor. Please allow me to leave the mystical sky mansion so I can look for Zhu Luqi and personally kill him. Senior uncle, the two guardians will deal with this matter. It's not necessary for you to personally make a move. Meng Qing smiled wryly. It was not that he doubted the old man's strength. It was just that he could not bear the thought of the old man still working for the sake of the mystical sky mansion even at such an old age. Mansion master, that brat Zhu Luqi, had cultivated by my side for quite some time. Although we're not master and disciple, I feel it's my responsibility to clean up this mess. The old man insisted. There's no reason for me to reject your request if you're so determined, senior uncle. However, do take your strength into consideration. It has been 2 years since Zhu Luqi cultivated the devouring dark devil technique without any restraint. He has probably broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage. Meng Qing said. He could not help but remind the old man. What? Is Mansion Master doubting this old man's strength and thinks that this old man's weaker than that brat, Zhu Luqi? As the old man spoke, a powerful aura surged out from his body and shrouded Meng Qing. Meng Qing's expression changed immediately. He had a delighted expression on his face. Senior uncle, you've made a breakthrough? So, Meng Qing only saw the back of the old man in response to his question. In the mystical sky mansion's heaven palace. So, a figure moved rapidly away from the direction of the main residence and arrived at the platform halfway up the mountain of Heaven Palace in just a blink of an eye. He stood in front of an independent courtyard. The figure was none other than Guli. What are all of you all doing, sneaking around junior brother Ling Tian's residence? Guli asked in a low voice as he raised his hand. The air stirred as an invisible energy harshly picked up the people hidden in the surroundings and threw them on the ground. Wah! Wah! The people who were thrown on the ground were disciples from the Zhao clan in the mystical sky mansion. All of them were suppressed by the powerful invisible energy to the point that they were throwing up blood. Divine Saint Stage? One of the mystical sky mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan whose cultivation base was higher suddenly changed his expression. When he looked at Guli once again, it seemed as though he had seen a ghost. Guli, why you've broken through to the Divine Saint Stage? Zhao Dong, as it turns out, you're worthy of being ranked number 5 on the mystical sky ranking. You can actually tell that I've made a breakthrough, Guli said as he glanced indifferently at the mystical sky mansion's disciple from Zhao clan. The mystical sky mansion's disciple from Zhao clan who had spoken earlier was ranked 5th on the mystical sky ranking. He had broken through to the peak of the eminent saint stage recently. For this reason, he could instantly tell Guli had broken through to the divine saint stage. Although he had just broken through to the peak of the eminent saint stage, it would not be easy for other powerhouses at the peak of the eminent saint stage to injure him. Only powerhouses at the divine saint stage or above were capable of injuring him so easily. That was why it did not take him long to figure out that Guli had broken through to the divine saint stage. The divine saint stage? The other mystical sky mansion's disciples from Zhao clan almost fainted when they heard Zhao Dong's words. A divine saint stage powerhouse was strong enough to crush them with just his pinky alone. Senior brother Guli, congratulations. At this moment, the door to a room opened up. Following that, a handsome young man dressed white walked out slowly. There was a refreshing smile on his face. Junior brother Ling Tian, you finally came out from closed-door cultivation? Guli said in surprise. I actually came at such a timely manner? I came out from closed-door cultivation half a month ago and was trying to comprehend martial tactics. That's why I instantly heard what's happening outside. The young man who walked out from the room was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Since he had a disguise on and had changed his identity, Duan Ling Tian no longer only wore purple clothes. Junior brother Ling Tian, what do you want to do with them? Guli asked for Duan Ling Tian's opinion as he narrowed his eyes while he looked at Zhao Dong and the others. Don't mess with us. Don't forget that mystical sky mansion prohibits killing in the estate. Zhao Dong was terrified when he saw Guli was looking at him. The other mystical sky mansion's disciples from Zhao clan were looking at Duan Ling Tian pitifully, as though they were begging for mercy. At this moment, they had completely forgotten that they had angered Guli because they were spying on Duan Ling Tian. Let them go, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he looked at the mystical sky mansion's disciples from Zhao clan. Scram! Guli said with narrowed eyes as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, and saw the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples sitting there in a daze. After the people from Zhao clan had fled, Gu Li walked into the yard with an annoyed expression on his face. I wanted to surprise my old man when I came out from closed-door cultivation today. Who knew he's not around? Is that why senior brother Gu Li came over immediately to share the news? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Gu Li nodded. I'm afraid it won't be long before news of your breakthrough to the divine stage spreads in the mystical Sky Mansion through those fellows. As far as I know, even the Mansion Master did not reach the divine stage when he was your age. Duan Lingtian praised. All right, stop complimenting me. It's okay if others do it, but it's awkward when it comes from you. Gu Li waved his hands hurriedly and said, who would dare to mention their innate talent in front of a freak like you? By the way, the atmosphere in the mansion doesn't seem quite right when I was making my way here. Do you know what happened? The devouring dark devil technique has appeared, Duan Lingtian said solemnly. He came out from closed-door cultivation half a month ago. Therefore he had heard about what had happened. Didn't the devouring dark devil technique already appear a while ago? Gu Li questioned, confused. Almost 2 years ago, the mystical Sky Mansion had acted against the rising Sky Mansion for the devouring dark devil technique. Naturally, they did not know that the Devil Dao cultivation method was the devouring dark devil technique in the beginning. When they discovered what it was later, Su Jing, the culprit and young master of the rising Sky Mansion, had already been taken away. Currently, the remote areas in the western side have become ghost towns. Almost everyone there has died. Young women, in particular, were turned into dried corpses, Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Now that this matter is known in the entire lower province, young women, including those from our mystical Sky Mansion, are all feeling afraid. It's certain that it's the devouring dark devil technique because there's a precedent in the past. The current situation is somewhat similar to what had happened back then, Duan Lingtian said. Originally, only Su Jing cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. However, after he was rescued, there is more than one person who is cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. You mean, Palace Master Zhu has already cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, and the incidents in the remote areas in the western side of the lower province are his doings? Gu Li gasped. He did not expect such a huge matter to happen while he was in closed-door cultivation. Su Jing might still be in a coma physically, but it won't be hard for him to communicate with others with his soul remnants that had yet to fully recover. That's why it's extremely simple for him to teach the devouring dark devil technique to Palace Master Zhu. Duan Lingtian speculated out loud. Palace Master Zhu might have an agreement with Su Jing when he brought him away. He rescued Su Jing in exchange for the devouring dark devil technique. I didn't think someone would be able to change so quickly. In the past, Palace Master Zhu had a mild temper. But now, Gu Li sighed. Sometimes being obsessed with revenge can be a person's downfall, Duan Lingtian said solemnly as his eyes gleamed. Zhu Luqi was the former Palace Master of Mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace. Although they were not familiar with each other, they still had a few interactions here and there. Duan Lingtian's first impression of him was that he was a kind elder. However, a seed of hatred had grown in the kind elder's heart due to the humiliation he suffered from the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Bui. He could no longer suppress his need for revenge when he learned about the devouring dark devil technique. The seed of hatred sprouted and grew instead. Zhu Luqi could only absorb as much vital energies and blood of young women to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique, in order to rapidly improve his cultivation base until he could seek revenge from the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Bui. However, Feng Bui, the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Market, did go overboard. If I was Palace Master Zhu and was humiliated like that, I wouldn't be able to take it either. At that time, Gu Li was also present on the scene when Zhu Luqi was humiliated by Feng Bui. Whenever he thought of this incident, he still defended Zhu Luqi. If senior brother Gu Li was Palace Master Zhu and you know very well that you can never seek revenge if you cultivate using orthodox methods, what would you do if you're faced with the temptation of the devouring dark devil technique? Duan Lingtian asked. Perhaps I might have made the same choice as Palace Master Zhu. Gu Li sighed. In my opinion, I'd rather die than suffer that kind of humiliation. Junior brother Lingtian, what about you? What would you do if you're not so talented and you're in Palace Master Zhu's shoes? If I was in Palace Master Zhu's shoes, I'll definitely want Feng Bui to suffer more than anything else. However, I probably won't cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. There's a saying, treat others how you want to be treated. Ultimately, all those young women are innocent, Duan Ling Tian lamented. If it was Duan Ling Tian in his past life, he would have definitely made the same choice as Gu Li. However, he had experienced warmth in this world. He was not willing to destroy innocent young women just for his own benefit. You'd rather not seek revenge than cultivate the devouring dark devil technique? Gu Li asked again. Of course not. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed viciously. Being humiliated in that manner and having my pride trampled on. How can I not seek revenge for that? However, even if my strength doesn't allow me to seek revenge in that manner, I'll look for other ways to seek revenge. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, for example, I can think of ways to make others do the work for me. Make others do the work for you? Gu Li was stunned. How? For example, I can kidnap one of the family members of the leader of Mountain Shade Black Market or the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. I can use their family as leverage and ask them to kill Feng Bui. Once Feng Bui dies, I'll let their family member go. Duan Ling Tian said, even if they kill me eventually, I'll still feel it's worth it. When Gu Li heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he felt amazed. At the same time, he sighed emotionally. It would have been great if Palace Master Zhu heard your words before he rescued Su Jing. Senior brother Gu Li, I'm just casually saying this. It's obviously not that easy to kidnap the family members of the leader of Mountain Shade Black Market or the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, that's why even if Palace Master Zhu heard my words, he might not have heeded them. That might be the case in the past. However, from what I know, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is a sentimental person. I heard he brought back many family members from his hometown to the Azure Cloud Mansion a few years ago. Gu Li said he brought back quite a number of them to the Azure Cloud Mansion. It would be impossible for every one of them to protected by a powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. With Palace Master Zhu's strength at the peak of the Divine Saint stage, it wouldn't have been hard for him to kidnap one of them. A few years ago, he brought back many family members from his hometown to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard Gu Li's words. He asked, Senior brother Gu Li, I heard that the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is very young. His rise in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land happened less than 20 years ago. During that period of time, he managed to lead the Azure Cloud Mansion to stand at the peak of the lower province and is on equal footing with the Mountain Shade Black Market. Yes, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is legendary in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He's also someone I admire. Gu Li nodded. Although the leader of Mountain Shade Black Market's innate talent and strength are not inferior to his, he was nurtured by the Mountain Shade Black Market since young. On the contrary, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion only came from the mortal continent. As someone who came from the mortal continent and rose to such heights, it's enough to make him a legend in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Gu Li said in admiration. Mortal continent? Duan Ling Tian was shocked. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is from the mortal continent? At this moment, all the information about the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion began to appear in Duan Ling Tian's mind. In less than 20 years, he rose quickly in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. A few years ago, he brought his relatives here from his hometown in the mortal continent. Dugu in the north, Ru Feng in the south, holding up the heaven and earth of the lower province. Ru Feng in the south refers to the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Ru Feng. Back then, little Fair. She was brought away by father's men. To be able to bring little Fea away from the Greenwave Han Mansion, that's a fifth-rate force. Father's subordinate is certainly not weak. Could it be? A hard-to-believe thought suddenly appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Naturally, this was just his speculation. He could not confirm it yet. Junior brother Ling Tian, what's wrong with you? Gu Li was baffled when he saw the blank expression on Duan Ling Tian's face as he stared ahead in a daze. His body was even trembling a little. He did not know why his junior brother would suddenly react in this manner. Gu. Senior brother Gu Li. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and tried to suppress his raging emotions. He looked at Gu Li and asked solemnly, Do you know the name of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? When Gu Li saw Duan Ling Tian's solemn expression, he expected him to say something serious. He did not expect to be asked this question. Gu Li did not know if he should laugh or cry. What? Junior brother Ling Tian doesn't know the name of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Senior brother Gu Li, tell me. Duan Ling Tian took another deep breath, but his body was still trembling. At this moment, Gu Li finally realized something was amiss with Duan Ling Tian. Although he did not know the reason why, he became serious as well as he answered, the name of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is Duan Rufeng. Perhaps you've never heard of his name, but you should have heard of the saying, Dugu in the north, Rufeng in the south, holding up the heaven and earth of the lower province. Rufeng in the south refers to him. Rufeng in the south. Rufeng. Duan Rufeng. I should have known. Duan Ling Tian took another deep breath when he got his confirmation from Gu Li. He only managed to calm himself down slightly after a while. As it turned out, his cheapskate father was the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. That's incredible. Although Duan Ling Tian had already gotten his confirmation, he still found it hard to believe. Who knew his cheapskate father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? What was the Azure Cloud Mansion? It was one of the top 2 forces in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. As a quasi-third-rate force, it had risen above all the other quasi-third-rate forces and was on equal footing with the strongest quasi-third-rate for a long time in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Mountain Shade Black Market. The reason for Azure Cloud Mansion's meteoric rise until it was on equal footing with the Mountain Shade Black Market was all due to the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng. As it turned out, the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was his cheapskate father. Duan Ling Tian would not have been able to connect his cheapskate father to the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion if he had just heard his name alone, since there were many people with the same name in this world. It would not be a surprise at all if it turned out to be a coincidence. However, the current situation was different because the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion had too many similarities to his cheapskate father apart from having the same name. Moreover, they were both from the mortal continent. A few years ago, they even brought their families from the mortal continent to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Their rise in the lower province of Dao Martial Saint Land took less than 20 years as well. Even if the first and second facts were coincidences, what about the third and the fourth? Are they all coincidences? Hence, after learning more about the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion from Gu Li and the name of the mansion master, Duan Ling Tian was 100% certain his father was Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. As it turns out, father is the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Well, everything in the past finally makes sense now. After confirming his cheapskate father was truly the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ling Tian remembered a lot of things related to his father and managed to piece the puzzle together. Does this mean the message in the voice transmission jade slips inside the exquisite jade box that father left for me was for me to find his man so that I can be brought back to the Azure Cloud Mansion? Duan Ling Tian still remembered he missed the opportunity to reunite with his family due to the damaged voice transmission jade slips. For that reason, he came to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land without anyone to depend on. That's why Xuanai said father wasn't a simple person previously. In hindsight, he's so much more than just a simple person. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly when he recalled Han Xuanai's words. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. One of the top 2 powerhouses standing at the peak of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, apart from the guardians sent by the first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the 2 strongest people were undoubtedly leader Dugu of Mountain Shade Black Market and mansion master Duan Rufeng of Azure Cloud Mansion. If the voice transmission jade slips father left behind back weren't damaged, I would be in the Azure Cloud Mansion now and become the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Ling Tian could only sigh. Humans were really at the mercy of fate. It seemed like the cheapskate father he had been searching for since he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. If he had known this earlier, he would not have to go through so many hardships. Although the journey so far had been difficult, it's not without rewards. At least, I met senior brother Bai Li Hong and senior brother Gu Li. If I had gone directly to the Azure Cloud Mansion, I wouldn't have met them. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he felt the journey so far was worth it, although it was tiring. Moreover, if I've gone directly to the Azure Cloud Mansion, I wouldn't have come to the Mystical Sky Mansion. If I didn't come here, I wouldn't have been able to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone. If I didn't enter the mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Duanling Tian had obtained 2 high-grade divine abilities in the mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone. The otherworldly celestial was not bad, but the elementary devouring tactic was unique. It would be impossible for him to obtain it in the Azure Cloud Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone. All in all, the damage to the voice transmission jade slips were both beneficial and detrimental to Duanling Tian. What he felt was his biggest loss was the opportunity to reunite with his family sooner. What he gained were his 2 senior brothers and the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. However, if I've gone directly to the Azure Cloud Mansion from the beginning and become the young master of Azure Cloud Mansion, I could have brought Kur and Little Fair to the Azure Cloud Mansion as well. If that was the case, they wouldn't have to suffer in the hands of the 5-clawed golden dragon, Diju. Furthermore, even if Kua's twin sister had shown up, she wouldn't have been able to bring Kua away due to the protection of the powerhouses from the Azure Cloud Mansion. When Duanling Tian thought of this, he became somewhat depressed. When Guli saw the myriad of expressions flitting across Duanling Tian's face and how emotional he was, he could not help but ask, "Junior brother Ling Tian, you. What's wrong?" "I'm all right." Duanling Tian finally regained his senses when he heard Guli's voice. He knew very well in his heart that he could not change the past. There was no use in thinking about it. As the saying went, in life, you win some and you lose some. "Junior brother Ling Tian, you don't seem fine." After you heard the name of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, you became very emotional. "Can you tell me why?" "Senior brother Guli, although we don't know each other for a long time, friendship is about sincerity. I trust you, so it's not inconvenient for me to tell you about it," Duanling Tian said. "The reason I got excited when I heard the name of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is because his name is similar to my father's name." "Your father has the same name as the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion?" Guli was so surprised that he interrupted Duanling Tian. "Who knew there's such a coincidence? However, there's no reason for you to be so excited even if your father shares the same name as the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, right?" Guli was baffled. He thought that Duanling Tian had overreacted a little. "Same name?" After hearing Guli's words, Duanling Tian shook his head instinctively before he continued to say, "My father and I are both from the mortal continent." "What?" When Guli heard Duanling Tian's words, his eyes widened and he had a shocked expression on his face. "Junior brother Ling Tian, you're also from the mortal continent? Is everyone from the mortal continent so monstrously talented? First, there's the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, and then there's you. As for your father, since your innate talent is so high, I'm quite certain your father can't be weak either." Based on Guli's words, it was obvious he still had not made the connection that Duanling Tian's father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He had thought Duanling Tian only mentioned he and the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion were from the mortal continent to emphasize on their origins. "Senior brother Guli, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is my father," Duanling Tian said without beating around the bush when he saw that Guli had not caught on to what he was trying to tell him. Boom! Duanling Tian's blunt statement was like a bolt of lightning during a sunny day. Guli was dumbfounded. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng, was junior brother Ling Tian's father? It took a long time for Guli to recover from the shock. He looked at Duanling Tian and asked in disbelief, "How's it possible? If you're the son of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, then this means you're the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Why would the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion join the mystical Sky Mansion? Moreover, no, your name's Ling Tian. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion's surname is Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian. You. Don't tell me you're the one everyone was talking about? The one who possessed the Devil Seal Tablet? No. I've seen a portrait of the guy who has the Devil Seal Tablet. You look nothing like him. No, wait. You might know a disguising secret tactic. And Li Feng, who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion back then, might be you in disguise as well. Why, you're not Duan Ling Tian, are you?" The more Guli spoke, the more confused he became. "That's right, I'm Duan Ling Tian, the son of Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion." As Duan Ling Tian spoke, the muscles on his face began to shift before it changed into his original appearance. It was a different but still handsome face. "It's really you." Li could not help but stare when he saw Duan Lingtian's real appearance. The appearance of the person standing in front of him was identical to the portrait he had seen. The person on that portrait was Duan Lingtian. He was the lucky guy who possessed a Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. When news of you possessing the Devil Seal Tablet spread out, it seemed like you have completely vanished off the face of the earth. I thought you've been killed by someone. I didn't expect you'd disguise yourself as Li Feng, causing a commotion in the Rising Sky Mansion's district before disguising yourself as Ling Tian to join the mystical Sky Mansion, Li said with a bitter smile on his face. He did not expect his junior brother was the lucky guy who possessed the Devil Seal Tablet. However, aren't you afraid I'll expose your true identity to the others? You should know that once your identity is exposed, it would be impossible for you to walk out of the mystical Sky Mansion alive. Li's expression turned solemn in just a blink of an eye. Will you? Duan Lingtian asked in return with a smile. He did not seem worried at all. I won't. When he answered Duan Lingtian's question, Li had a smile on his face as well. Naturally, he was not the kind of person who would betray his friend. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian only had one Super Saint weapon, even if he had 100 or 1,000 Super Saint weapons, he still would not betray him. However, Junior brother Lingtian, are you really the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Li asked solemnly as the smile on his face faded while he looked at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with certainty. Junior brother Lingtian, since you're the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, why did you disguise yourself as Li Feng to join the Rising Sky ranking battle to save Sister Xuanai from that situation? With your status, as long as you say the word, the Rising Sky Mansion wouldn't dare to go against you. After learning that Duan Lingtian was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Li was baffled by a lot of things. Duan Lingtian had told him a lot of things previously. In his opinion, with Duan Lingtian's status, he merely needed to say the word, and the Rising Sky Mansion would not dare to go against it at all. The Rising Sky Mansion did not even dare to offend the young mansion masters from general quasi-third-rate forces, let alone a top quasi-third-rate force like the Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, since you're the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, why would you join the mystical Sky Mansion? You have better cultivation resources back at the Azure Cloud Mansion. Li felt puzzled. Senior brother Li, it's normal for you to have all these questions. I have to tell you that I didn't know the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is my father before today. It's only natural for me not to know that I'm the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Due to these circumstances, I naturally had to do everything on my own. Duan Lingtian sighed. How's that possible? Li was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. When he recalled Duan Lingtian's reaction to the name of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he did not think Duan Lingtian was lying. Junior brother Lingtian, your father has never mentioned that he's the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? A few years ago, he went to the mortal continent and brought quite many family members back to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Why didn't he bring you along? Li was puzzled. My father's intention of leaving me on the mortal continent was to train me. Nonetheless, he did leave clues behind that would lead me to the Dao Martial Saint Land and the Azure Cloud Mansion once I'm strong enough to stand at the peak of the mortal continent. Unfortunately, due to my own fault, I damaged the clues he left me. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he thought about the damaged voice transmission jade slips inside the exquisite jade box. What a twist of fate! Li finally understood everything after listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation. I see. Nevertheless, it's a fortunate twist of events. If junior brother Lingtian had gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion as soon as you arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land, we might not have the chance to meet. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, feeling pensive. Junior brother Lingtian, since you know for certain Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, is your father, are you planning to find him? Li asked. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded decisively. My biggest wish is to reunite with my family before I leave for the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Now that I have information about them, I'll naturally look for them. After finding out that his father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian wished more than anything that he could grow a pair of wings so he could fly to the Azure Cloud Mansion as fast as he could. Not only were his parents there, but his fiancée and child were also there. Counting the days. My child with little Fei should be a few years old now. Duan Lingtian's eyes inadvertently turned gentle when he thought about Li Fei and their child. When Gu Li saw Duan Ling Tian standing still with a smile on his face, he knew Duan Ling Tian was thinking about the home that he had been away from for a long time. Gu Li did not bother him since he felt it would be a crime to do so. Just as Duan Ling Tian had predicted, not long after the few mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan left, news regarding Gu Li's breakthrough to the Divine Saint stage spread in the mystical Sky Mansion and caused an uproar. The gloomy atmosphere due to the appearance of the devouring dark devil technique had also disappeared. Senior brother Gu Li is broken through to the Divine Saint stage? He's worthy of being the son of Lord Guardian. Like father, like son. I'm afraid even the Lord Mansion Master wasn't as young as senior brother Gu Li when he broke through to the Divine Saint stage. If senior brother Gu Li becomes the next Mansion Master of our mystical Sky Mansion will definitely have a chance in becoming as powerful as forces like the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountain Shade Black Market. It's a pity he had previously said he would be leaving to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land once he has broken through to the Divine Saint stage. First, it was Ling Tian. Now it's Gu Li. Both of them are powerhouses capable of leading the mystical Sky Mansion to greater heights. Unfortunately, both of them are interested in going to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. As news of Gu Li's breakthrough to the Divine Saint stage spread further, all the mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples were both amazed and disheartened at the same time because they knew once Gu Li had broken through to the Divine Saint stage, he would not stay for long in the mystical Sky Mansion. Gu Li has broken through again? In the mystical Sky Mansion's main mansion, Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng had also heard the news. At the same time, some of the comments saying that he was not as talented as Gu Li had also begun to circulate in the mystical Sky Mansion. Both he and Gu Li were the respective sons of the two guardians of mystical Sky Mansion. However, when he was at Gu Li's age, he was merely a mastery eminent saint stage martial cultivator. The worst thing one could do was to make a comparison. His innate talent was not too bad. However, compared to Gu Li, suddenly it seemed useless. The most important thing was both their fathers were guardians. He had truly embarrassed his father this time. Father. Zhao Deng was feeling frustrated by the comments circulating in the mystical Sky Mansion when a familiar voice sounded. His expression changed immediately when he heard this voice. His previously gloomy expression brightened like the sun. This was all because he recognized the owner of the voice. It was his son, Zhao Ji, who had gone missing for almost 2 years. He did not see his son at all since the death duel between Duan Ling Tian and Zhao Kuan in the Heaven Palace's Hall of Death. However, he was not worried since his son's soul pearl was intact. When Zhao Ji entered, Zhao Deng intentionally put on an angry expression and rebuked him. Humph. Where did you go for almost 2 years? I thought you've forgotten that you have a father. He seemed strict, but upon closer inspection one could see the surprise in the depth of his eyes at his son's return. Father. I felt upset when I saw how strong Duan Ling Tian was. Therefore I left the mystical Sky Mansion for a change of scenery. However, I did reap some benefits while I was out there, Zhao Ji said with a smile. Reap some benefits? Humph. Did you mix with the wrong crowd again? Zhao Deng sneered as he maintained his angry expression. Father. I didn't meet anyone during this trip. However, I discovered a place left behind by a powerhouse who seemed to have surpassed the quintessential saint stage. After hearing Zhao Ji's words, Zhao Deng could not maintain his angry expression any longer. He asked in surprise, Are you sure it's a place left behind by a powerhouse who seemed to have surpassed the quintessential saint stage? Yes. Zhao Ji nodded and recited the script he had prepared in his mind. According to the message left behind by the powerhouse, he was someone who had transcended the quintessential saint stage. Moreover, the Dao Martial Saint Land had not even been divided into two when he was alive. Zhao Deng's breath quickened when he heard Zhao Ji's words. The era before the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into the upper and lower province was the prehistoric era. Relics left behind by powerhouses from that era were known as prehistoric relics. In the history of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were a lot of legends about prehistoric relics. All those who had obtained prehistoric relics had eventually become top-rated powerhouses in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even after they had gone to the upper province, they still managed to thrive. At this moment, he learned his son had encountered a prehistoric relic. Usually, there will be an inheritance from a powerhouse in the prehistoric relic he or she left behind. Is there any inheritance in the prehistoric relic you found? Zhao Deng asked as his breath quickened. Yes. Zhao Ji nodded as soon as Zhao Deng finished speaking. The inheritance inside the prehistoric relic belongs to me now. Zhao Deng's eyes lit up. His son had obtained an inheritance in a prehistoric relic? At the same time, Zhao Ji sighed and continued saying, Unfortunately, the prehistoric relic shattered after I obtained the inheritance. Originally, I wanted to bring it back for you and grandfather to see if both of you can obtain the inheritance as well. However, it's impossible now. Silly boy, grandfather and I will only be happy for you knowing that you've obtained an inheritance. What kind of inheritance did you obtain? Zhao Deng asked again. It's a devil cultivator's inheritance. More accurately, a devil beast's inheritance, Zhao Ji replied. Devil beast? In the Dao Martial Saint land, apart from humans, Saint Beast could also cultivate the Devil Dao. Humans who cultivated the Devil Dao were known as Devil Cultivators, while Saint Beasts that cultivated the Devil Dao were known as Devil Beasts. A Devil Beast's inheritance? Zhao Deng's eyes lit up yet again. Devil Cultivators' inheritances are usually superior compared to all inheritances in prehistoric relics. What changes did you undergo since then? Just as Zhao Deng finished his sentence, a vast and chilly aura surged out of Zhao Ji's body. The room's temperature seemed to have dropped significantly as well. The Divine Saint stage? Zhao Deng, who had sensed the aura, was shocked. His expression was one of shock and amazement. Although he knew an inheritance from a prehistoric devil beast was not simple, he did not think it would be so miraculous. It made an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator skipped the eminent saint stage and break through to the divine saint stage in one go in just less than 2 years. Even in Zhao Deng's wildest dreams, he would never be able to imagine that his son was lying to him. What inheritance from a prehistoric devil beast? It was all fake. The truth was he had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Zhao Ji had already made preparations to come up with an excuse for the rise of his cultivation base while he made his way back to the mystical sky mansion from the remote areas in the western side of the lower province of Dao Martial Saint Land. He would say he had obtained an inheritance from a prehistoric devil beast. That would also provide a good cover for his conversion to a devil cultivator. No one would suspect he was only able to break through to the early divine saint stage from the refined saint stage within 2 years because of the devouring dark devil technique. My son, Zhao Ji, when did you obtain the inheritance? Zhao Deng's expression turned solemn suddenly. He had heard of inheritances from prehistoric relics from ancient times. Moreover, the mystical sky mansion's records also recorded changes after obtaining an inheritance. However, none of the known changes were as drastic as his son's change. His son, Zhao Ji, went from a refined saint stage cultivator to an early divine saint stage cultivator within 2 years. I found the prehistoric relic that contained the inheritance about a month after I left the mystical sky mansion. Do you think my cultivation base had risen too rapidly, father? Zhao Ji asked his father after he told him about his encounter. Yes. Zhao Deng nodded. Your current cultivation speed is comparable to the devil cultivators who cultivates the devouring dark devil technique. The devouring dark devil technique. Although Zhao Ji felt slightly uncomfortable when he heard Zhao Deng's words, he did not show it on his face. The person standing in front of him might be his father. But Zhao Ji did not dare to tell his father that he had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. He was certain once his father found out about it, he would force him to destroy his cultivations, since people who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique were despised and ostracized in both the upper and lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. As the sole heir to the Zhao clan, both his father and grandfather would not allow him to take such risk no matter what. Zhao Deng suddenly stared at Zhao Ji in an imposing manner and said, Zhao Ji, my son. Zhao Ji became anxious when he saw his father stare. Does father suspect my lies about the devil beast's inheritance? Does he know I cultivated the devouring dark devil technique? Zhao Ji still had a guilty conscience after all. However, he felt relieved as soon as he heard what Zhao Deng said next. It seemed like his father did not suspect him of cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. The technique that you inherited from the prehistoric devil beast raised your cultivation base so rapidly. Tell me honestly, my son. Are you taking shortcuts? Is the method in any way similar to the devouring dark devil technique? Zhao Deng asked earnestly before he said, If that's the case, I hope you'll destroy that devil cultivation method you inherited from the prehistoric devil beast. You're my only son and the only heir of Zhao clan. You're not allowed to take unnecessary risks. Zhao Ji felt relieved he did not reveal the truth to his father after listening to his words. However, Zhao Ji still paid lip service to his father. Relax, father. Although the technique I inherited from the prehistoric devil beast is slightly cruel, but it's only to wild beasts, not humans. The more wild beasts I slay and the more of their hearts I obtain, the faster the speed of my cultivation will be. All right, then. Zhao Deng sighed in relief after he heard Zhao Ji's words. Father, where's grandfather? Zhao Ji had planned to look for his grandfather, but he did not see him anywhere. Your grandfather and guardian Gu have left the mystical sky mansion to search for Zhu Luqi in the west, Zhao Deng said. Palace Master Zhu? Why are they suddenly looking for him again? Zhao Ji asked, feigning surprise. The devouring dark devil technique that Su Jing cultivated must have fallen into the hands of Zhu Luqi, and he must have begun to cultivate it. Many people have died in remote areas in the west. Many corpses of young women were turned into dried corpses after their vital energies and blood had been absorbed, Zhao Deng said. Currently, Zhu Luqi has become the public's enemy in the lower province. Together with the other quasi-third-rate forces, we have sent out powerhouses to look for him. Everyone's worried that he'll be like Devil Cultivator in the past, if he continues to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. Zhao Deng's expression was solemn as he continued to say, however, your grandfather and the others will have a hard time finding Zhu Luqi if he intends to hide. Palace Master Zhu has already begun to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique? Zhao Ji continued to feign surprise as he said, it seems like revenge is the only thing that's left in his mind now. It's uncertain if Feng Bu Yi, the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market, will be a match for Palace Master Zhu in the future. If Zhu Luqi hides well and doesn't reveal himself before he raises his cultivation base, killing Feng Bu Yi would be as easy as slaying a chicken in just a few years. Zhao Deng said with certainty, after all, he's cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. Zhao Deng could not hide his admiration for the devouring dark devil technique as he spoke. However, his fear was equal to his admiration for the technique. A few days later, a rumor spread to Zhao Deng and his son. Duan Lingtian plans to leave the mystical sky mansion alone? Father, is this rumor true? Zhao Ji asked excitedly as he looked at Zhao Deng. Yes. Zhao Deng nodded. Although it's not certain where his destination is, it's certain that he'll be leaving the mystical sky mansion. A disciple from Zhao clan heard this when he was talking to Wang Fei Xian. Good. Good. Zhao Ji laughed as his eyes sparkled. He was excited after finding out Duan Lingtian was going to leave the mystical sky mansion alone. He had given up in the past since he was no match for Lingtian. However, he was no longer the weakling he once was. With his divine saint stage cultivation base, he was as powerful as Gu Li, the strongest person on the mystical sky ranking. In his opinion, it would be easy for him to kill Lingtian with his current strength. However, recently, Gu Li has been frequently contacting a few vice mansion masters and some elders who are close with his father. It seems like he intends to monitor all the divine saint stage cultivators from the Zhao clan and prevent them from leaving the mystical sky mansion. Zhao Deng said in his low voice, I didn't expect Ling Tian could convince Gu Li to use his father's connections in such a short time. Gu Li plans on keeping an eye on all the divine saint stage cultivators from our clan to prevent them from attacking Ling Tian after he leaves the mystical sky mansion. Monitor all the divine saint stage cultivators from our clan? Zhao Ji closed his eyes, deep in thought after he heard his father's words. Subsequently, he asked, Father, does that include you? Yes. Zhao Deng nodded and said solemnly, Ling Tian's actions prove that he has grown stronger in the past 2 years. He's most likely a divine saint stage cultivator now. Unfortunately, your grandfather's not around since he has a great number divine saint stage cultivator that can't be monitored by Gu Xiaoyun's friends. After Gu Li had acted, the divine saint stage cultivators from our clan find it hard to even leave the mystical sky mansion, let alone killing Duan Lingtian, Zhao Deng said as his expression turned grimmer. Father, you're the only one I told about my breakthrough to the divine saint stage. Did you tell anyone about it? Zhao Ji asked with a glint in his eyes. No, Zhao Deng answered as he shook his head. After a while, his eyes brightened when he caught on to the meaning of Zhao Ji's words. He said with a sly smile, "My son, how could I have forgotten about you? You're now an early divine saint stage cultivator. It'll be easy for you to kill Ling Tian." "You finally remember me, father?" Zhao Ji said with a laugh. Guli would never see this coming even in his wildest dreams. "You're like a wild card that nobody expects. Apart from those that only take orders from your grandfather, Gu Li's monitoring all the divine saint stage cultivators from our clan apart from you." The smile on Zhao Deng's face became more and more radiant. "Perhaps, in Gu Li's eyes, I'm still a worthless refined saint stage martial cultivator," Zhao Ji said with a sneer. "Isn't this even better? Not only will you be able to trick him, but you'll also catch Duan Ling Tian by surprise. My son, Ling Tian is all yours this time. You've always wanted to personally kill him to avenge yourself, right?" Zhao Deng said. "Relax, father. I'll make sure Ling Tian dies this time," Zhao Ji said coldly as his eyes flashed. "I have faith in you. I'll wait for your good news." Zhao Deng nodded. A few days later, 3 figures stood at the periphery of the mystical Sky Mansion's estate. At one side was a handsome young man, while a robust young man and a pretty young woman stood on the other side. Duan Ling Tian was the former, while the latter was Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian. "Are you sure you want to leave alone?" Wang Fei Xian said worriedly. "Those people from Zhao clan are not to be trifled with. I'm afraid they'll start pursuing you the moment you step foot out of the mystical Sky Mansion's estate. Since they can't kill you in the estate, I'm sure they won't hesitate to kill you once you leave. Relax. Senior brother Gu Li has made arrangements for me," Duan Ling Tian said with a laugh. "Yes, junior brother Ling Tian. All divine saint stage cultivators who are under Zhao Deng's command won't be able to leave the mystical Sky Mansion for 3 days after your departure," Gu Li said confidently. Originally, he planned to leave together with Duan Ling Tian to the Azure Cloud Mansion before going to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, his plan was rejected by Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian felt that Gu Li should inform his dad, Gu Xiaoyun, before leaving the mystical Sky Mansion. Furthermore, Duan Ling Tian planned to stay in the Azure Cloud Mansion for some time before making his way to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At that time, when Gu Xiaoyun returned, Gu Li would inform his father about his intention of going to the upper province before meeting Duan Ling Tian in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Those from the Zhao clan who were at the Divine Saint stage or above shouldn't even think about leaving the mystical Sky Mansion's estate? Wang Fei Xian did not doubt Gu Li's words. After all, he was the son of Guardian Gu Xiaoyun. He could ask for help from many powerhouses to assist him in stopping the people from Zhao clan at the Divine Saint stage or above from leaving. What surprised her was Gu Li only planned to stop those at the Divine Saint stage or above from leaving. Gu Li's actions proved that Ling Tian was not afraid of powerhouses below the Divine Saint stage. "Why you? You've broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage," Wang Fei Xian asked in shock as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. She had asked because she already knew Duan Ling Tian's true origin was special. Duan Ling Tian's strength at the peak of the refined saint stage was comparable to powerhouses at the peak of the eminent saint stage. "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "How fast?" Wang Fei Xian felt really demotivated. Duan Ling Tian and her cultivation bases were at the intermediate refined saint stage 2 years ago. However, he had already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage while she had barely reached mastery refined saint stage. Her actual cultivation base was still at the intermediate refined saint stage. Comparisons were the worst. Fast? It seemed like Duan Ling Tian disagreed with Wang Fei Xian's words. Although it was only 2 years in the outside world, nearly 7 to 8 years had passed inside the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He spent 7 to 8 years and had merely progressed from the intermediate refined saint stage to the peak of the refined saint stage. Duan Ling Tian considered the progress slow. Naturally, it was not due to his lack of talent. He would have broken through to the early eminent saint stage if he had cultivated with his usual speed. The reason he did not break through was due to Elder Hu stopping him. According to Elder Hu, there was no need for him to rush to break through to the eminent saint stage. At the peak of the refined saint stage, he could absorb all the heaven and earth spirit energy he wanted and turned it into true origin and merge it with the golden crow wings hidden in his body to strengthen it. After he had strengthened them for some time, the golden crow wings would transform into the second form. In the future, when he made a breakthrough to the eminent saint stage, The second form of the golden crow wings would be much faster than the first form of the golden crow wings. The best time to transform the golden crow wings from the first form to the second form was at the early eminent saint stage, because the true origin at the early eminent saint stage would not overwhelm the golden crow wings. It was much more difficult and riskier to do that at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Therefore, the strengthening of the golden crow wing had to be done carefully. It required double the effort and would only yield half the result. Duanling Tian, naturally, did not doubt Elder Hua's words. Hence, when he reached the point of almost breaking through to the early eminent saint stage, he decisively stopped his cultivation. At this moment, his Sun true origin was comparable to the true origin of a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage. He was in no hurry to break through to the eminent saint stage, since it was better to strengthen the golden crow wings to build a good foundation for it before he transformed it into its second form. According to Elder Hua, if I break through to the early eminent saint stage and transform the golden crow wings to its second form, my speed when using the golden crow wings would be comparable to a mastery divine saint stage powerhouse. Duanling Tian was thrilled when he thought of this. One should know that if he broke through to the early eminent saint stage without external help, the Sun true origin in his body would only be on equal footing to a powerhouse at the early divine saint stage. However, if he used the second form of the golden crow wings, his speed would be comparable to a mastery divine saint stage powerhouse. This meant even if he encountered an intermediate divine saint stage powerhouse, the other party would not be able to catch up to him. The strengthening of the golden crow wings is already at its final stage. It won't take long before it transforms into its second form. At that time, I don't have to suppress my cultivation base, and I'll be able to break through to the eminent saint stage in one go. Duanling Tian thought to himself excitedly. The golden crow wings was a divine ability that Elder Hua had directly taught him. He did not have to put in much effort to comprehend and cultivate it because Elder Hua had given him the knowledge needed. All he needed to do was to transform the golden crow wings into its different forms. Naturally, it could not be said that he did not need to cultivate it at all, it was just a different way of cultivating divine ability. Duanling Tian was filled with expectations for the golden crow wings. Are you really confident going against all those below the saint stage? It was obvious Wang Fei Xian still felt uneasy about this matter. Of course, Duanling Tian said with a confident expression on his face. Currently, the Sun true origin in his body was no weaker than the true origin of a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage. In addition to his extremely strong body and all the other tools he could rely on, he was naturally unafraid of everyone below the divine saint stage. In fact, if he used the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, he might even be able to kill an ordinary divine saint stage powerhouse. Duanling Tian left under the watchful eyes of Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian. Both of them only looked away when his figure disappeared from their sight. Senior brother Gu Li, do you know where is he going to look for his family? Wang Fei Xian asked as she looked at Gu Li. All she knew was Duanling Tian planned to reunite with his family. Apart from that, she was completely clueless about everything else. Not only did she not know that Ling Tian's actual name was Duanling Tian, but she was also unaware that Duanling Tian's family was from the Azure Cloud Mansion, let alone the fact that his father was the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. I'm not sure either. Gu Li shook his head. He would not reveal his junior brother's background and real identity before he obtained his permission. After both of them went their separate ways, Gu Li returned to the main mansion and Wang Fei Xian returned to the Heaven Palace. Meanwhile, the mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from Zhao Clan were eager to make their moves. However, the elders from Zhao Clan at the Divine Saint stage or above quickly realized they could not leave the mystical Sky Mansion's estate at all since they were being monitored and were stopped when they tried to leave. One of the mystical Sky Mansion's elders from Zhao Clan glared at another mystical Sky Mansion's elder as he said fiercely, Kong Xiu, why are you blocking my way? Zhao Wei, I was entrusted by someone else to do this. You're not allowed to leave the mystical Sky Mansion's estate in the next 3 days. If you insist on leaving, you'll have to defeat me first. Kong Xiu said calmly in the face of Zhao Wei's anger. Although Kong Xiu could not be considered as a disciple from the Gu clan, he did receive guardian Gu Xiaoyun's favor and kindness. He had always felt grateful toward Gu Xiaoyun. Hence, when Gu Xiaoyun's son, Gu Li, requested this of him, he instantly agreed to it. You. Zhao Wei's expression turned grim immediately because he knew he was not a match for Kong Xiu. Meanwhile, similar situations were taking place all over the mystical Sky Mansion's estate. The powerhouses who monitored every elder at the Divine Saint stage or above from Zhao clan were stronger than those they were tasked to monitor. It was easy for them to suppress the other party. Vice Mansion Master Zhao. Even Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng was stopped when he tried to leave. The person who stopped him was the Palace Master of Yellow Palace, Qian Pingxing. Palace Master Qian, Guli even managed to convince you to help him with his cause? Zhao Deng's expression darkened when he saw the person who stopped him was Qian Pingxing. A hint of disbelief shone in his eyes. It did not cross his mind the person who would stop him from leaving would be the Palace Master of the Yellow Palace, Qian Pingsheng. One should know that the 4 Palace Masters in the mystical Sky Mansion were neutral. They did not side with the Gu clan nor the Zhao clan. I owe Guardian Gu a favor. Qian Pingxing's reply was simple. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, I don't want to fight you. 3 days. I won't stop you if you want to leave after 3 days. Humph. Zhao Deng sneered and instantly turned around to return to his residence. He knew clearly that it would be impossible for him to leave the mystical Sky Mansion with Qian Pingsheng around. Guli, I bet it didn't even cross your mind that my son's already at the early Divine Saint stage. As soon as he turned around, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He inwardly mocked Guli for being naive, thinking everything would go smoothly just because he was able to stop the known powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage or above from the Zhao clan. Who would have thought they still had a trick up their sleeves? Currently, Jia should have already left the mystical Sky Mansion's estate and caught up to Ling Tian. When Zhao Deng thought of this, his eyes brightened. Ling Tian, your good days are over. Just as Zhao Deng had predicted, it did not cross Gu Li's mind that Zhao Ji, who was merely at the intermediate refined saint stage almost 2 years ago, had managed to break through to the divine saint stage in less than 2 years. If he knew about it, he would have personally monitored Zhao Ji. Since no one knew Zhao Ji was a divine saint stage powerhouse, he managed to leave the mystical Sky Mansion without any obstruction. Previously, there were many famous mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from Zhao clan on the mystical Sky ranking that had gone after Duan Ling Tian. They were confident in their strength since they were powerhouses above the intermediate eminent saint stage. Almost 2 years ago, in the Heaven Palace's Hall of Death, Duan Ling Tian had killed Zhao Kuan, displaying his strength at the intermediate eminent saint stage. That incident had caused mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from Zhao clan who were below the intermediate eminent saint stage to dismiss the idea of going after him. What a joke! A powerhouse at the intermediate eminent saint stage was not someone they were a match for. Zhao Dong, who was ranked 5th on the mystical Sky ranking, were among the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from Zhao clan who went after Duan Ling Tian. He was the one whom Gu Li had taught a lesson to a few days ago when Gu Li went to look for Duan Ling Tian. Zhao Dong had broken through to the peak of the eminent saint stage not too long ago, so he was quite strong. Ling Tian. Zhao Dong took the lead and was the first one to catch up to Duan Ling Tian. He blocked Duan Ling Tian's path. When Duan Ling Tian left the mystical Sky Mansion, he discovered many people were tailing him. If he traveled at his full speed, naturally he would be able to shake them loose. However, Duan Ling Tian did not intend to do that. He knew the people who were tailing him intended to kill him. Since that was the case, he would help them and give them a chance. That was why he had intentionally slowed down after leaving the mystical Sky Mansion's estate. People at the divine stage or above from the Zhao clan were suppressed by Gu Li's people whom he had connections with. Therefore, he was not particularly worried about meeting any troublesome character. I know you. You're Zhao Dong, right? You're ranked 5th on the mystical Sky ranking. Have you forgotten the lesson you were taught before? It wasn't painful enough. Duan Ling Tian recognized Zhao Dong as soon as he appeared to obstruct his path. A few days ago, in his front yard, Gu Li had sent all the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan flying, including Zhao Dong. Gu Li had only let them go because Duan Ling Tian could not be bothered to pursue the matter. Duan Ling Tian did not expect Zhao Dong would come to stop him after the incident a few days ago. It was obvious he did not take that lesson to heart. Ling Tian, why are you so smug? Gu Li's not by your side today. When Duan Ling Tian mocked him, Zhao Dong recalled how he had embarrassed himself in front of Gu Li a few days ago. His face instantly reddened as he became angry. What? Do you think you can do as you please just because senior brother Gu Li is not by my side? The sneer on Duan Ling Tian's face deepened. His eyes were filled with disdain. You're seeking death. Zhao Dong could no longer control himself when he saw the disdain in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. He cried out angrily as he moved at lightning speed, charging toward Duan Ling Tian. Boom! 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 Zhao Dong's movements were like a thunderstorm. The sound of explosions sounded in his wake. The air began to stir as he moved. The ripples in the air turned into a gust of strong wind, causing the robes of some of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan to flutter. Let's go. We can't let Zhao Dong get the credit for killing Ling Tian. Kill Ling Tian. Anyone who kills him will become the adopted son of Lord Guardian and have the same status as Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng. Kill. When the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from Zhao clan who had just arrived saw Zhao Dong had already begun to attack, their expressions changed dramatically. Subsequently, they all charged out, causing a commotion. It was as though they were worried they would be left with nothing if they were too slow. Naturally, there were also some mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from Zhao clan who remained behind or who were slow to act. These disciples mostly had cultivation bases lower than the intermediate eminent saint stage. Before they even caught up with the others, they suddenly came to a halt and stared at the scene before them with widened eyes. It was as though their bodies were frozen, they could not move an inch at all. Nothing but a mob of useless people. Duan Ling Tian said coldly as he stood nearby. As soon as he finished speaking, a vast, dazzling and blinding true origin surged out from his body. It was as bright as the sun. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into more than 100 sword rays, flying in all directions and attacking indiscriminately. Apart from Zhao Dong, who narrowly escaped, the group of Mastery Eminent Saint Stage Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan could not avoid the sword rays at all. Their bodies were pierced by the golden sword rays. Their bodies had so many holes that it resembled a beehive. He has also broken through to the peak of the Eminent Saint Stage. Although Zhao Dong managed to dodge Duan Ling Tian's attack, he felt fear began to rise in his heart as his expression changed drastically. Although Zhao Dong had only broken through to the peak of the Eminent Saint Stage not too long ago, he could clearly sense Duan Ling Tian's true origin was similar to his. His true origin was at the peak of the Eminent Saint Stage as well. Although they were both true origins at the peak of the Eminent Saint Stage, Ling Tian's speed and control of his true origin was not something he could compete with. Moreover, the hundreds of sword rays that were flying around seemed very chaotic, but it was an extremely powerful sword tactic. The martial tactics Zhao Dong had mastered was nowhere near as powerful. At this instant, Zhao Dong could clearly see, although both of them were at the peak of the Eminent Saint Stage, he was far from being comparable to Ling Tian. With Ling Tian's strength, he could be considered as the strongest person at the peak of the Eminent Saint Stage in the entire lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. This, in the distance, the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from Zhao clan who was slow or remained behind paled from the shock they received. At this moment, they felt somewhat lucky. It was fortunate they had not broken through to the Mastery Eminent Saint Stage. Otherwise, they would also end up like those before them. Boom! 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 As the corpses of the Mastery Eminent Saint Stage Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan fell to the ground, the remaining Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from Zhao clan began to regain their senses. Their eyes were filled with horror when they looked at Duan Ling Tian again. This included Zhao Dong. Currently, Zhao Dong had lost his arrogant attitude. His eyes were filled with fear and unease when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Although both of them were martial cultivators at the peak of the Eminent Saint Stage martial, the strength Duan Ling Tian had displayed had made him completely dismiss the idea of fighting Duan Ling Tian. He knew he was not a match for him even if he was also a martial cultivator at the peak of the Eminent Saint Stage. Martial cultivators at the peak of the Eminent Saint Stage martial were divided into different classes. If Duan Ling Tian was in the 3rd class, then he would be in the 9th class. He could not compare to him at all. After a while, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Zhao Dong coldly and broke the silence by speaking first. Zhao Dong, didn't you say I'm seeking death? Why did you stop attacking? When Zhao Dong heard this, he recalled how arrogant he was and felt embarrassed immediately. He felt he had acted ridiculously when he recalled how he thought it would be for him to kill Ling Tian. Duanling Tian's eyes gleamed with killing intent when he saw Zhao Dong did not respond to his questions. When Zhao Dong saw the killing intent in Duanling Tian's eyes, his expression changed drastically as he said in a panicked voice, "Ling Tian, I'm blind for not knowing my place. Just treat this as me farting. I promise I won't ever go against you again. Really. I promise." When Zhao Dong spoke, "I beg you. Please." Many mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan looked at Zhao Dong disdainfully when they saw how cowardly his actions were. Naturally, some people who also understood Zhao Dong's actions. They felt it was acceptable to act that way to stay alive. Humph. Duanling Tian's eyes were filled with hate and disgust when he saw how Zhao Dong seemed to have transformed into a different person. As Duanling Tian raised his arm, a dazzling golden sword ray shot across the sky, heading toward Zhao Dong. Although Zhao Dong was kneeling, he remained guarded. As soon as Duanling Tian made his move, he began to defend himself. However, how could Zhao Dong, who had just broken through to the peak of the Eminent Saint stage recently and did not even have perfect control of his true origin, defend against Duanling Tian's attack? The sword ray that flew across the sky like a blazing sun destroyed Zhao Dong's attempt at defending himself before it pierced his body without even slowing down. The sound of the sword ray piercing Zhao Dong's body could be heard as a shower of blood appeared. Zhao Dong's body trembled as he vomited a large amount of blood. His face was pale as he tried to lift his trembling hand to point at Duanling Tian. However, he died before he could even straighten his arms. Even Zhao Dong, who was at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage, had died. The expressions of the remaining mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan changed dramatically. However, none of them tried to flee. No one wanted to be the first one since it would be very eye-catching. There was no doubt being eye-catching at this moment would only result. They were looking at Duanling Tian anxiously, waiting for him to act as he collected his war trophies. However, he just glanced at them indifferently before he continued on his journey. When one of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan, who had broken out in cold sweat out of fear, saw Duanling Tian's figure moving further and further away, he muttered, "He's leaving just like this?" Another mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan with a pale face asked in return, "What then? Are you hoping for him to stay and kill us? We're fortunate our cultivation bases and speed are low. Otherwise, we would also be lying on the ground like them." Another mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan said fearfully as he looked at the corpses on the ground. The others were still in a state of fear and agreed with his words. "Ling Tian did this?" At this time a voice sounded. It shocked the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. Initially, they thought Ling Tian had returned. However, they discovered it was their junior brother when they turned around to look. "I'm asking all of you a question." Zhao Ji's expression darkened when he saw the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan did not respond to his question. When Zhao Ji arrived, he saw corpses all over the place. The corpses were all familiar to since they were people from the Zhao clan. Yes, he did. Ling Tian is a freak. In less than 2 years, he already has the strength of a powerhouse at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. The group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan spoke up one after another. Their voices were laced with fear. The peak of the Eminent Saint stage? Zhao Ji narrowed his eyes when he heard the words of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. Although he was baffled, he was inwardly glad. It's good that I've entered the Divine Saint stage. Otherwise, I won't be able to kill Ling Tian today. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan, his figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. Naturally, he did not really vanish. His speed was just too fast that it seemed that way to the others. Little junior brother's speed. The mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan exchanged glances with each other. All of them could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Although most of those who were lucky enough to survive were only at the intermediate Eminent Saint stage, they knew it was impossible for a powerhouse at the Mastery Eminent Saint stage or even the peak of the Eminent Saint stage to possess such speed that appeared as though he had vanished. Only powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage and above were capable of this. Naturally, there was also another possibility. He might be using a Dao talisman. There were some high-grade evasion Dao talismans. Once they were activated, it was not difficult for the user to look as though he had vanished into thin air before the eyes of intermediate Eminent Saint stage martial or Dao cultivators. I knew from the beginning that Lord Guardian and Lord Vice Mansion Master adore little junior brother a lot. After what I witnessed today, I'm even more certain of it. The evasion Dao talisman that little junior brother used today must have been given to him by Lord Guardian or Lord Vice Mansion Master. Based on how it seemed like he had vanished into thin air, it must be a very high-grade Dao talisman then. He who has wealth speaks louder than others. It's such a high-grade evasion Dao talisman, but little junior brother is just casually using it. It's bothersome to make comparisons. Little junior brother is doted upon by everyone the moment he was born, and the road to his future has been paved for him. He's nothing like us. We have to rely on ourselves on this journey. From the beginning until the end, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan did not even think of the possibility that Zhao Ji had broken through to the Divine Saint stage. As members of the Zhao clan, they knew Zhao Ji very well. Although Zhao Ji's innate talent was good, he would most likely break through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage at most. They did not even think he would be able to break through to the Eminent Saint stage yet, let alone the Divine Saint stage. They felt that it was just impossible. If Zhao Ji did not cultivate the Devouring Dark Devil technique, perhaps it would be just like what the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan thought. However, Zhao Ji had cultivated the Devouring Dark Devil technique, and after he had absorbed a large amount of young women's vital energies and blood, his cultivation base had already entered the early Divine Saint stage. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was making his journey to a faraway land. This time, he did not deliberately suppress the Sun true origin in his body as he traveled at his fastest speed. His speed was equivalent to a powerhouse at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. It made him look like a cannonball that was shot out as he flew across the sky. The clouds parted in his wake. From afar, it seemed as though a heavenly path was being paved to the south. The Azure Cloud Mansion's estate was located in the south. Since when did I begin to feel sympathy for those who want to kill me? Duan Ling Tian mocked himself and chuckled when he recalled the scene earlier. Earlier, he could have waited for all of the intermediate Eminent Saint stage disciples from the Zhao clan to get close to him before he made his move and kill all of them. However, at that instant when the Mastery Eminent Saint stage disciples from the Zhao clan charged toward him, he did not know why, but a sense of sympathy rose in his heart. For this reason, he made his move immediately and killed all the Mastery Eminent Saint stage disciples from the Zhao clan who made a move without any fanfare. As for the group of intermediate Eminent Saint stage disciples from the Zhao clan, he merely scared them as a warning. He did not kill them. If it was the former him, he would never spare those who intended to kill him. Could it because I'm in a good mood since I'll be reunited with father and mother soon, that's why I spare their lives? In the end, this was the only explanation Duan Ling Tian could come up with. Whoosh! Without warning, a thunderous and piercing sound resonated from behind Duan Ling Tian. Based on the sound, it was fast approaching him. How fast? Duan Ling Tian, who was flying at his fastest speed, was taken aback when he heard the sound of air whistling. In fact, Duan Ling Tian's speed was not considered slow even among powerhouses at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. However, the speed of the person behind him was even faster than his speed. A Divine Saint stage powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian instantly guessed the cultivation base of the person pursuing him. Only a powerhouse at the Divine Saint stage would possess such speed. Didn't Senior Brother Gu ask some men to stop those Divine Saint stage powerhouses from the Zhao clan from leaving? How did this person escape? Duan Ling Tian's expression was slightly grave, but he did not panic. This was because he discovered the person pursuing him was very fast, but it was not so fast that he would not be able to deal with it. If I'm not mistaken, the person chasing after me is at the early Divine Saint stage. Duan Ling Tian became even calmer when he thought of this. If he did not have the Jasper Celestial Sword, perhaps he might be a little fearful of an early Divine Saint stage powerhouse. However, he possessed the Jasper Celestial Sword and he was confident he would be able to kill an early Divine Saint stage powerhouse with it. Naturally, due to the wide gap between the Divine Saint stage and Eminent Saint stage, even if he used the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would still need to activate at least 50% of the Sun True Origin in his body to kill an early Divine Saint stage powerhouse. It might be a little troublesome if there are 3 early Divine Saint stage powerhouses, but... Huh? Devil Chi? This person at the early Divine Saint stage is a devil cultivator. As the person pursuing him came closer to him, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the suffocating aura from behind him. At the same time, the devil seal tablet in his spatial ring began to tremble, alerting him of the situation immediately. The early divine saint stage powerhouse pursuing him was a devil cultivator. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sneer when he confirmed the person pursuing him was a devil cultivator. If the person was not a devil cultivator, he would have to exhaust 50% of the sun true origin in his body to use the Jasper celestial sword to kill this person. However, now that he had confirmed the person was a devil cultivator, there was no need for him to use the Jasper celestial sword at all. With the sun true origin in his body that was equivalent to the true origin of a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage, he would be able to kill devil cultivators at the divine saint stage and below using the devil seal tablet. I'd like to see who's the unlucky one who came looking for me. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he came to a halt. He turned around and looked in the distance. From afar, a figure covered in dense devil chi was charging toward Duan Ling Tian at an extremely fast speed. It was so fast that even Duan Ling Tian could only see his afterimage. After Duan Ling Tian activated his strange pupil, the figure of the person pursuing him gradually became clearer. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. Ling Tian, it seems like you know there's no way for you to escape. A cold voice sounded. The early divine saint stage powerhouse who pursued him was now standing near Duan Ling Tian. It's you. Duan Ling Tian was so dumbfounded because he recognized the early divine saint stage powerhouse who pursued him. Moreover, he was very familiar with this person as well. Not even in Duan Ling Tian's wildest dreams would he imagine the early divine saint stage powerhouse who was pursuing him would turn out to be this person. Yao Ji, the grandson of Zhao Jin, one of the two guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion and the son of Zhao Deng, the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Duan Ling Tian remembered Zhao Ji was only an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator less than 2 years ago. However, his cultivation base had already entered the early divine saint stage. Not only that, but he had converted to a devil cultivator. Although Duan Ling Tian had seen and experienced a lot of things, he still could not help but feel dumbfounded by such a speedy cultivation speed. Ling Tian, I bet it didn't occur to you that it would be me, right? Zhao Ji laughed upon seeing the baffled and shocked expressions on Duan Ling Tian's face. Zhao Ji felt extremely happy, proud, and smug. It has been less than 2 years, but you've broken through to the early divine saint stage from the intermediate refined saint stage. It seems like you had a fortuitous encounter during these 2 years. After a while, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath to calm down. His baffled and shocked expression was replaced by a calm expression. Ling Tian, I Zhao Ji have been waiting for this day for a long time. Today I will seek revenge from you. Zhao Ji's eyes gleamed with a sheen of redness. He shouted angrily, and when he reached the end of his sentence he sounded a little hysterical. He remembered that time at the summit of the Heaven Palace when Duan Ling Tian had humiliated him by publicly slapping him twice. He remembered the time when they were in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. He had only been in there for 3 days before Duan Ling Tian had intentionally kicked him out. Rage boiled in Zhao Ji's chest as though it was about to spill out. Seek revenge. Duan Ling Tian remained calm-faced with the hysterical Zhao Ji. How do you plan on doing that? How? I'm going to kill you. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'm going to slowly torture you. You'll die only when the last drop of blood leaves your body. Zhao said furiously. His eyes were bloodshot. Kill me? I'm not looking down on you, but are you even capable of that? Duan Ling Tian mocked him. Duan Ling Tian did not regret the way he treated Zhao Ji. If Zhao Ji was not so rude and overbearing, would he have lowered himself to Zhao Ji's level? There were so many people in the Mystical Sky Mansion. It was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to just pick on Zhao Ji alone. Ling Tian, you're still as ridiculous as before. You just said so yourself. I'm at the early divine saint stage now. Early divine saint stage. Won't it be easy for me, an early divine saint stage powerhouse, to kill you, a martial cultivator who's at the peak of the eminent saint stage? Zhao Ji laughed out loud before he smirked. The devil chi on his body turned even more dense as it surged up into the air. A thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. It took you less than 2 years to break through to the early divine saint stage from the intermediate refined saint stage. Moreover, you become a devil cultivator. Zhao Ji, don't tell me you've cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Duanling Tian asked scornfully as he looked at Zhao Ji. Upon hearing his words, the devil qi that surged from Zhao Ji's body suddenly stopped for a moment. After a while, as though he had decided not to conceal this fact, he replied bluntly, "So what if I did?" "So that's the case." Duanling Tian was shocked when Zhao Ji confirmed his suspicion. After all, he had only casually asked that question. After all, the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was so vast and contained all kinds of wonders. It would not be strange if he had a fortuitous encounter. However, Zhao Ji had, in a way, admitted that he had been cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. "Since you're going to die today, it doesn't matter even if I tell you about it. I was the one who arranged the meeting between Su Jing and Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of Heaven Palace. Zhu Luqi isn't the only one cultivating the devouring dark devil technique, I'm cultivating it as well." In Zhao Ji's opinion, Duanling Tian was definitely going to die today, so he spoke without holding back since he was not worried of words getting out. "I see." Duanling Tian managed to piece the puzzle together after hearing Zhao Ji's explanation. "Then, does this mean the commotion in the remote areas in the west and the young women whose vital energies and blood were absorbed were not done by Palace Master Zhu alone?" "Exactly. It's Zhu Luqi and me who turned those young women into dried corpses. However, unlike Zhu Luqi who refuses to touch virgins, I love virgins the most. Due to their vital energies and blood, my cultivation base had risen so quickly." When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, he licked his dry lips with a longing expression. A hungry and wolf-like look gleamed in his eyes. "You beast!" Duanling Tian's expression turned grave. "Aren't you afraid of becoming the public enemy by cultivating the devouring dark devil technique? The public's enemy is Zhu Luqi. As for me, I'm just someone lucky enough to receive the inheritance from a prehistoric devil beast." Zhao Ji smiled proudly. "Aren't you worried I'll spread this out?" Duanling Tian asked as his eyes gleamed coldly. "Spread it out? Well, first, we'll have to see if you'll be able to survive today." Zhao Ji smiled disdainfully. "Ling Tian, your innate talent is indeed high. If you continue to grow stronger, you might become a legend when you head to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Unfortunately, you made me your enemy. This is all you're doing," Zhao Ji said confidently. It was as though he was certain he had Duanling Tian grasped in his palm. "You want me dead? We'll have to see if you're capable of killing me." Duanling Tian replied coldly as his eyes narrowed when he saw Zhao Ji shamelessly boasting. "Don't worry. I've already said I'm not in a hurry to kill you. I'll take my time and torture you to death." Zhao Ji's tone turned colder and colder as the devil qi on his body surged even higher. Without warning, as an earth-shattering sound of air explosion reverberated in the surroundings. Zhao Ji, who was completely shrouded in devil qi, seemed like a peerless evil god. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Duanling Tian. Boom! A fist smashed out with the strength of a mountain at Duanling Tian. The attack felt as though Mount Taishan had collapsed on Duanling Tian, pressuring him. Swish! 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 The sound of swords whistling in the air sounded as the golden sword rays formed a light shield around Duanling Tian's body. It was the colossal sword bell. Not only that, but most of the sword rays swept toward Zhao Ji's fists that were surging with devil qi. "You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Die!" Zhao Ji shouted. The energy on his fists seemed to have risen even more as he easily destroyed Duanling Tian's defense before he continued to attack him again. How powerful! At this instant, Duanling Tian experienced the might of an early divine saint stage powerhouse. It was not something that the current him could withstand. At the very least, he was no match for Zhao Ji at all if he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Devil Seal Tablet. Bang! Due to this, Duanling Tian chose to dodge Zhao Ji's punch. Although he was fast, Zhao Ji's punch was even faster. Bang! Although Zhao Ji's punch did not land on Duanling Tian, it landed on the Jasper Celestial Sword that rose to the surface of his body. At this instant, the colossal sword bell shattered into thousands of pieces. Duanling Tian was, naturally, affected when the colossal sword bell shattered. Coupled with the lingering force from Zhao Ji's punch, he was sent flying. He flew out like an arrow that had left the bowstring and only came to a halt with great difficulties after he had flown hundreds of meters away. His vital energy and blood were in turmoil, and he had injured his internal organs as well. It was also fortunate he had a powerful body. If it was an ordinary martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage, he would have suffered more than a minor injury from Zhao Ji's powerful punch. Ha! When Zhao Ji discovered that Duanling Tian had only suffered minor injuries, he was shocked. Although his punch did not land directly on Duanling Tian, the energy in the wake of the punch that swept Duanling Tian away was not weak at all. Duanling Tian should have been dead if not heavily injured. Based on the current situation, his punch only managed to cause some minor injuries to Duanling Tian. Well, this is good as well. This way I can play a little longer. Zhao Ji chuckled smugly. It was apparent he was certain of his victory. Ling Tian, is that all you have? How disappointing. Zhao Ji did not forget to provoke Duanling Tian with his words. His eyes were filled with arrogance. Zhao Ji. Faced with Zhao Ji's provocation, Duanling Tian, who caught his breath, remained calm. He said, "Since you're so honest and revealed everything to me, I think I should be honest as well. It's not fair if I keep too many secrets from you." When Duanling Tian finished speaking, he raised his hand and took out a stone tablet under Zhao Ji's watchful eyes. This stone tablet lacked a corner, but it was densely carved with many words. These words were hard to understand, and Duanling Tian did not know nor understand them at all. At this moment, the stone tablet was trembling violently in Duanling Tian's hand, as though it was trying to free itself from Duanling Tian's grip. Zhao Ji had no idea why, but when Duanling Tian took out the stone tablet that lacked a corner, fear rose up in his heart. He felt uneasy, but he did not reveal it in front of Duanling Tian. However, Zhao Ji's attention quickly shifted to another place. He saw the muscles shifting on Duanling Tian's face that he hated to the core before it transformed into another handsome face. He looked familiar. When he saw this handsome face, a thought appeared in his mind. It seemed as though he had seen this face before. However, he could not recall it for a long time. Ling Tian is just my name. My surname is actually Duan. Duanling Tian's voice resonated in Zhao Ji's ears. Ling Tian was only his name? His surname was not Ling but Duan? Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Zhao Ji instinctively replied, "Why are you telling me th?" However, he stopped speaking suddenly as though he had just remembered something. His eyes widened and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He muttered, Duanling Tian? Duanling Tian? Isn't that the person who's rumored to possess the Devil Seal tablet? I remember now. When Zhao Ji looked at Duanling Tian again, he finally remembered where he had seen this face. This face is identical to the person on the portrait that was being spread around previously. The person on the portrait is Duanling Tian, who's rumored to possess the Devil Seal tablet. Why you're Duanling Tian? Now that Zhao Ji regained his senses, it seemed as though he had seen a ghost when he looked at Duanling Tian again. Before Duanling Tian had time to respond, Zhao Ji's eyes shifted to the stone tablet that lacked a corner in Duanling Tian's hand as a terrifying thought rose in his mind. He's Duanling Tian. Then, don't tell me this incomplete stone tablet is the Devil Seal tablet, one of the 10 Great Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking? The Devil Seal tablet was one of the 10 Great Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. Whoever obtained it would be able to kill devil cultivators a stage higher than himself. He's at the peak of the eminent saint stage, so he can kill devil cultivators at the divine saint stage and below using the Devil Seal tablet. The moment Zhao Ji thought of this, his eyes widened in fear. He was so scared it felt as though his heart was about to leap out of his chest. He felt as though God had pulled a prank on him. He cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, and his cultivation base had finally entered the divine saint stage and surpassed Ling Tian, whom he hated to the core. However, when he was so close to getting the revenge he wanted, the person he hated actually brought out a super saint weapon. Moreover, it was the Devil Seal tablet. Could it be that Duanling Tian is sent by God to suppress me? Zhao Ji's heart was filled with rage and humiliation. At this instant, he lamented the fact that the person before him would always outshine him in every way. Duanling Tian knew Zhao Ji recognized the Devil Seal tablet when he saw expressions after expressions flitted across Zhao Ji's face. In the end, he settled on a grim expression as he stared at the stone tablet. What? You recognize this? Why aren't you talking anymore? Didn't you say earlier that you're going to slowly torture me to death? Didn't you say you want to cut me into 1,000 pieces? Duanling Tian mocked him with a sneer. As soon as Duan Lingtian took out the Devil Seal tablet and revealed his identity, the situation took a complete 180-degree turn. Zhao Ji, who originally had the upper hand, had fear written on his face, while Duan Lingtian, who was injured by Zhao Ji earlier, had now gained the upper hand. No. Impossible. How can there be such a coincidence? How can Lingtian be Duan Lingtian? Zhao Ji refused to believe this. This was because if Lingtian was Duan Lingtian, then the incomplete stone tablet in Lingtian's hand would be the Devil Seal tablet, one of the 10 Great Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking. With Lingtian's strength, he could even overpower a Devil Cultivator at the peak of the Divine Saint stage with the Devil Seal tablet. He, on the other hand, was only an early Divine Saint stage Devil Cultivator. At this moment, Zhao Ji wished with all his heart that Lingtian was only calling his bluff. However, his fear of the incomplete stone tablet was extremely... It's over. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at Zhao Ji nonchalantly, not intending to waste any more words on him. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and lifted the Devil Seal tablet in his hand. The Sun True Origin in his body surged out of his body and entered the Devil Seal tablet. The Devil Seal tablet began to tremble even more violently. A dense black mist began to emit from the Devil Seal tablet before shrouding it. In the end, they looked like bolts of black lightning that exuded a terrifying aura. When the aura of the Devil Seal tablet spread out, even people who were not Devil Cultivators would shudder in fear, let alone Devil Cultivators who were easily suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet. When Duan Lingtian infused his true origin into the Devil Seal tablet, Zhao Ji realized that he was already targeted and locked down by this aura. He could not struggle against the aura at all. Not only that, but when he was locked down by this aura, he realized the energy in his body seemed to disappear no matter how he tried to mobilize it. No. Zhao Ji was completely afraid now. At this moment, he was 100% certain the inconspicuous, incomplete stone tablet in Lingtian's hand was the Devil Seal tablet. If it was not the Devil Seal tablet, it would not have been able to restrain him in this manner. Lingtian's true identity was indeed Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, it's all my fault. All my fault. I shouldn't have been so arrogant. I shouldn't have relied on my strength and bullied others. It's indeed right for you to slap me. I really deserved it. It's also right of you to kick me out of the Saint Martial secret zone. I deserve it. I deserve it. If you don't kill me, I promise not to reveal your identity. I'll dispel the hate in my heart and won't seek revenge from you again. I can swear on the lightning penalty oath. Please. I'm telling the truth. I'll swear on the lightning penalty oath. Let me go, please. Please. Let me go. Zhao Ji decided to throw away his pride and lowered himself when faced with Duan Lingtian, who had raised the Devil Seal tablet and was ready to throw it. If he did not yield, he would definitely die if Duan Lingtian threw the Devil Seal tablet at him. Zhao Ji, who valued his life more than anything else, only had one thought in his mind. He had to live. Everything else was no longer important. Even if he was told to kill his father and grandfather, he would do it just to survive. With the Devil Seal tablet suppressing him, there was no use even if he had cultivated the Devouring Dark Devil technique that contained the Soul Congregation technique, since the Devil Seal tablet targeted the soul. Once it attacked a Devil Cultivator, it would immediately shatter the soul of the Devil Cultivator. Faced with the Devil Seal tablet, the Soul Congregation technique was as good as nothing. Duan Lingtian ignored Zhao Ji's begging. Without saying another word, he threw the Devil Seal tablet he was holding in his hand. Crash! When the Devil Seal tablet left his hand, the air trembled and ripples began to spread in the air. Strong gusts of wind dispersed the clouds as though something was being blown apart. Whoosh! In the wake of the Devil Seal tablet, the sounds of wind and thunder reverberated in the air. In just a blink of an eye, it was fast approaching Zhao Ji. No! At this moment, Zhao Ji, who had an expression of despair on his face, could only cry out inwardly. After he had thrown the Devil Seal tablet, Duan Lingtian merely watched coldly by the side. In his opinion, it would be easy for the Devil Seal tablet that was infused with his Sun True Origin to kill Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji would definitely die. Rumble. However, when he saw the Devil Seal tablet was near Zhao Ji and was about to kill him, a loud rumbling noise resonated suddenly in the air. The rumbling continued as a wave of denser devil chi rose up into the air. Who's that? When Duanling Tian heard the rumbling noise and felt the powerful devil qi, he immediately took out his jasper celestial sword as he watched the horizon guardedly, since the noise came from that direction. The wave of energy was not only powerful, but it contained a shocking amount of devil qi. It was clear that whoever it was, that person was a powerful devil cultivator. Swish! At the same time, that devil seal tablet that was just a foot away from Zhao Ji was about to kill him when it seemed to have sensed something. It suddenly came to a halt and it seemed to have lost its momentum. However, after pausing for a moment, it did not change its target and continued to head toward Zhao Ji. In just a blink of an eye, under Duanling Tian's watchful gaze, a graceful figure emerged in his field of vision like a lightning. The moment the figure appeared, it charged toward Duanling Tian menacingly at an extremely fast speed. It's her. The graceful figure rapidly grew in Duanling Tian's eyes. He finally saw her appearance. It did not cross his mind that he would encounter this woman here. Although several years had gone by and her appearance had changed a little, he could still recognize her. This woman was none other than the rude great young miss whom he encountered previously in the Nine Sect Alliance's district. It was great young Miss Ouyang Ruo from the Ouyang clan in Milky Way City. It was because of Ouyang Ruo that a great enmity formed between him and the Ouyang clan. However, he heard the Ouyang clan was annihilated in the end. He had thought Ouyang Ruo had been killed as well. It did not cross his mind that she was not only alive, but she had actually appeared in front of him. Moreover, now that several years had gone by, it seemed like Ouyang Ruo was even stronger than him. No, she was not only stronger than him, but even Zhao Ji could not compare to her at all. She used to be a lot weaker than him previously. What kind of fortuitous encounter did Ouyang Ruo had? A few years ago, she was still a lot weaker than I am. However, her cultivation base is so powerful now that it seems like she's surpassed the intermediate divine saint stage. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Duanling Tian's mind at this moment. Duanling Tian, you caused the downfall of my Ouyang clan and the death of my brother. Today, I must kill you to seek revenge for my brother and the Ouyang clan. A woman's cold voice resonated in Duanling Tian's ear. It was none other Ouyang Ruo's voice. Duanling Tian could not even react in time before Ouyang Ruo had appeared in front of him. She was only a foot away from him and was looking at him with bloodshot eyes. Vast energy surged out from her body. It was laced with devil qi, pressuring Duanling Tian greatly. She's a devil cultivator as well. Duanling Tian gasped inwardly when he sensed the approaching danger. Whoosh! As though sensing that its owner, Duanling Tian, was in danger, the devil seal tablet came to a halt and immediately changed direction even though it was only a finger's breadth away from Zhao Ji, choosing to abandon him. Die! Just as the devil seal tablet changed its direction and charged toward Ouyang Ruo, a thin saber appeared out of nowhere in her hand. The thin saber contained devil qi and a powerful energy that soared across the sky as it charged toward Duanling Tian. Ouyang Ruo's eyes were completely red with hatred. At this instant, nothing was left in her eyes except for Duanling Tian. It seemed as though she was not even bothered by the devil seal tablet that had changed direction and was charging at her. It was apparent that she wanted to kill Duanling Tian even if she had to die. In her opinion, if it was not for Duanling Tian, their Ouyang clan would not have been annihilated. Her brother would not have been sent to that horrible place to die as well. She, on the other hand, would not have been tortured to the limit by that horrible place with only a slim chance to escape. It was only at the last minute she managed to obtain the inheritance of the prehistoric devil cultivator from that place. It was precisely because of the inheritance from the prehistoric devil cultivator that was hidden in the nether ridge that her cultivation base had progressed so fast in just a few years. She had finally entered the Mastery Divine Saint stage. She was 2 stages higher than Zhao Ji. As Ouyang Ruo slashed her saber at Duanling Tian, he could sense the pressure it emitted. It almost caused him to suffocate. She had made the first move after all. For this reason, although the devil seal tablet was fast, it was still difficult for it to seal Ouyang Ruo before her saber landed on Duanling Tian. For this reason, the devil seal tablet would not be able to save Duanling Tian. At the very least, it could not save him at this moment. Jasper Celestial Sword. Everything depends on you now. Duanling Tian had remained guarded long before Ouyang Ruo appeared and revealed her strength that seemed to be at the intermediate divine saint stage at least. The 99 saint veins in his body transported all his sun true origin to his hands. ready to be used at any time. When he saw Ouyang Rua's saber was about to land on him, he activated the Sun True Origin that he had activated in advance, and infused them into the Jasper Celestial Sword without holding back. Since this matter concerned his life, he would be doomed if he made even the slightest mistake. For this reason, the amount of Sun True Origin that Duan Ling Tian infused into the Jasper Celestial Sword was all of his Sun True Origin. When Duan Ling Tian infused all his Sun True Origin into the Jasper Celestial Sword, it caused the Jasper Celestial Sword to shine splendidly as it emitted a terrifying aura. At the same time, Golden Sword energy also appeared around the sword. Whoosh! The Jasper Celestial Sword that had greedily absorbed all of Duan Ling Tian's Sun True Origin finally slashed out as Duan Ling Tian moved his hand to parry the saber Ouyang Rua's hand. You're just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Although Ouyang Rua noticed the sword Duan Ling Tian wielded was unusual, she did not pay much attention to it. In her opinion, he was merely a martial cultivator at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. Even if he was given the infamous Super Saint weapon, the Cloud-9 sword, on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking, it would still be impossible for him to block her attack. This was how confident she was as a Mastery Divine Saint stage devil cultivator. If it was not for the fact that she was afraid of the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Ling Tian's possession, she would not have hidden in the dark as she waited for a chance to make a move. Only when Zhao Ji appeared and distracted the Devil Seal tablet, she felt it was the best time for her to make a move. Due to this reason, when she saw the Devil Seal tablet changed its direction from Zhao Ji after she had attacked, she seized the chance to quickly make her move. She had long prepared to die along with Duan Ling Tian. Swish! The saber in Ouyang Rua's hand slashed across the sky through like a silver moon that rained down in torrents. In the end, it clashed directly with the Jasper Celestial Sword that Duan Ling Tian wielded. Boom! 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 As the force on the saber in Ouyang Rua's hand collided with the force of the Jasper Celestial Sword, the sky trembled as the thunderous sound of air explosions reverberated. The air stirred violently before it transformed into flurries of hurricanes that swept out to the surroundings. Impossible! When Ouyang Rua noticed the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand was slightly more superior to the sable in her hand, her expression instantly turned horrified. She did not expect something like that would happen. Was Duan Ling Tian not a martial cultivator at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage? Since when did the strength of a martial cultivator at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage was strong enough to fight against a Mastery Divine Saint stage devil cultivator? At this moment, Ouyang did not connect the Duan Ling Tian's strength to the sword in his hand. Meanwhile, Zhao Ji, who had been forgotten by the Devil Seal tablet, did not even think about it or watch the unfolding scene as he fled far away. He disappeared in the distance in a blink of an eye just like a ghost, away from where Duan Ling Tian and Ouyang Rua were fighting each other. Crack! A cracking sound resonated in the air. As it turned out, the Jasper Celestial Sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand had broken Ouyang Rua's saber. As though it had turned into a vicious snake, it slashed mercilessly at Ouyang Rua. However, she was a powerhouse at the Mastery Divine Saint stage after all. Coupled with the depleting strength of Duan Ling Tian's Jasper Celestial Sword, she managed to dodge the critical strike from the Jasper Celestial Sword. Although she managed to dodge the Jasper Celestial Sword, the Devil Seal tablet had finally arrived. Bang! The Devil Seal tablet slammed down on her from the sky like a mountain as though it wanted to completely suppress her. No! There was an unwilling expression on Ouyang Rua's face when the Devil Seal tablet smashed down on her and she saw Duan Ling Tian, who was standing unsteadily, his strength completely depleted. Even if I die, I want to drag you down with me. She exerted all her power to activate the broken saber in her hand. She intended to throw the saber out to kill Duan Ling Tian before the Devil Seal tablet killed her. She was confident Duan Ling Tian would die if she threw the broken saber at him. This was her last chance. Unfortunately, when Ouyang Rua was mobilizing the energy in her body to infuse it into the broken saber, the horrifying energy surged out from the Devil Seal tablet and shrouded her. A tyrannical energy surged inside her mind unreservedly, completely destroying her soul. Her body turned lifeless as soon as her soul was destroyed. The broken saber in her hand that she was about to throw at Duan Ling Tian earlier dropped from her hand as well. In the distance, Duan Ling Tian, who had seen Ouyang Rua being killed by the Devil Seal tablet, relaxed as he panted heavily. Damn it! Zhao Ji managed to escape that Zhao Ji. After panting for a while, Duan Ling Tian, who had recovered slightly, shifted his eyes to the distance. When he saw no one was present, horror dawned on his face. Devil Seal Tablet. At the same time, he looked at the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet seemed to be able to sense his feelings. Without any warning, black bolts of lightning began to surge from it. Subsequently, it began to rotate in midair as though it was investigating something in all directions. Whoosh! After a few moments, under Duan Ling Tian's eager gaze, the Devil Seal Tablet suddenly trembled before it seemed as though it had transformed into a meteor that soared quickly across the sky. It disappeared in just a blink of an eye before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. The direction the Devil Seal Tablet was headed was the direction Zhao Ji had fled. Yao Ji. After Duan Ling Tian stored Ouyang Ruo's ring away, he began to fly using what remained of his Sun True Origin. Although his speed was not at its peak, it could not be considered slow. However, as the Sun True Origin continued to deplete, his speed began to slow down as well. I hope the Devil Seal Tablet will be able to catch up to Zhao Ji and kill him, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a silent prayer. In the distance, Zhao Ji was fleeing with all his might after the Devil Seal Tablet had changed its target. His speed was at its peak, he did not dare to be negligent at all. Although he was in the process of fleeing, he had a relief expression on his face since he did not hear any noise behind him. However, after a while, he heard the piercing sound of wind whistling behind him as horror dawned on him immediately. The Devil Seal Tablet has caught up to me? As he was fleeing, he turned around to look. With just one glance, he saw something similar to bolts of black lightning charging toward him swiftly. Its speed was even faster than the speed of a powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. Thoughts were still running through Zhao Ji's mind when he turned to look at the bolts of black lightning when it suddenly appeared in front of him, charging toward him directly. No! He could only let out a sorrowful shriek before his body collapsed and fell from the sky. There were no signs of life in his eyes at all. It was apparent Zhao Ji's soul had been destroyed by the Devil Seal Tablet now. After 15 minutes, Duan Ling Tian finally reached this place. When he saw the Devil Seal Tablet hovering in the sky as Zhao Ji laid on the ground, he sighed in relief. Fortunately, Zhao Ji didn't manage to escape. Otherwise, news of me being Duan Ling Tian would spread everywhere. The Devil Seal Tablet is one of the 10 Great Saint Weapons on the Dao Martial Saint Land's 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. Even in the upper province, it's also considered an outstanding weapon. If news of this spread out, nobody in the lower province would dare to covet it since I'll have the protection of the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, what about the upper province? The people in the lower province fear the Azure Cloud Mansion, but those powerhouses from the upper province think nothing the Azure Cloud Mansion at all. Fear lingered in his heart when this thought appeared in his mind. However, since Zhao Ji had died, things should be okay. News of him being Duan Ling Tian would not leak. At least not for now. After killing Zhao Ji, Duan Ling Tian rested for a moment before continuing his journey to the Azure Cloud Mansion. At the main mansion of Mystical Sky Mansion. Jia must have already killed Ling Tian by now, right? Due to the reason he was monitored by Qian Pingxing, the palace master of Yellow Palace, Zhao Deng could not leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate at all. He could only stay in his residence as he waited for news. Crack! Without warning, a cracking noise sounded nearby and attracted Zhao Deng's gaze. With just one glance, he could see that among the 3 pearls placed on a table nearby, the pearl on the right had shattered. When Zhao Deng saw this, his eyes widened as it turned red. Jia! He roared after a few moments. His voice was filled with rage and sorrow. The pearl was his son, Zhao Ji's soul pearl. Now that it had shattered, this meant that Zhao Ji had died and his soul was destroyed. Whoosh! Zhao Deng, who was overwhelmed with rage and sorrow, had thrown Qian Pingsheng to the back of his mind as he instantly flew out from his residence and out of the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate to look for his son. He wanted to know how his son had died. However, Qian Pingxing did not know what Zhao Deng had just gone through, so he instantly blocked his path. Palace Master Qian, my son has just been killed. Don't tell me you're going to stop me from looking for the murderer? Perhaps you're also an accomplice of the person who killed my son. Zhao Deng glared at Qian Pingshang with bloodshot eyes, causing Qian Pingshang to shudder. Zhao Ji's dead. Qian Pingsheng frowned. Don't tell me you think I'll lie about this? Palace Master Qian, think about it carefully. If I miss the timing to look for the killer because of you, you'll indirectly become an accomplice as well. At that time, you'll have to personally explain yourself to my father. When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, he even mentioned his father Zhao Jin. His tone was filled with rage and annoyance. Xian Pingxing gasped when he heard this. He could tell Zhao Deng was not lying. For this reason, he obediently moved out of the way for him. Since almost half of 3 days had gone by, Ling Tian must have already left far away from the mystical sky mansion. Even if Zhao Deng gave chase to him, it would be impossible for him to catch up to him. When Zhao Deng left the mystical sky mansion's estate, he spoke to a few mystical sky mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. When he learned of the direction Duan Ling Tian and the group of mystical sky mansion's disciples at the intermediate refined saint stage and above were headed in, he immediately went there as well since he knew his son must have gone there. Soon after, Zhao Deng encountered the group of Zhao clan's disciples at the intermediate eminent saint stage who were making their way back to the mystical sky mansion. He instantly stopped them before asking in a deep voice, "Have any of you seen Jir? Lord Vice Mansion Master?" The group of Zhao clan's disciples bowed respectfully to Zhao Deng and nodded their heads in response to his question. "Lord Vice Mansion Master, we encountered little junior brother earlier. However, it seemed like he used some high-grade evasion Dao talisman and vanished into thin air right before our eyes." Many of them said simultaneously. "Evasion Dao talisman?" Zhao Deng frowned. However, when he extended his divine consciousness and probed the cultivation base of the group of Zhao clan's disciples, he managed to piece the puzzle together. It was impossible for a group of intermediate eminent saint stage martial cultivators to catch the speed of his son who was at the early divine saint stage. It's only natural for them to think my son, Zhao Ji, had used an evasion Dao talisman. Zhao Deng thought to himself. As far as I know, all of those above the intermediate eminent saint stage at the mystical sky mansion's estate who are not in closed-door cultivation have gone to pursue Ling Tian. However, why is it only all of you are left? Where are Xiaodong and the others? Zhao Deng looked at the group of mystical sky mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan at the intermediate eminent saint stage. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Lord Vice Mansion Master, Xiaodong and all the senior brothers at the Mastery Eminent Saint stage have been killed by Ling Tian. Someone answered his question quickly. What? Horror dawned on Zhao Deng as soon as he heard that. It felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck him. Xiaodong was killed. Xiaodong was a disciple from the Zhao clan who was ranked at the top of the mystical sky ranking. He had even entered the peak of the Eminent Saint stage not long ago, but he was still killed by Ling Tian. Ling Tian. Flames of rage seemed to appear in Zhao Deng's eyes. It seemed as though it would burn everything. To think Ling Tian dared to kill Xiaodong and so many of their Zhao clan's Mastery Eminent Saint stage disciples. This would no doubt destroy the foundation of their Zhao clan. Perhaps Xiaodong and the others might not be able to be the pillars of Zhao clan for now. However, after several dozens of years or even 100 years later, the people from Zhao clan would be able to rely on them. However, before Xiaodong and the others had time to grow stronger, they had already been killed by Ling Tian. How could Zhao Deng not be furious? At this instant, Zhao Deng seemed to have forgotten one thing. If Xiaodong and the others did not go after Ling Tian, he would not have acted so mercilessly. Naturally, although he did not think of that, even if he did, he would still feel they did not do anything wrong. In his opinion, it was okay for the Zhao clan's member to kill other people but not the other way around. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Deng suppressed the flames of rage in his heart as he looked at the group of mystical sky mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan and asked again, "When did all of you meet Jir?" Little junior brother arrived soon after Ling Tian killed Xiaodong and the others, someone replied. Were all of you present at the scene? Zhao Deng's expression was extremely grim. Why didn't Ling Tian kill all of you? Perhaps it's because we were too slow and didn't reach in time. For this reason, maybe we did not incur his wrath, or maybe he didn't think we're even worth killing, somebody said with a wry smile. Jir must have gone to chase after Ling Tian. Don't tell me he's killed by Ling Tian. Impossible. Ling Tian is only at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. It's impossible for him to kill Jir. Many thoughts flashed across Zhao Deng's mind as he flew out in the direction Duan Ling Tian had gone. He was certain that his son had gone to chase after Ling Tian. For this reason, he would have to head in this direction if he wanted to find clues related to his son's death. Lord Vice Mansion Master's expression doesn't look too good. When the group of Zhao clan's disciples at the intermediate eminent saint stage saw Zhao Deng left in a haste without bidding them farewell, they all glanced at each other. They saw the grim expression on his face and how he had left in a rush as though there was an emergency. Could something have happened to little junior brother? Somebody said. Everyone fell silent when they heard this. After a long while, many people agreed with that statement. That's quite likely. However, this was just their speculation no matter what. For this reason, they quickly stopped discussing this matter. If the Lord Vice Mansion Master or even the Lord Guardian heard their words, they would definitely be in trouble. Zhao Deng searched carefully at the place where he passed by. Soon after, he came across Zhao Dong and the others' corpses. Although he had already known about their deaths, he became even more enraged when he saw their bodies. Ling Tian, our Zhao clan won't be able to live under the same sky as you. I swear I'm not human if I don't kill you. Unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian was destined to be unaware of his rage. Even if he did, he would merely scoff at him. They would not be able to live under the same sky. Previously, the Zhao clan had already resolved to kill him. If that was not the case, why would so many people from the Zhao clan come up with various ways to kill him? Zhao Deng was in rush to find his son's murderer and the cause of his son's death, so he continued to fly forth after glancing at Zhao Dong and the others' bodies. Not long after, he came across another body again. Who's this woman? The body Zhao Deng found belonged to Ouyang Ruo, who was killed by the Devil Seal tablet. Although Zhao Deng did not know who she was, he still checked her body. Zhao Deng could not help but gasp after he checked her body. It seemed like the cause of her death was due to her soul being directly destroyed. The person who killed her must be a powerhouse that specialized in divine consciousness attack. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, whether it was martial or Dao cultivators, there was a minority of people who specialized in divine consciousness attack. These people would attack with their divine consciousness and would usually be able to catch others unaware and kill them soundlessly. Since it was only the corpse of someone he did not know, Zhao Deng ignored it and studied his surroundings. In the end, he managed to find something. He found traces of Zhao Ji fleeing. Naturally, he did not know it belonged to his son, Zhao Ji. Although that was the case, he still followed the tracks. After an hour, Zhao Deng finally found Zhao Ji's body. Although he had killed many people before, his eyes welled up with tears when he saw his own son's body. Jiao, who's it? Who killed you? At this moment, Zhao Deng was on the verge of losing his sanity. As time continued to pass, he finally came to terms with the fact that there was nothing he could do by acting this way. He calmed himself down and began to study his son's body. As soon as he studied his son's body, he found something strange. He discovered there were no injuries on Zhao Ji's body at all, not even a single bruise. Jir doesn't have any internal injuries either. He must have been killed by having his soul destroyed. Don't tell me that he and the woman I saw earlier were killed by the same person? Who is it that wanted to kill my son? Zhao Deng almost lost his sanity again when he realized the tracks had stopped here. He looked for clues carefully in the surroundings, but he did not find anything at all. With Jir's speed, he must have caught up to Ling Tian before he came here. However, up until now, I haven't seen Ling Tian's corpse. Maybe I'll be able to find more clues if I continue following the direction Duan Ling Tian had headed in when he left the mystical sky mansion. Zhao Deng thought to himself and continued in the direction Duan Ling Tian was heading. Naturally, he had also kept Zhao Ji's body in his spatial ring to safeguard it. At this moment, apart from uncontained rage, there was also sorrow on his face. Due to Zhao Ji's death, Zhao Deng left the mystical sky mansion. After he put Zhao Ji's body away, he continued in the direction where the Azure Cloud Mansion was located. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian, who was making his way to the Azure Cloud Mansion, was unaware of all this. Although that was the case, he was still very meticulous with his actions. After he killed Zhao Ji, he changed into a set of gray robe. Moreover, he also changed his appearance again using the disguising secret tactic. He currently looked very ordinary. Even if Duan Ling Tian's mother, Li Ro, was standing in front of him, she might not even be able to recognize him, let alone other people. After continuing on his journey for some time, Duan Ling Tian could clearly hear the swift sound of wind whistling behind him that was getting closer and closer. It was obvious it was a powerhouse who was in a hurry. How fast? This person's cultivation base has to be at the Mastery Divine Saint stage at least. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he continued to move forward without looking back. Ling Tian. At this moment, he heard a loud voice behind him. He could feel the aura that was directed at him. Zhao Deng. Duan Ling Tian instantly guessed whose voice it belonged to. It was none other than Zhao Deng, one of the vice mansion masters of the mystical sky mansion. He was not too surprised over Zhao Deng's appearance at this place. Since he had killed Zhao Ji, Zhao Deng would immediately learn of his son's death as soon as his son's soul pearl shattered. There was no doubt he would instantly leave the mystical sky mansion to pursue him. As for the powerhouse Gu Li had requested to monitor Zhao Deng, he might have helped Gu Li for Gu Li's father's sake, however, that did not mean he wanted to offend the other guardian, Zhao Jin. After discovering that Zhao Ji, Zhao Jin's only beloved grandson, had died, how could he be so daring as to stop Zhao Deng from leaving? Duan Ling Tian was not surprised Zhao Deng had called out the name Ling Tian. Although he had changed his appearance, his silhouette from the back remained the same. Judging from his figure, it was still the same. Duan Ling Tian instantly turned around and looked at Zhao Deng, who was glaring at him with a confused expression. He feigned ignorance as he asked, "Senior, did you call for me?" When Zhao Deng saw Duan Ling Tian's current ordinary appearance, he frowned. How is this possible? This person's figure was almost identical to Ling Tian. How did he look so different? Why was he not Ling Tian? Impossible. He extended his divine consciousness but could not find any trace of disguise on this person, causing him to feel greatly disappointed. However, Zhao Deng ignored Duan Ling Tian's question. With just a flash, he disappeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. When Duan Ling Tian saw this, he sighed in relief. His inner clothes were drenched in sweat as well. It's a good thing I know this disguising secret tactic that's undetectable by divine consciousness. Otherwise, I would have died today. When he thought of this, he felt he was really lucky. Let's continue on my journey, Al. With my current speed, I should be able to arrive at the Azure Cloud Mansion in a few days. Duan Ling Tian continued moving the moment he thought of this. Zhao Deng continued to search for a few days, but he could not find any traces of Ling Tian at all. In the end, he could only return in despair. I hope father doesn't return so soon. Otherwise, I really don't know how to inform him of this matter. His love for Jia has reached a state where he just spoils him all the time. If he learns of Jia's death, he won't be able to accept it all. Zhao Ji thought to himself on his journey back. However, he was destined to be disappointed. The moment he returned, he discovered his father had also returned. I heard Jia has finally come back? Where's he now? These were the first words Zhao Jin said as soon as he saw Zhao Deng. Thud. The moment Zhao Deng heard his words, he immediately kneeled in front of Zhao Jin with an anguished expression before he lowered his head. Father. Jir I is dead. Boom. Zhao Deng's words sounded as loud as a clap of thunder when it entered Zhao Jin's ears. Horror dawned on his face as his eyes widened. Subsequently, he looked at Zhao Deng and asked loudly, "What happened?" "I've only left a while ago. How could this happen?" "Father, it's like this." Zhao Deng continued to recount what had happened to Zhao Jin. This included how Zhao Ji had obtained the inheritance from a prehistoric devil beast and how his cultivation base had entered the early divine saint stage. Zhao Jin was supposed to feel overjoyed when he learned that his grandson, who had yet to turn 40 years old, had already entered the early divine saint stage. However, he did not even have the chance to feel happy when he was told his grandson, who had a fortuitous encounter, had died. He was killed by having his soul destroyed by a divine consciousness attack. Finally, Zhao Deng took Zhao Ji's body out from his spatial ring. Upon seeing Zhao Ji's body, Zhao Jin's tears streamed down his face. He gently reached out to caress Zhao Ji's face before his gaze suddenly turned cold and piercing. Does this mean Ling Tian is the indirect cause of Jia death? Yes. Zhao Deng nodded his head and said furiously, if it wasn't for Ling Tian leaving the mystical sky mansion, Jia wouldn't have left to chase after him. If Jia didn't leave to chase after him, he wouldn't have died. This is why Ling Tian is the indirect cause of Jia's death. Is it possible that it's little Gu who has found a powerhouse who specializes in divine consciousness attack to protect Ling Tian when he left, and that person killed Jia using the divine consciousness attack? Zhao Jin speculated with a grave expression on his face. That's possible. If it was not Zhao Jin words, Zhao Deng would not have thought about this possibility. Let's go. Follow me to look for Guli. The moment Zhao Jin's words left his mouth, he proceeded to bring Zhao Deng along to look for Guli. Guli had gathered a group of powerhouses using Gu Xiaoyun's connection to restrict the Zhao clan's members who were at the Divine Saint stage and above from leaving the estate. Zhao Jin could not do anything to him since he was only protecting his friend. In regards to this, their Zhao clan was in the wrong. However, if Guli had really asked someone to protect Duan Lingtian during his journey and had killed his grandson, it was a completely different matter. When they found Guli, he denied this. I merely looked for people to monitor the Zhao clan's members at the Divine Saint stage and above, and I didn't ask for any powerhouse who specializes in the Divine Consciousness attack to protect Junior Brother Lingtian. Junior Brother Lingtian was alone when he left. I can swear on the lightning penalty oath if both of you don't believe me. After Guli swore on the lightning penalty oath and nothing happened, Zhao Jin and his son, Zhao Deng, realized they had guessed wrongly. Guli did not look for anyone to protect Lingtian at all. Then who was the person who killed their grandson, their son, then? After Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng left, Gu Xiaoyun could not help but sigh. I can't believe Zhao Ji died outside. However, he's only a refined Saint stage martial cultivator, so why did he go out for? To kill little Tian? Hermf. He's just seeking death by pursuing Junior Brother Lingtian with his strength. Guli snorted disdainfully. In my opinion, Zhao Ji must have been killed by Junior Brother Lingtian. It can't be little Tian's doing. Earlier, they said that Zhao Ji was killed by a powerhouse who specialized in divine consciousness attack. There's no injury on his body at all. As far as I know, little Tian doesn't have the divine consciousness attack, Gu Xiaoyun said as he shook his head. He had a different opinion from his son. No matter what, Zhao Ji deserved to die. Now that he's dead, there's one less problem in the mystical sky mansion. Guli replied nonchalantly. Not only did he not feel sympathetic, but he was actually happy about Zhao Ji's death. Lear, you can only say these words here. If your words spread out, I'm afraid Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng won't leave this matter alone. To them, Zhao Ji is their life. Even if Zhao Deng goes out to find a woman to bear him another son, it would take him several dozens of years to nurture that son to Zhao Ji's level. Gu Xiaoyun could understand Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng's feelings very well. If Guli had died, he would react the same as Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng. Not only that, but he might be even worse than them. He might lose his sanity and go into a frenzy. Yes, father. Guli knew Gu Xiaoyun's words were said for his benefit, so he easily agreed to it. Lear, where did little Tian go? I thought he said he'll go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land with you after you've broken through to the Divine Saint stage? Don't tell me he has abandoned you and gone to the upper province on his own? Gu Xiaoyun asked curiously. At this moment, Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng were not around, so he could speak without holding back in front of his father. However, he did not intend to reveal Duan Ling Tian's identity immediately. Instead, he decided to slowly ease his father into what he was about to tell him. Father, Junior Brother Ling Tian's surname is not Ling. Isn't he called Ling Tian? Why is his surname not Ling? Gu Xiaoyun was baffled. Ling Tian is his name. As for his surname, Father, can you guess what it is? Guli said, and when he reached the end of his sentence, he dragged the words longer. The world's so huge and there are so many surnames. How can I possibly guess his surname? Gu Xiaoyun said in frustration. Enough, stop teasing me. Tell me, what's Ling Tian's surname? He shares the same surname with the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Guli smiled. The current mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion? Duan Rufeng? Little Tian's surname is Duan? Gu Xiaoyun was slightly stunned. Then this means his full name is not Ling Tian but Duan Ling Tian. Wait a minute. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. It seems like I've heard of this name somewhere. However, I can't recall where I've heard it. The Devil Seal Tablet. Guli reminded him. The Devil Seal Tablet. The moment Gu Xiaoyun heard Guli's words, the fog in his mind cleared. I remember now. He's the lucky boy who caused a commotion and obtained the Devil Seal Tablet. I can't believe little Tian shares the same name with that Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. This name is not a common name after all. Gu Xiaoyun smiled. The reason he did not think the Duan Ling Tian he knew was that Duan Ling Tian was because he was certain that Duan Ling Tian did not disguise his appearance. He had also seen the portrait of the other Duan Ling Tian before. Although they were both handsome, they were completely different people. Gu Li was momentarily speechless when he saw his father still could not piece the puzzle together after he had given him clues. He finally said, "Father, junior brother Ling Tian is that Duan Ling Tian who has obtained the Devil Seal tablet." What? Gu Xiaoyun was naturally baffled. Soon after, he shook his head. "Impossible. I've personally seen the portrait of that Duan Ling Tian. He looks completely different from little Tian. I'm also very certain little Tian didn't disguise his appearance. It's impossible unless that portrait of Duan Ling Tian was drawn after little Tian had changed his appearance." Gu Li sighed. He knew his father would not be able to connect the dots if he did not tell him about it in a direct manner. He had already asked Duan Ling Tian's permission before he told Gu Xiaoyun about this matter. Duan Ling Tian did not have any objection if he only told it to Gu Xiaoyun. Finally, Gu Li began to disclose what he found out from Duan Ling Tian. Gu Xiaoyun was so shocked his mouth hung open for a very long time. That monstrous genius Li Fei who had disappeared the moment he appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district previously was not Duan Ling Tian's senior brother but Duan Ling Tian himself who was in disguise. It was the same case with Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's original appearance was identical to the portrait that was being spread around previously. Not only did Gu Xiaoyun see that portrait before, but he currently even had that portrait with him. "Russell." Gu Xiaoyun mused emotionally as he opened the portrait and looked at the handsome young man on it. So this is actually little Tian's true appearance. He's indeed very lucky. To think he managed to obtain the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, one of the 10 Great Saint weapon ranking. The Devil Seal tablet is a Super Saint weapon that could kill devil cultivators. Leer. Gu Xiaoyun's expression suddenly turned solemn as he looked at Gu Li. "You must never reveal little Tian's real identity to anyone else. Once news of this spreads out, he'll become everyone's target. At that time, his enemies won't only be the people from Zhao clan, but the entire lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Possibly even in the entire Dao Martial Saint Land." Gu Xiaoyun knew the temptation that the Devil Seal tablet possessed. If he did not treat Duan Ling Tian as his own, he would definitely think of killing him to obtain that treasure as well. The temptation of the Devil Seal tablet was just too powerful. "I know." Gu Li nodded. "I've asked for junior brother Ling Tian's permission before I told you about this matter. As for the others, I won't tell them unless I have his permission." "Good." Gu Xiaoyun nodded his head in satisfaction before asking again, "You haven't told me yet. What was the reason little Tian left in a haste without waiting for you? Has he gone to the upper province first?" "No," Gu Li shook his head. "He has gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion. As for me, I stayed behind so I can tell you that I'll also be going to the Azure Cloud Mansion to look for junior brother Ling Tian in a few days before we leave the lower province for the upper province." "Azure Cloud Mansion? What's he doing in the Azure Cloud Mansion?" Gu Xiaoyun frowned. Could it be that he has been persuaded by someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion and decided to switch side? "Father, junior brother Ling Tian has already planned to go to the upper province. Why would he switch side to the Azure Cloud Mansion at this time?" Gu Li was rendered speechless for a moment when he heard Gu Xiaoyun's words. "You have a point. But why did he go to the Azure Cloud Mansion then?" Gu Xiaoyun nodded his head. Indeed, since he had already planned to go to the upper province, that little fellow had no reason to switch to the Azure Cloud Mansion since it would not benefit him. The Azure Cloud Mansion is his home. What else is there to do at home? It's obvious he's going to see his family. Gu Li sighed emotionally. "What?" Gu Xiaoyun's eyes turned as wide as saucers. "The Azure Cloud Mansion is little Tian's home? What are you trying to say? What kind of relationship does little Tian have with the Azure Cloud Mansion? It doesn't make sense. If he has something to do with the Azure Cloud Mansion, why did he come to the Mystical Sky Mansion? Moreover, if he's from the Azure Cloud Mansion, he can't be a simple person with his high innate talent. I've never heard of someone so powerful like Duan Ling Tian in the Azure Cloud Mansion before." When Gu Xiaoyun reached the end of his sentence, he shook his head. "Father, do you still remember the origin of Mansion Master Duan Rufeng of Azure Cloud Mansion?" Gu Li asked. Although he had no idea why his son would ask this, Gu Xiaoyun still nodded his head. "Of course. Mansion Master Duan Rufeng of Azure Cloud Mansion is a martial cultivator from the mortal continent. He's also the only one from the mortal continent who managed to rule a top-rated force in the history of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. What if I say that junior brother Ling Tian is also a martial cultivator from the mortal continent? Guli asked again. What? Little Tian is a martial cultivator from the mortal continent as well? Gu Xiaoyun was stunned. After a long while he finally muttered in bewilderment, since when did martial cultivators from the mortal continent become so monstrously strong? Father, junior brother Ling Tian is the son of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, he's the only son. Gu Li continued to add. His words were like a heavy-loaded bomb that exploded. Gu Xiaoyun was struck dumb. He only regained his senses after a long while before he looked at Gu Li in shock. Leah, is this true? Little Tian is actually the only son of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? That's right. Gu Li nodded. But if he's the only son of Mansion Master Duan from Azure Cloud Mansion, why did he join the Mystical Sky Mansion? Gu Xiaoyun could not understand this no matter how much he thought about it. However, after Gu Li explained the entire thing to him, he finally understood. As it turned out, Duan Ling Tian had damaged the clues his father had left behind for him. This was why he did not instantly go to the Azure Cloud Mansion when he arrived in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was only until when heard some of the information about Mansion Master Duan Ru Feng and his name that he was certain his father is the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. That was why he had gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion to reunite with his family immediately. Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng are ignorant about little Tian's background. Otherwise, even if their courage is multiplied by 100, they still would not dare to make a move on him. Gu Xiaoyun remarked with a gleam in his eyes. Father, junior brother Ling Tian's identity is special, but it's not convenient to reveal it. He's not only the son of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, but he's also the person who has the Devil Seal Tablet in his possession. Once the news of him possessing the Devil Seal Tablet spreads out, even the Azure Cloud Mansion might not be able to protect him. Those powerhouses from the upper province might be interested in the Devil Seal Tablet. Gu Li said with a worried expression on his face. That's right. The lore of the Devil Seal Tablet is just too strong. Gu Xiaoyun strongly agreed with his son's words. He looked at his son before saying, due to this reason, it's even more important that we don't reveal little Tian's identity. Otherwise, what awaits him and the Azure Cloud Mansion would definitely be a calamity. A man's wealth is his own ruin since it causes greed in others. Understood, Gu Li replied with a solemn expression. Meanwhile, Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng felt even more frustrated after they left. Until now, they still did not have any clue on the death of their grandson and son respectively. They possessed a powerful force, however, they had nowhere to use it. There's only one way for us to look for Jia's killer, Zhao Jin said in a deep voice. Father, are you talking about Ling Tian? Zhao Deng asked. Exactly. Zhao Jin nodded before adding. As far as I know, Ling Tian had made a pact with little Gu to go to the upper province together. However, he had suddenly left all on his own. Although little Gu has already broken through to the Divine Saint stage, he did not leave with Ling Tian. I have a feeling that Ling Tian hasn't gone to the upper province yet. Not only that, but the direction he's headed is not to the upper province as well. Zhao Jin said in one breath. Father, why don't we just ask Gu Li and find out where Ling Tian went? Zhao Deng said with a gleam in his eyes. Humph. Do you think Gu Li will tell you where Ling Tian went? Zhao Jin snorted coldly and looked at Zhao Deng as though he was looking at an idiot. Zhao Deng would have been furious and left immediately if another person had looked at him that way. However, since it was his father, he did not dare to show how upset he was. Father, what do you think we should do then? Zhao Deng asked again. Keep a close eye on little Gu. If we want to find Ling Tian, he's our most important clue. It'll be fine if he doesn't leave the Mystical Sky Mansion. However, if he does, follow him and see if he's meeting up with Ling Tian. Zhao Ji ordered. Just like the saying goes, the mantis who stalks the cicada is unaware of the oriole behind. Zhao Deng's eyes lit up in admiration of his father. As expected, the older one was, the wiser one becomes. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of what was happening in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Currently, he had successfully arrived in the vicinity of the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. The Azure Cloud Mansion's estate was situated at the south of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was located above a gigantic lake that stretched out as far as the eyes could see. Standing by the bank of the lake, one would not be able to see across the lake with just a glance. It felt as though one was standing by the seaside, watching the sea that stretched out as far as the eyes could see. This was the crouching dragon lake that surrounded the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. The entire lake was like a dragon that was curled up in a circle, surrounding the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate tightly around it. This was also where the crouching dragon lake got its name from. Azure Cloud Mansion. Mother, Tiana will be able to see you soon. Little Faya, I'm coming. I'm coming to see you and our child. Father, I'm coming. Duan Ling Tian hovered in the sky near the crouching dragon lake as he stared at the lake emotionally. After a long while, he calmed himself down a little before stepping forward and entered the crouching dragon lake. As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the crouching dragon lake, the surface of the calm lake began to boil as ripples began to appear and spread out. Finally, there was even a sound of explosions. Boom, 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 boom. After the first sound of explosions, more sound of explosions continued to resonate in the air. A group of gigantic figures rose from the crouching dragon lake and destroyed the calmness of the lake. Who are you that you dare to trespass into our Azure Cloud Mansion's estate? At the same time, a thunderous voice reverberated in Duan Ling Tian's ears. When Duan Ling Tian had just stepped on the air above the crouching dragon lake, then gigantic figures immediately rose from the crouching dragon lake. They soared up into the sky and surrounded him. Wild beasts. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's gaze landed on the 10 gigantic figures and he discovered they were all gigantic wild beasts. A black figure stood on top of each of the wild beasts. It seemed like they were soldiers. They all had an emotionless expression and wore black armor. Terrifying auras emanated from the bodies of these soldiers, sending chills up one's spines. Black armored guards? When Duan Ling Tian was making his way here, he had made inquiries about the Azure Cloud Mansion, so he knew the ones protecting the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate were the most elite guards, the black armored guards in the Azure Cloud Mansion. The weakest member of the black armored guards was also at the early Eminent Saint stage. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, only a powerhouse at the early Eminent Saint stage or above was qualified to take the test to become a black armored guard. It was precisely because the black armored guards were the elites of the Azure Cloud Mansion they always maintained the number of 1,000 guards. Collectively, they were called the Black Armored Army. It was said that the Black Armored Army of Azure Cloud Mansion had 1 captain, 10 centurions, and 100 decurions. The captain was also the commander of the Black Armored Army. He was also one of the exemplary Saint stage powerhouses in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Almost all the 10 centurions, on the other hand, were at the mastery or the peak of the Divine Saint stage. As for the 100 decurions, the weakest among them was also at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. No wonder it's said that the Azure Cloud Mansion and Mountain Shade Black Market are much more powerful than the other quasi-third-rate forces. Put aside the Mountain Shade Black Market, judging by the strength of the Azure Cloud Mansion on the surface. The Mystical Sky Mansion is far from being comparable to it. There are already 10 people who are at the mastery and even the peak of the Divine Saint stage in the Black Armored Army that consisted of 1,000 people. The commander of the Black Armored Army is even an exemplary Saint stage powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel stunned. This powerful force was under his father's command. It hasn't been more than 20 years since that cheapskate father of mine disappeared and reappeared again in the Cloud Continent. In just 20 years, not only did he make a name for himself in the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land on his own, but he even became the new mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He even led the Azure Cloud Mansion to the peak in the lower province, and is on equal footing with the Mountain Shade Black Market. Duan Ling Tian really had no idea how his cheapskate father could achieve all this in such a short period of time. If it was him, he knew that he would not be able to achieve all these. When one of the guards from the Black Armored Army who rose up from the crouching dragon lake riding on the gigantic wild beast saw how unbothered Duan Ling Tian was, he said, "Leave the crouching dragon lake in the span of 10 breaths. Otherwise, you'll die." It was apparent this person who warned him was the leader among the 10 Black Armored Guards. Duan Ling Tian activated his divine eye and instantly probed his cultivation base. He was at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. Looks like he's a decurion. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Decurion, the reason I came to the Azure Cloud Mansion is to look for Mansion Master Duan. Duan Ling Tian did not reveal his identity as their young Mansion Master. Instead, he only said he was looking for the Mansion Master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Who are you? And why do you want to see our Lord Mansion Master? The Decurion asked again. His tone seemed to have softened a little. It'll only be convenient for me to state my reason after I meet with Mansion Master Duan. Duan Ling Tian smiled at the Decurion. He was still being very careful and did not reveal his identity rashly before he reached the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. Moreover, even if he revealed his identity, they might not even believe him. In fact, not many people in the Azure Cloud Mansion knew their Mansion Master had a son. If he said that he was the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, the others would probably think he was a liar and send him flying away from this place. Duan Ling Tian, who was eager to see his family, did not want to meet any more obstacles. For this reason, he was being extremely careful. In that case, I'll get someone to report this. However, I'll need your name if I'm going to report this. Who are you and which force are you from? The Decurion nodded and asked again. The Decurion's expression turned grave immediately when he saw Duan Ling Tian did not respond for a long time. Why? Don't tell me it's not convenient for you to reveal your identity as well? Decurion, I have a keepsake here, and please ask your man to show it to your Mansion Master. If your Mansion Master still refuses to see me, you can throw me out. How about that? Duan Ling Tian replied as he took out the exquisite jade box his cheapskate father left behind for him. Naturally, the exquisite jade box had been empty since a long time ago. The Decurion of the Black Armored Army and the other 9 emotionless-looking Black Armored Guards could not help but feel stunned when they saw Duan Ling Tian taking out a keepsake. Anyone who could produce a keepsake must have a close-knit relationship with the Mansion Master of their Azure Cloud Mansion if he was truly not playing around. Someone like that was not someone they could afford to offend. The Decurion's tone was modest when he spoke again. Please wait a moment, sir. In his opinion, based on this person's actions from the beginning, it did not seem like he was trying to play a joke on them. Moreover, who would dare to come to the Azure Cloud Mansion to play a joke? After politely taking the exquisite jade box with both of his hands, the Decurion carefully passed the jade box to one of the Black Armored Guards. Go and bring this keepsake to the Lord Mansion Master immediately. Say it's from a guest who came from afar. Yes, Lord Decurion. The Black Armored Guard who took the jade box replied politely and quickly prompted the wild beast below him to head to the deeper part of the Crouching Dragon Lake. At the same time, only Duan Ling Tian and the 9 Black Armored Guards were left on the scene. Duan Ling Tian stood at the same spot and shut his eyes to attain mental composure while waiting for the Black Armored Guard's messenger to return. The Decurion and the other 8 Black Armored Guards, on the other hand, stood by the side. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Based on how calm the person standing before them was, he appeared even more mysterious. They were quite certain he must have a close-knit relationship with the Mansion Master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. For this reason, they had to be careful as well. In their opinion, the Mansion Master of their Azure Cloud Mansion was someone that had their utmost respect. He was like their god. Anybody who had a close-knit relationship with their Lord Mansion Master was not somebody they should treat rudely. Meanwhile, the Black Armored Guard took Duan Ling Tian's exquisite jade box and requested to see the Lord Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Naturally, he did not get to meet them. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, only the group of high-ranking officials in the Azure Cloud Mansion had seen their Lord Mansion Master before. Among the 1,000 people in the Black Armored Army, only 11 centurions were qualified to meet their Lord Mansion Master. To other people with lower ranks, their Lord Mansion Master was a mysterious person. Not only that, but even his whereabouts were a mystery. It was precisely because of this, the image of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was mysterious and noble in the eyes of the people with lower ranks in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Elder Rome. At the entrance to the main hall of a suspended island, the Black Armored Guard bowed to an old man respectfully. This old man was the right arm of the Mansion Master of their Azure Cloud Mansion. His position was only inferior to the Mansion Master in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Even the captain of their Black Armored Army, Lord Leader, would have to bow respectfully when he saw this old man. Elder Rong was Rong Yuan. He looked at this Black Armored Guard and smiled as he asked, "Somebody wants to meet Lord Mansion Master?" All Azure Cloud Mansion's members knew Elder Rong was a friendly elder. He did not act arrogantly no matter who it was he met. Even so, The black armored guard was still a little overwhelmed by the unexpected kindness. Elder Rong, there's a young man who trespassed into the Crouching Dragon Lake, and it just so happened to be the area under our watch. For this reason, our Decurion brought us to stop him. He said he knows Lord Mansion Master and even took out a keepsake. He said Lord Mansion Master would want to see him after he has seen this. The black armored guard spoke and took out the exquisite jade box that Duan Lingtian had given him. Rong Yuan was baffled when he saw this ordinary exquisite jade box. After he took that jade box, he studied it again, but he could not see anything special about the jade box. Wait here for a moment while I take this jade box to the Lord Mansion Master, Rong Yuan said to the black armored guard before he brought the jade box into the main hall. The black armored guard stood ramrod straight outside and waited quietly. Time continued to pass by quietly. After about 15 minutes, Rong Yuan came out. However, his expression was a little grave. Upon seeing his grave expression, the black armored guard's heart jolted as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Don't tell me that person is actually toying us and the Lord Mansion Master of our Azure Cloud Mansion? Isn't he afraid of death? Lord Mansion Master doesn't recognize this old jade box. Not only that, but that person must be a liar who's pretending to be Lord Mansion Master's acquaintance. Tell this to your Decurion, and he'll know what to do next. Rong Yuan left angrily with a wave of his sleeve. That fellow. It's still okay if he merely toys with us, but to think he actually dares to toy with Lord Mansion Master. Damn him. The black armored guard's expression was extremely grim. When he made his way back, it was as though he was given a booster shot as flew as fast as he could. It did not take him long to reach the border of the Crouching Dragon Lake. You're back. Duan Ling Tian, who sensed the movement, opened his eyes immediately as a smile appeared on his face. The moment he thought of how he would get to see his mother, fiancé, his child, and his cheapskate father soon, he was extremely happy. However, when he saw the grave expression on the black armored guard's face and the angry gaze that was trained on him, his heart jolted. There seems to be something wrong with the situation. It's not possible. That exquisite jade box is left behind by my cheapskate father in the Cloud Continent. He should be able to recognize this with just a glance. At the same time, the Decurion also learned they had been deceived. His expression turned grim immediately. How dare you? To think that you actually dare to play around with our Azure Cloud Mansion. You're seeking death. When the Decurion looked at Duan Ling Tian once again, his gaze was piercing. The politeness from before had completely disappeared. He was eager to cut Duan Ling Tian into multiple pieces. Play around. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned horrified. He? Play around? What was going on? Duan Ling Tian explained to the Decurion and looked at the black armored guard who went to report this at the same time as he asked, Decurion, is there a misunderstanding? I'm very certain there's no problem with my keepsake, and the Mansion Master of your Azure Cloud Mansion should be able to recognize it as well. I would like to ask this person, did you personally pass the jade box to the Mansion Master of your Azure Cloud Mansion? Humph. I personally handed the jade box to Elder Rong, and he personally handed it over to Lord Mansion Master. Elder Rong has said that Lord Mansion Master doesn't recognize this broken jade box at all. And you are just a liar who pretends that you know Lord Mansion Master at most. The black armored guard snorted coldly. Elder Rong? Duan Ling Tian frowned before it eased up. Then that's right. The problem must lie with Elder Rong. How about this? Bring me to see the Mansion Master of your Azure Cloud Mansion. Once I see him, the truth will definitely come out. How about it? If I'm a liar, there's no need for you to do anything since your Mansion Master will kill me immediately. The problem must lie with Elder Rong? Upon hearing his words, the 10 black armored guards, including the Decurion, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze that turned even colder. It even contained a hint of terrifying killing intent. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, who did not know that Elder Rong was the spokesperson for Mansion Master? However, this person dared to say the problem lay with Elder Rong? Would somebody who knew their Mansion Master even say such words? Kill! The Decurion said coldly as the ever-ready 9 black armored guards began to move. They were like wolves that had not eaten or drunk for 10 days as they charged at him. The 9 black figures charged out in unison. From afar, it was like a flood of black currents sweeping across the sky. Boom! 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 As the sounds of air explosion resonated in the air, the 9 black armored guards left the wild beasts they were riding one by one and cast all sorts of attacks. Energies with a myriad of colors fused together and charged toward Duan Lingtian. Each and every strike was aimed at his vital points as though they were trying to kill him in a blow. Duan Lingtian did not expect these black armored guards would be so barbaric. He had merely voiced out an assumption and they had already pounded at him like rabid dogs. This rendered him speechless. Was this Elder Rong their father? He could not even criticize him at all? One must admit that this small team of 10 black armored guards was quite powerful. Apart from the Decurion who did not make a move, the weakest among the 9 people was at the intermediate Eminent Saint stage. 6 of them were at the intermediate Eminent Saint stage, while 3 of them were at the Mastery Eminent Saint stage. However, this was not enough to pose a threat to him. He could easily dodge all their attacks. His body moved gracefully. It was obvious he did not feel pressured at all. The peak of the Eminent Saint stage? When the Decurion saw how Duan Lingtian had easily dodged the joint attacks of his 9 underlings, he narrowed his eyes immediately. Vast true origin began to roil in his body, ready to surge out at any time. One had to admit that none of the black armored guards were afraid of death. Although they knew the person before them was much stronger than them, they did not intend to retreat at all as they continued to surround him. Even Duan Lingtian's eyes held a hint of respect toward them. If it were other people, they might have fled or begged for mercy when they discovered he was stronger than them. However, these 9 black armored guards continued to charge at him and fearlessly surround him as though they were not afraid of death, although they knew they were no match for him. When Duan Lingtian saw how courageous they were, his blood began to boil with enthusiasm. It was as though he had returned to the past when he was involved in the illegal world that was filled with blood. The 9 black armored guards had obtained his respect. As expected of the black armored army of the Azure Cloud Mansion. They indeed live up to their reputation. Duan Lingtian could not help but praise them. Finally, the Decurion made his move to kill him, and he directly charged at Duan Lingtian, who was trapped in the encirclement by the few black armored guards. You're quite strong. However, not only did you deceive us, but you even tried to deceive our Lord Mansion Master. On top of that, you even suspect Elder Rong. Your sin is completely unforgivable. If we, the Black Armored Army, allow you to leave alive today, it means that we're incompetent. The Decurion's strength was, naturally, impressive since he was at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. At the instant when the Decurion charged toward Duan Lingtian, he was certain the strength of the Decurion of the Black Armored Army was much stronger than Zhao Ding, the mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan whom he had previously killed. Moreover, the Decurion could even pressure him, forcing him to make his move. Swish! The Decurion's weapon was a 7-foot-long spear. When it moved across the sky, it was like a worm dragon that had come out of its lair. The air seemed to stagnate for a moment. A vast true origin even formed a churning force around the 7-foot-long spear. When the spear moved in his direction, it was similar to the churn drilling in Duan Lingtian's past life. It was as though it could pierce through anything. At the same time, the Decurion shouted, "Earth Dragon Drill!" The energy around the 7-foot-long spear in his hand surged again, and the churning force turned stronger. The spear flew toward Duan Lingtian at a speed faster than a bolt of lightning, aiming for the vital point of his heart. When the Decurion shouted, Duan Lingtian also shouted in reply, "Have a taste of my sword as well." Subsequently, a sword appeared in his hand. The sword was completely solidified by the Sun True Origin. Swish! Duan Lingtian pointed the sword out. Although it looked simple, there was a sense of unexplainable complexity to it. Naturally, this was because it contained the profundity of the Sovereign Heart Sword's second stage. Its speed was extremely fast. It was much faster than the 7-foot-long spear in the Decurion's hand. Clang! 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 The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand clashed with the tip of the 7-foot-long spear in the Decurion's hand. The energies both of them infused into their weapons collided for the first time. It could be seen that this was an explosive fight. At this moment, when their weapons clashed against each other, the Decurion realized he was slightly inferior to Duan Lingtian, causing him to mobilize the true origin in his body instantly to further infuse it into the 7-foot-long spear in his hand. At once, the true origin in the 7-foot-long spear surged again. However, when it came to making a move at the last minute, How could the Decurion compare to Duan Tian, who possessed 99 saint veins? With just a thought in his mind, the vast sun true origin in Duan Tian's body immediately surged into the sword in his hands through the 99 saint veins, causing the sword to let out a humming noise. Don't complain that I'm bullying you. The true origin I've just mobilized is on par with the true origin you had just cast, Duan Tian said nonchalantly. The strength of the true origin in the sword he was holding was indeed on equal footing with the true origin in the Decurion's long spear. Upon hearing Duan Tian's provocative words, the Decurion became furious immediately. He waved his arm and the 7-foot-long spear moved forward even faster, but the true origin in the spear no longer increased. As a member of the Black Armored Army, he was an unyielding man. Since Duan Tian had said such provocative words, it would be embarrassing if he further used his true origin. Apart from that, he could tell his opponent's speed of mobilizing his true origin was much faster than him. Moreover, based on his opponent's calm demeanor, it was obvious he had more tricks up his sleeve. Swish! 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 As the 7-foot-long spear moved, the true origin churned around rapidly at its surrounding. The other 9 black armored guards at the side could not track the churning energy of the spear at all. Based on that alone, one could tell how swift its speed was. Swish! Meanwhile, Duan Tian was still calmly pointing his sword out as though he was merely planning to thrust the sword forward. At the very least, this was what it looked like to the 9 black armored guards. How dare he looks down on Lord Decurion? He's just seeking death. He's digging his own grave. All of the 9 black armored guards felt that Duan Tian was too arrogant, and he would definitely be defeated. Only the Decurion could sense an inexplicable threat from Duan Tian's seemingly simple-looking sword. It felt as though an aura had locked on him, targeting him. His expression turned grave immediately. History repeated itself as the sword clashed with the tip of the spear again. The true origins that were almost on equal footing collided with each other. If only true origins were taken into consideration, they were indeed on the same level. However, true origins were not the only things that were used in the battle. It contained the profundity of martial tactics as well. The Decurion's Earth Dragon Drill clashed with Duan Tian's profundity of the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword as well. The result was way beyond the imaginations of the 9 black armored guards. Bang! As a loud sound resonated, the person whom they were certain would be defeated was still hovering in the air. He did not move an inch at all from his spot. Their Decurion, on the other hand, was sent flying. His face was completely pale, and there was a trail of blood on the corner of his mouth. Lord Decurion! Horror dawned on the 9 black armored guards when they saw this. They instantly flew out and shielded him. Each of them looked at Duan Tian guardedly as though they were afraid he would take advantage of his victory to attack again. However, they were baffled as well. Earlier, he had simply thrust his sword forward. How could it possibly overpower and shatter their Decurion's Earth Dragon Drill? In fact, the Earth Dragon Drill's spear technique that their Decurion cast earlier was an offensive technique in the Earth rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. Not only that, but their Decurion had also almost cultivated it to the highest stage. Even then, their Decurion was still defeated. You're really strong. However, nobody who deceives the Azure Cloud Mansion will be able to leave here alive. The Decurion healed his injury a little before he looked at Duan Tian with a piercing gaze. He lifted his hand and a jade token appeared and soared up into the air before it exploded. A shrill noise instantly reverberated in the air. As soon as the shrill noise sounded, a series of commotion broke out on the surface of the lake in the distance. Boom! 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 Figure after figures who were riding on wild beasts rose up from the water and began to surround Duan Tian. It was obvious these people riding on the wild beasts were all black armored guards as well. Meanwhile, 2 figures stood hidden behind the clouds high in the sky where nobody noticed them. One was standing in front and the other stood at the back. They could easily see through the clouds and their eyes were trained on the surface of the lake. Lord Mansion Master. Could he be the young Mansion Master? The old man standing at the back was none other than Elder Rong Yuan, the instigator of the fight that was happening below. Naturally, the truth was he was only carrying out an order. The silhouette's similar but the face is not. However, the aura on his body is undoubtedly my son's aura. The person standing in front was none other than the Mansion Master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng. How weird. He's not wearing a disguise. Rong Yuan found this strange. Whether it Duan Ru Feng or Rong Yuan, both of them had never heard of any secret tactic that could allow one to change their appearance without being detected by divine consciousness. This was why they could not piece the puzzle together. However, this little fellow is indeed strong. He could be considered as one of the very best among all martial cultivators at the peak of the eminent saint stage. I'm afraid there are not many people under the divine saint stage who can defeat him, Rong Yuan continued saying again. He was not stingy with his praise when he spoke. Elder Rong, bring him to the main hall. He should be my son, Duan Lingtian. Duan Ru Feng told Rong Yuan and instantly vanished into thin air as though he was not there just a moment ago. However, it doesn't seem like he's wearing a disguise at all. Rong Yuan smiled wryly. He had also seen the portrait of his young mansion master. This ordinary-looking young man looked nothing like his young mansion master. Why did Lord Mansion Master say he was the young mansion master? Rong Yuan had no idea why, but no matter what, Duan Ru Feng was still Duan Lingtian's father. Although Duan Ru Feng and Duan Lingtian did not manage to spend much time together as a powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, he was particularly adept at sensing auras. Despite the fact that Duan Lingtian had changed his appearance, Duan Ru Feng was extremely confident the young man was his son. 3 more small teams of the Black Armored Army appeared above the crouching dragon lake. Currently, there was a total of 40 people in addition to the original small team of Black Armored Army. Feng Ping, someone actually managed to injure you? This is rare. The leader of one of the small teams, who was also a Decurion, laughed out loud when he saw the Decurion who was injured by Duan Lingtian. It was obvious he was pleased by the other person's misfortune. Humph. Why don't you go and have a try? Feng Ping snorted as his expression turned grave when he heard these words. At the moment when everyone from the 3 small teams shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian and a fight was about to break out. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past as an old figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Upon seeing this figure, every single one of the 40 black armored guards bowed respectfully. Elder Rome. He merely nodded his head indifferently before he shifted his attention to Duan Lingtian. You're the one who wants to meet our Lord Mansion Master? When Duan Lingtian discovered the old man standing before him was Elder Rong, he asked furiously, Geezer, you didn't hand my jade box to your mansion master, right? Geezer? When the 40 black armored guards present on the scene heard the way Duan Lingtian addressed Rong Yuan in an accusatory tone, they felt chills running up their spines. This fellow actually called Elder Rong as Geezer? Not only that, but he even spoke in an accusatory tone. Did he think his life was too long? In the Azure Cloud Mansion, Rong Yuan was known as an amiable and kind person, but this only applied to the people in the mansion. He would become an Azura when faced with enemies. In the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Rong Yuan was known as the Smiling Azura. This fellow is going to die. The 40 black armored guards looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was a dead man. I've already handed the jade box over to the Lord Mansion Master. If you don't believe me, you can personally ask him when you meet him later. At this moment, Rong Yuan still found it hard to believe the young man before him was his young mansion master. Due to this reason, although he was not offended by Duan Lingtian's rudeness, he was not particularly courteous just because this person might be his young mansion master. He would have his confirmation first. Upon hearing Rong Yuan's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He could meet the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? The 40 black armored guards who were prepared to watch a good show were all dumbfounded. Not only did the person they think was going to die was alive, but he was even given the opportunity to meet the Lord Mansion Master. They found it hard to accept this turn of events. The entire scene was silent as they watched Rong Yuan brought Duan Lingtian into the distance before an uproar broke out. My goodness! What's really going on? Who's that fellow? Although he addressed Elder Rong as a geezer, Elder Rong did not get angry. Instead, he even brought him to meet Lord Mansion Master immediately. Even our Lord Decurion has yet to meet Lord Mansion Master. Could it be that the fellow actually has some connections with Lord Mansion Master? The 3 small black armored army teams that arrived later on discussed among themselves. They were all baffled and had many questions. Soon after, they shifted their attention to the original small black armored armies team of 10 that was led by Decurion Feng Ping. Feng Ping, what happened? That's right. You send out the emergency signal and I thought there's an invasion by our enemies. In the end, it seems like that person is Lord Mansion Master's guest. If Lord Mansion Master decides to investigate this matter, you'll never hear the last of it from me. Feng Ping, who's that young man? I can see that Elder Rong is quite polite to him. The other Decurions from the 3 other small teams questioned Feng Ping one after another with a grave expression. How could their expressions not be grave? Although none of them had acted against that person, they were in the midst of surrounding him when Elder Rong appeared, catching them red-handed. Based on Elder Rong's words, that person seemed to be able to meet their Lord Mansion Master as well. Would such a person be someone they could afford to offend? In truth, when Feng Ping saw how polite Elder Rong was to the young man earlier, he was also as dumbfounded as the others. He had even made a move against that person due to Elder Rong's instigation, although he was not aware of it. He was made to believe that young man was a liar. However, judging from Elder Rong's attitude earlier, it seemed like the young man did know their Lord Mansion Master. Soon after, Feng Ping looked at the black armored guard who was sent to hand Duan Ling Tian's token over and asked in his deep voice, "Are you sure you're not exaggerating?" Lord Decurion, even if my courage is multiplied, I won't dare to joke about a matter like this. The black armored guard who was stared at by Feng Ping felt a little wronged. If he could reverse time, he would have rejected the mission from the Decurion. There would definitely be somebody else who was willing to bring the keepsake over, but he was definitely unwilling. Feng Ping believed this black armored guard's words since he had known this subordinate of his for a few years now. He knew this person very well. Due to this reason, Feng Ping felt a little wronged when faced with the questions from the other 3 Decurions. Although that was the case, he still told 3 of them the truth about what had transpired. That man is here to see Lord Mansion Master? Moreover, he even brought a keepsake with him. Elder Rong said that Lord Mansion Master doesn't recognize the keepsake and he's a liar? Are you certain Elder Rong said that he's a liar? If he's a liar, would Elder Rong even personally bring him to meet Lord Mansion Master? The Decurion's expressions turned graver. The fact that that person had a keepsake from the Lord Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion meant that he had a close relationship with their Lord Mansion Master. They had even tried to trap that person by surrounding him. All of them felt chills running up their spines as they broke out in cold sweat. This is the truth. All of you can be rest assured. I was the one who attacked that person. If anything happens, I'll assume responsibility for it. Feng Ping told the other 3 Decurions. You'll assume responsibility? Are you sure you'll be able to bear it? What bad luck. The Decurion who mocked Feng Ping as soon as he appeared earlier mocked him again before he brought his men and left. The other 2 Decurions looked at Feng Ping for a long while before they brought their men away as well. In the end, only the small team of black armored guards that was led by Decurion Feng Ping was left on the scene. Lord Decurion, I really didn't exaggerate nor did I lie. I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath. That black armored guard who took Duan Ling Tian's keepsake to report to the Mansion Master immediately swore on the lightning penalty oath when he saw that Feng Ping's expression was a little grave. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. As 9 claps of thunder resonated in the air, the lightning penalty oath was completed. It was proven the black armored guard did not lie through the oath he had sworn. What are you doing? Feng Ping's expression, it's akin to you slapping me by swearing on the lightning penalty oath in front of me. Lord Decurion, the latter had a remorseful expression on his face. Enough. There's no need for you to think about it so much. We have nothing to hide, and we did nothing wrong. There's no reason for us to be afraid of being punished. Feng Ping waved his hand and immediately brought everybody back to the Crouching Dragon Lake again. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian followed behind Rong Yuan as they headed deeper into the Crouching Dragon Lake. There were many vast islands located deep inside the Crouching Dragon Lake. These islands were all shrouded by fog. If one were not close enough, one would not notice there was something hidden behind the fog. However, Rong Yuan did not bring Duan Ling Tian to any of the islands in front. Instead, Rong Yuan brought him to the sky above the islands. His feet trembled slightly before he soared straight up into the sky like a rocket. Duan Ling Tian followed suit and soared up into the sky as well. After passing through the fog, he saw a gigantic island suspended in the air. The suspended island was among the clouds and fog, making it appear like the jade halls in the heavenly paradise. It was astoundingly magnificent. Compared to the main mansion of the mystical Sky Mansion, this suspended island was undoubtedly a lot bigger. Elder Rong. Elder Rong. Along their journey, Duan Tian saw many black armored guards who were hidden in the dark revealed themselves as they bowed respectfully at Rong Yuan, who was leading the way. Some of the black armored guards' eyes were filled with confusion and questions when they saw Duan Tian. This old man seems to have quite a high position in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Tian thought to himself when he saw this, no wonder when I called him geezer and questioned him earlier, the black armored guards looked at me as though they were staring at a dead man. However, I wonder what's his intention? One moment, he called me a liar, but in the next moment, he's bringing me to meet the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Although Duan Tian was 100% certain the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was his cheapskate father, he could not help but feel baffled. As they rose up to the suspended island, Rong Yuan finally asked without turning his head, "Do you think there's any way to disguise oneself in the world without being detected by divine consciousness?" It seemed as though he was talking to himself and Duan Tian at the same time. The world is so huge, it contains all sorts of wonders. Duan Tian said indifferently as he ignored Rong Yuan's probing. Rong Yuan no longer said anything as he continued to bring him deeper into the suspended island. In the end, they arrived at the central area of the suspended island. The area was heavily patrolled by black armored guards. Soon after, a standalone palace appeared before Duan Tian's eyes. This palace was situated in the center of the suspended island's central area. It occupied a vast area. From afar, it looked like a gigantic beast. This was the central main hall of the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. The suspended island that Duan Tian was currently on was also the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion. The great doors of the central main hall were tightly closed. After Rong Yuan brought Duan Tian to the front doors, he reported politely, "Lord Mansion Master, I've brought him here." Upon hearing his words, Duan Tian's breathing began to quicken as he stared at the great doors of the central main hall intently. How he itched to kick them open immediately to see who was inside. At the same, he also looked forward to listening to the voice of the person inside. Although he did not spend too much time with his father, he could still remember the voice of his cheapskate father. "Come in." At the same time, an awe-inspiring and majestic voice reverberated from inside. Although the voice sounded majestic and the anxiety in his heart was immediately washed away. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was indeed his cheapskate father. No matter how certain he was that his cheapskate father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, it was still not as persuasive as hearing his voice. Rumble. After the person had spoken, the great and heavy doors of the central main hall began to open. Everything inside was laid bare before Duan Tian's eyes. With just one glance, Duan Tian could see 4 people standing inside. One of the people standing inside was none other than his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng. At this moment, Duan Rufeng was looking at him with a smile. A cute little boy was also in his embrace, and he was looking at Duan Tian with his huge and round eyes. 2 women stood on either side of Duan Rufeng. When Duan Tian saw the 2 women standing at either side of Duan Rufeng, his eyes widened as his body trembled in excitement. It was his mother, Li Ro, and his fiancée, Li Fei. These 2 women were 2 of the few important women in his life. However, Duan Tian quickly realized whether it was his mother, Li Ro, or his fiancée, Li Fei, both of them had an expression of hesitation when they saw him. There was no sense of joy of a reunion after a long time. "Oh, I almost forgot. I haven't returned to my original appearance yet." At the same time, Duan Tian finally remembered that he was still in his disguise. It was no wonder his mother and his fiancée showed signs of hesitation. Swish! Without any hesitation, Duan Tian made his move and arrived like a gust of wind in front of the 4 people. When Duan Tian stood before them, the muscles on his face began to shift. Only when it stopped that he finally regained his original appearance. "Mother." After he returned to his original appearance, he kneeled with a thud with a remorseful expression. As a son, not only was he unable to be by his parents' side all the time, but he had even disappeared for so many years. This could be considered as being unfilial. Naturally, he only felt remorseful toward his mother, Li Ro, since she had sacrificed so much for him compared to his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng. His father, who only appeared later on, could not compare to his mother at all. Tiana, my Tiana, I'm not dreaming, right? When Duanling Tian revealed his true appearance, the hesitation in Li Ro's eyes disappeared immediately. It was replaced with all sorts of emotions instead. At the same time, she went to pull Duanling Tian up and hugged him tightly. She did not let go for a long time. It was though she feared her son would leave again if she released him. 2 streaks of tears streamed down her face in excitement and happiness. Mother, you're not dreaming. It's me. Duanling Tian's eyes welled up with tears as well. He hugged his mother tightly as he was washed with a sense of calm that he had never felt before. His mother's embrace was like a sanctuary to him. It allowed his heart to calm down immediately. You scoundrel! A familiar yet beautiful voice resonated in the air, causing Duanling Tian to snap back into reality. Another person had appeared next to him. It was none other than his fiancée, Li Fei. Although Li Ro was reluctant to let go of her son, she knew it was time to give some time to the pair of lovers. Due to this reason, she released Duanling Tian immediately and signaled Duanru Feng with her eyes to leave the main hall with her and the little boy. Upon seeing this, Elder Rong followed suit. At once, the central main hall became a world that existed only for Duanling Tian and Li Fei. Outside the main hall, the little boy in Duanru Feng's embrace blinked his huge eyes and looked at Li Ro as he asked, Grandmother, is he that very powerful father of mine that mother always tells me about? That's right. Nyener, he's your father. You must remember to call him father when he comes out later, all right? Li Ro replied with a smile as she stroked the little boy's head. The little boy nodded his head. All right, I'll listen to you, grandmother. That boy, he didn't even greet his father, but he has already gone to talk about love with Fei. What an unfilial son. Duan Rufeng muttered in a tone that contained a hint of jealousy as he feigned anger. It's all because you left for so many years. Otherwise, why would Tianer treat you this way? Li Ro snapped. Upon hearing that, Duan Rufeng no longer said anything. There was no point for him to continue the topic since he knew he was wrong. After all, he did leave for many years with no news at all. It was obvious he was just feigning anger and was not really upset. When Rong Yuan saw Duan Rufeng and his wife were no longer talking, he chimed in emotionally, Lord Mansion Master. Young Mansion Master's disguising tactic is really brilliant. Exactly. Even my divine consciousness couldn't sense his disguise. I wonder where he learned such a disguising tactic from. To think that it's so amazing. Duan Rufeng strongly agreed with Rong Yuan's words. No matter what, he was still a hugely important figure in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, even he had not heard nor seen Duanling Tian's disguising tactic before. It seems like Tianer had quite a huge fortuitous encounter during these years. Young Mansion Master is so young, but his cultivation base is already at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. How marvelous! Rong Yuan sighed emotionally. The peak of the Eminent Saint stage? When Duan Rufeng heard his words, he merely shook his head as a grave and anxious expression appeared on his face. If he did not remember wrongly, the 5 years pact he had made with the Dragon Clan would arrive in 10 months' time. At that time, his son would have to fight the 5-clawed Golden Dragon. If he won, he would be able to enter the Dragon Clan's Dragon Cleansing Pool. All of these were done according to the instructions of that old prophet. However, now that there were only 10 months left, his son was only at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. It was undoubtedly going to be like a fairy tale for him to defeat 5-clawed Golden Dragon, Diju. Even if that Diju did not make any progress in these 5 years, he was still at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. How could someone at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage fight someone at the peak of the Divine Saint stage in 10 months' time? Now that almost 5 years had gone by, Diju might have even broken through to the Exemplary Saint stage. Does Tiana stand a chance in winning? Before he was reunited with his son, Duanling Tian, he did not have such doubts due to the trust he had in the old prophet. However, now that he had reunited with his son and discovered his son was only at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage, he could not help but have doubts that appeared in his mind. In the main hall, Duanling Tian and Li Fei were hugging each other. Both of them did not speak and hugged each other quietly. At this moment, it seemed like both of them had merged together as though there was no distinction between both of them. How Duan Ling Tian wished this moment would last forever as he hugged Li Fei without any worries or troubles. Just quietly hugging the person he loved until the end of time, until the ocean runs dry and the rocks crumble. However, he knew this was just his own wishful thinking. He still had many things that he needed to do. Meanwhile, as Li Fei hugged Duan Ling Tian, she had the same thoughts as him as well. How she wished she could hug her man quietly forever without the need to worry about anything. Finally, after about half an hour, Duan Ling Tian was the first to speak. "Little Fei, is that boy father was carrying our child?" "Yes." Li Fei smiled as she nodded. "He's called Nian Tian, he's our son." Nian Tian. Upon hearing his son's name, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel his heart tightened. At the same time, his hands that were embracing Li Fei tightened as well. Naturally, he knew what his son's name meant. If Sister Kuer and her child are safe, I'm sure her child should be as old as Nienu too. I just wonder if it's a boy or a girl. When Li Fei spoke about Kuer, her voice began to tremble a little. She had long regarded that kind girl as her sister. They're definitely safe and sound. They have to be. Duan Ling Tian replied confidently with a glint in his eyes. He would not allow harm to come to his woman and his child. After coming to the Azure Cloud Mansion and reuniting with his family, one of his wishes had finally come true. It was time for him to go to the upper province to look for Kuer. After embracing Li Fei for a while more, she slowly pushed Duan Ling Tian away. "Scoundrel, shouldn't you go greet father? I know that you still hold grudges over the fact that he left you and your mother for so many years. However, he's still your father no matter what. Not only that, but he has been very nice to Nien'er during these few years as well. He dotes on him so much that even I, as his mother, feel ashamed. I know he's trying to make up for all the time he lost with you, that's why he's giving all the love he couldn't give to you to Nien'er," Li Fei remarked softly. She was a smart woman and knew she could only gently give a suggestion instead of making the decision for her man. "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded before walking out of the main hall with Li Fei. "Father, thank you for taking care of little Fei and Nien'er during these few years," Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at Duan Rufeng. "Tian'er, remember, I'm your father. There's no need to thank me when it comes to matters that concern you. Moreover, Fei is my daughter-in-law, and Nien'er is my grandson. This is what I should do," Duan Rufeng replied as he shook his head. "I really didn't expect you to be the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, father." Duan Ling Tian still could not believe this matter. "Well, it's quite a lucky accident actually. If you're willing to listen, I'll tell you more about it later. Speaking of it, it's all thanks to you that I managed to become the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion," Duan Rufeng said as he stared at Duan Ling Tian intently. "Me?" Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. He did not know what his father meant by this. "There's no rush, so I'll explain it to you later," Duan Rufeng said with a smile as he shook his head before he looked at the little boy in his embrace. "Nien'er, have you forgotten what your grandmother told you earlier?" Duan Yen Tian looked at Duan Ling Tian with his big eyes. He was not shy with strangers. Instead, he studied Duan Ling Tian from head to toe for a long time before he finally said, "You're my father? The extremely strong father that mother told me about." "Extremely strong father?" Upon hearing his words, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, laughed out loud. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand to pull Duan Yen Tian into his embrace and smiled. "That's right. I'm your extremely strong father. You're called Nien'er. I'm called Duan Yen Tian. Nien'er is only my pet name," Duan Yen Tian said solemnly as he corrected Duan Ling Tian. His serious manner amused Duan Ling Tian. He only felt that his heart was filled with warmth. It was a nice feeling. "I, Duan Ling Tian, have a son now." From today onward, there was another additional life in this world that he would protect with his life. For the next few days, apart from visiting his mother's, Li Ro, residence every morning for some time, Duan Ling Tian spent his remaining time with his wife. Sometimes Duan Ling Tian felt like the happiest person in the world when he was carrying Duan Yen Tian as he accompanied Li Fei. Naturally, it would be even better if Kuer and their child were here as well. Currently, I've found father, mother, and little Fei. The only regret I have left in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land is that I still can't find Tianwu. By right, if she's still in the lower province and is not in closed-door cultivation, she should have heard of a genius martial cultivator called Ling Tian in the mystical Sky Mansion. At the very least, She should have come to the mystical sky mansion to make sure if it's me or not. However, there's no news about her at all. Although Duan Lingtian had already decided to go to the upper province to look for Kur and their child, he still could not help but worry about Feng Tianwu. He realized that although there were no promises of marriage between him and Tianwu yet, nor did they have any children together, his longing for her was in no way inferior to his longing for Kur. Previously, he was only touched by the sacrifices Tianwu made for him. However, currently everything had turned into love. It's time for me to inform father about this. When Duan Lingtian felt that it was possible that Tianwu was still in the lower province, he accompanied his fiancée and his son for a moment before he went to look for his father, Duan Rufeng. Father, I hope you can help me to look for someone, Duan Lingtian said bluntly upon seeing Duan Rufeng. Oh? Who is it? Duan Rufeng asked. Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian replied. Tianwu? I've heard Fea mentioning that girl before. She's a good, loyal, and affectionate kid. Moreover, she did not even think twice to sacrifice her life for your sake. Such love is extremely rare. As far as I know, both of you got separated in the mortal continent. Could it be that you've not found her yet? Duan Rufeng had heard Li Fei mentioning Feng Tianwu's matter before, so he instantly knew what was going on when he heard her name. I found her in the Windfall Nation, a sixth-rate saint nation in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, after the news about the Devil Seal tablet was exposed, I left the Windfall Nation, and she had also left to look for me because she was worried about my safety, Duan Lingtian said with a grave expression on his face. After that, I made a trip back to the Windfall Nation, but she didn't return to the Windfall Nation. Ever since then, I've not heard any news about her at all, Duan Lingtian said with a heavy heart. What a sentimental girl, Duan Rufeng sighed. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said, Tianer, there are things that we should and shouldn't do living in this world. Since this phone girl is so loyal to you, you should never let her down. In this world where the strong ones are revered, it's not easy to meet someone who would sacrifice so much for you. Father, I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Ever since the day he realized he had feelings for Tianwu, he had already made up his mind to be with her forever. He would never let her down in this life. All right. Draw a portrait of that phone girl for me and I'll pass down an order so that every Azure Cloud Mansion's operation point can look for her. Duan Rufeng added again. Duan Lingtian instantly drew a portrait of Feng Tianwu upon hearing his father's words. His understanding of Feng Tianwu was in no way inferior to that of Kur and Li Fei. For this reason, not only was the portrait he drew identical to Tianwu, but even the look in her eyes and the aura she emitted was exactly the same. When Duan Rufeng saw the portrait, he could not help but sigh emotionally as he shook his head. I really wonder where you get your charm from. Such an outstanding woman actually fell for you and was even willing to sacrifice her life for you. You're even more powerful than me in this regards. When Duan Lingtian heard the first half of his father's words, he did not think too much of it. However, when he heard the latter part of the sentence, he could sense a hint of jealousy in his father's tone. For a moment, he could not help but feel amused by it. Father, could it be that you want another girlfriend? Should I tell mother so she can look for one for you? Duan Lingtian asked after he chuckled. Do you want to be spanked? Upon hearing his words, Duan Rufeng's expression changed a little as he snapped and glared at Duan Lingtian. After some time, he coughed twice awkwardly. I was merely joking earlier. There's no need to tell your mother about it. Just as Duan Rufeng's words left his mouth, Li Ro had arrived in a timely manner. The moment she entered, she heard the second half of Duan Rufeng's words, so she instantly looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, There's no need to tell me about what? Tanner, what's going on? When Duan Lingtian saw his father looking at him anxiously, he felt amused inwardly. However, he decided not to expose him. Mother, it's nothing. I merely asked father to help me look for Tianwu, and he felt there's no need to inform you about this since he doesn't want you to worry. Why can't he tell me about it? I really like that Tianwu girl as well. Such a loyal and affectionate girl is very rare. Li Ro had long heard about Feng Tianwu from Li Fei. She had even intentionally asked Duan Lingtian about her during these past few days since she liked Feng Tianwu a lot as well. In this world, the men she cared about the most were her husband, Duan Rufeng, and her son, Duan Lingtian. She was also willing to sacrifice her life for her husband and son. For this reason, She liked that woman who was also willing to sacrifice her life for his son. This is Tian Wu? Soon after, Li Ro also saw the portrait in Duan Rufeng's hand. Her gaze was instantly attracted to the woman in the portrait. After a long while, she could not help but praise. What a beauty who could topple a nation! How pretty! If she gives birth to a granddaughter for me, I'm sure she'll also be a beauty that could topple a nation when she grows up. Now that Li Ro had a grandson, she really wanted a granddaughter too. Although Li Ro knew Kua was also pregnant with her son's child, she was unaware of her grandchild's gender. Upon hearing Li Ro's words, Duan Lingtian felt a little embarrassed. He had not even found Feng Tian Wu yet, everything was still up in the air. However, since the old fellow was happy, he did not say anything after that. Tianer, now that you asked your father to help look for Tian Wu, are you planning to leave for the upper province? Li Ro asked with a longing look in her eyes. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, I'll be staying in the lower province for a period of time. I'll only make my way to the upper province once my cultivation base has made a breakthrough. Before he could leave for the upper province, he must first strengthen the second form of the Golden Crow's wings and raise his cultivation base to the early eminent saint stage. At that time, not only would his strength be on par with someone at the divine saint stage, but he could also finally cultivate and master the various divine abilities he had obtained. He had several top-tier divine abilities in his possession. Put aside the Golden Crow's wings, the other three extraordinary divine abilities were the elementary devouring tactic, otherworldly celestial, and the six harmonies golden body. He had an offensive divine ability, a defensive divine ability, a movement divine ability, and an assist divine ability. Everything was finally in place. Naturally, in comparison, the defensive divine ability, the six harmonies golden body, was slightly inferior since it was a medium-grade divine ability. I guess I'll just make do with it for now. If I can obtain a higher-grade defensive divine ability in the future, I'll change it. If someone could read Duan Lingtian's mind, they would be so furious they would probably throw up 3 liters of blood. If somebody else obtained a medium-grade divine ability, they would be delighted for a long time. However, for Duan Lingtian, a medium-grade divine ability was only something for him to make do with before he could find something better. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Ro still felt the time her son would be staying in the lower province was not long. The longing in her eyes became even more intense. If it was possible, she wished for her son to stay by her side. Naturally, she knew this was just her own wishful thinking. His son was a man with many responsibilities and there were many things he had to do. Rower, please leave for a moment. There's something I need to speak to Tianer about personally, Duan Rufeng said as he looked at Li Ro. When she heard her husband's words, she instantly knew she would not want to know the things her husband was going to say to her son. For this reason, she turned around and left immediately. She knew her son would have to risk his life again. Her husband would only ask her to leave when it came to this matter since he did not want her to worry. Father, what's the matter? Even mother isn't allowed to know about it. Duan Lingtian frowned. Your mother hates hearing about you going out and risking your life the most. The matter I'm about to tell you is something risky that you must do. Duan Rufeng sighed. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Do you still remember that 5-clawed golden dragon who annihilated Half Moon Island and destroyed your Lingtian sect? Duan Rufeng asked. Ju. Upon hearing his father's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Killing intent instantly emitted out of his body uncontrollably. Although this incident happened a long time ago, he still could not get over this incident. So many people in his Lingtian sect had all died in Ju's hand, so he had always kept this grudge in his heart. He did not forget about it at all. Not only that, but he even dreamed about many of those familiar faces in the past asking him to kill Ju to avenge them. That's right. It's that Ju. Duan Rufeng nodded before proceeding to tell Duan Lingtian about the 5-year pact he had made with the Dragon Clan when he went to the Dragon Clan's lair previously. The 5-year pact is due in 10 months' time. At that time, you'll have to battle with Ju to compete for the opportunity to enter the Dragon Cleansing Pool. The Dragon Cleansing Pool? Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened immediately. This was his first time hearing about the Dragon Cleansing Pool. The Dragon Cleansing Pool is the saint land of the Dragon Clan in the lower province. It only opens every 5,000 years. It contains the heaven and earth's essence that the Dragon Cleansing Pool accumulated in 5,000 years. Whichever young dragon that enters it would have a monstrous elevation in strength. Duan Rufeng continued to explain, if it wasn't for the fact the current clan leader of the Dragon Clan did not enter the Dragon Cleansing Pool, the Dragon Clan wouldn't be inferior to our Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountainshade Black Market. The Dragon Clan was one of the quasi-third-rate forces in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Previously, when he was in the Mystical Sky Mansion, Duan Ling Tian had learned about this. He also knew that Diju, the five-clawed golden dragon, who annihilated his Ling Tian sect, was the successor of the clan leader of the Dragon Clan. There were only two five-clawed golden dragons currently in the Dragon Clan. One of them was the current clan leader of the Dragon Clan, while the other one was Diju. Initially, when Duan Ling Tian learned about this, he knew if he wanted to avenge the group of high-ranking officials and disciples of Ling Tian's sect, he would have to go against the entire Dragon Clan. This was because the Dragon Clan would go all out to protect Diju since he was a five-clawed golden dragon. At that time, Duan Ling Tian knew he would have to wait for a period of time to avenge the group of high-ranking officials and disciples of Ling Tian's sect. At the very least, he needed to raise his strength to the level where he could fight the entire Dragon Clan. The 5-year pact, Dragon Cleansing Pool, Diju. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally found out that his father had made a 5-year pact on his behalf with the Dragon Clan. If he could defeat Diju in 10 months' time, he would be able to enter the Dragon Cleansing Pool. As the Dragon Clan's Saint Land, the Dragon Cleansing Pool was a very remarkable place. At the very least, it was not something that the Mystical Sky Mansion's spirit pools could compare to. After all, the few spirit pools in the Mystical Sky Mansion would open after a relatively short period of time. The Dragon Cleansing Pool, on the other hand, would only open every 5,000 years. How long were 5,000 years? 5,000 years were equal to 50 times of an ordinary person's lifespan. Take generations into consideration, that number of time could produce 10,000 generations. The reason the Dragon Cleansing Pool gathered the heaven and earth spirit energy at once every 5,000 years was to help the young dragons to soar up into the sky. Father, you mean if the current leader of the Dragon Clan managed to enter the Dragon Cleansing Pool previously, the Dragon Clan's position in the lower province would have been on par with the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountainshade Black Market? Is that Dragon Cleansing Pool really that remarkable? Duan Ling Tian was greatly shocked when he heard Duan Rufeng's words. It's indeed remarkable. Duan Rufeng nodded his head confidently. You should know that before the clan leader of the Dragon Clan assumed his position, the Dragon Clan was in no way inferior to the Mountainshade Black Market in terms of strength, even though they have always been reclusive. Not only that, but even the Mountainshade Black Market didn't dare find faults with the Dragon Clan at that time. As for now, whether it's the Mountainshade Black Market or our Azure Cloud Mansion, although we would have to expend a lot of effort to annihilate the Dragon Clan, it's not completely impossible. However, there's no reason for us to annihilate the Dragon Clan since there's no enmity between us that can't be resolved. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, not only are there Dragon Clans in the lower province, but there are Ven Dragon Clans in the upper province. The upper province's Dragon Clans are where the true terror lies. If we annihilate the lower province's Dragon Clan, the upper province's Dragon Clan would definitely learn about it. At that time, it'll be difficult for us to avoid being annihilated as well. Although he had said so much, there were only 2 points that he wanted to convey. 1. The Dragon Cleansing Pool was remarkable and could affect the rise and decline of the lower province's Dragon Clan. 2. The lower province's Dragon Clan had an uncommon background since it had the upper province's Dragon Clan backing them. How powerful is the upper province's Dragon Clan? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. I don't really know how powerful they are. However, I've heard from the Watchers monitoring the lower province that unless it's completely necessary, even the 3 great sects in the upper province aren't willing to offend the Dragon Clan in the upper province. When Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. They're so strong. Duan Ling Tian was greatly astonished. Naturally, he knew about the 3 great sects in the upper province and what it represented. From the information he gathered, before the Dao Martial Saint Land was separated into the lower province and the upper province, the 3 great sects were already the 3 great colossuses in the Dao Martial Saint Land. They were the elites among all the powerful sects. After the Dao Martial Saint Land was split into 2, the group of powerful sects with the 3 great sects as the leader had all gone to the upper province. In the upper province, not only did the three great sects prospered, but they had become legends and still retain their statuses as the three most powerful sects in the upper province. He knew the three great sects so well was because he had intentionally read up on them. After all, his fiancée, Kur, was taken by the member of one of the three great sects, the fire worship sect. If the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool is obtained by Ju, that five-clawed golden dragon, he would definitely be able to lead the dragon clan to glory after he has grown stronger. At that time, even our Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountain Shade Black Market may be trampled by them, Duan Rufeng said with a solemn expression. I think you must not want Ju to enter the dragon cleansing pool, whether it's for the sake of revenge for the Ling Tian sect's high-ranking officials and the disciples, or for the benefits of the dragon cleansing pool, Duan Rufeng added. Duan Ling Tian nodded. It was indeed so. He really did not wish to see Ju entering the dragon cleansing pool from the bottom of his heart. Father, based on what you said earlier, only young dragons have entered the dragon cleansing pool. Are there any precedents of a human entering it? Duan Ling Tian asked as this question popped up in his mind. As far as I know, there's no precedent of a human entering the dragon cleansing pool. However, my knowledge is limited to a certain period of time in the past. As for the history a long time ago, I've no idea whether a human had ever entered the dragon cleansing pool or not, Duan Rufeng replied. Doesn't this mean that it's uncertain a human would obtain the same benefits that young dragons obtain when they enter the dragon cleansing pool? Duan Ling Tian asked again. That seems to be the case. Duan Rufeng hesitated for a second before he nodded his head. However, regardless if it's beneficial, all in all, put aside the dragon cleansing pool will be beneficial to you if you can defeat Ju in the 5-year pact and obtain the opportunity. That's true. Duan Ling Tian nodded before smiling nonchalantly. Looks like I must fulfill this 5-year pact then. However, Father, why did you make this pact in the first place? Don't tell me you have so much faith in me? Duan Ling Tian changed the topic and asked Duan Rufeng curiously. Of course. Don't you know whose son you are? Although Duan Rufeng felt a little guilty, it was difficult for him to say kinder words. The truth was, whether it was in the past or present, he did not have faith in his son at all. Now that only 10 months were left, his son's cultivation base was still only at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Although it was rare for someone at his son's age to have such a cultivation base, he was still far from being comparable to Ju. In fact, when he made the 5-year pact with the Dragon Clan, Ju was already at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. Perhaps he might have even broken through to the Exemplary Saint stage after 5 years. Right now, I can only hope that Old Prophet didn't simply speak without reason. After all, it was him who asked me to request for this 5-year pact with the Dragon Clan. However, why does Senior Prophet has so much faith in Tiana? Isn't he worried Tiana is not a match for Ju at all? Naturally, these were all thoughts that Duan Rufeng did not voice out. Due to the Old Prophet's instructions, he did not tell Duan Ling Tian about the Old Prophet. What's Ju's cultivation base? Although Duan Ling Tian had encountered Ju once, he could not see through Ju's cultivation base since his cultivation base was too low at that time. However, he knew that Ju's cultivation base would not be low. At the very least, he must be at the Divine Saint stage or above. When I made the 5-year pact with the Dragon Clan, he was at the peak of the Divine Saint stage, Duan Rufeng answered. 5 years ago, he was at the peak of the Divine Saint. Although he had suspected that Ju's cultivation base would not be lower than the Divine Saint stage, it did not cross his mind that it would be at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. Even in all the quasi-third-rate forces, powerhouses at the peak of the Divine Saint stage were considered as first-rate elite powerhouses. I really can't believe that Ju, who was fooled by me at that time, has such a terrifying cultivation base. The moment he recalled how he had fooled Ju into the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda and seized the chance to escape, he could not help but shudder in fear. As it turned out, Ju was actually a powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. Since Ju's cultivation base is at the peak of the Divine Saint stage, then just how high is Chi Mei's cultivation base when she brought Kur away? A person like her who could make Ju dread her must be someone even more powerful than him. Could she be at the Exemplary Saint stage? The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he could not help but gasp. Chi Mei claimed she was Ku's twin sister. This meant she was the same age with Kur. Her cultivation base had already reached the Exemplary Saint stage at such an age. Do all the people in the upper province's fire worship sect have such horrifying innate talent? Duan Lingtian realized his heart was beating extremely fast. He was really shocked by Qi Mei's innate talent. Compared to Qi Mei, even the most elite young geniuses in the lower province were like trash. Qi Mei is the disciple among the younger generation in the fire worship sect, and her strength is already so terrifying. Just how strong are the high-ranking officials in the fire worship sect? When he thought of this, his heart sank. The reason he wanted to go to the upper province was to save his fiancée and child so that they could escape from the evil grasp of the fire worship sect. However, he finally realized he had underestimated how strong the fire worship sect was. Duan Lingtian instantly felt an immense pressure. Tianer, if you're not confident, you can back out of the 5-year pact. When Duan Rufeng saw Duan Lingtian's grave expression, Duan Rufeng thought he was shocked by Di Zhu's cultivation base. In his opinion, he did not think it would be embarrassing if his son backed out of the 5-year pact. After all, Di Zhu the 5-clawed golden dragon had been alive for how long, and just how old was his son? Previously, when Duan Rufeng learned that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the peak of the eminent saint stage, he had already thought about asking his son to forfeit the 5-year pact. This was because the difference between Duan Lingtian and Di Zhu's cultivation bases was just too wide. He had only mentioned the 5-year pact to Duan Lingtian earlier as a formality to carry out the old prophet's instructions. If his son wanted to forfeit the 5-year pact, he would not object to it. Moreover, deep in his heart, he did not want his son to accept the 5-year pact as well. Naturally, this was because he was worried if his son fought Di Zhu and Di Zhu had already broken through to the exemplary saint stage, he could not guarantee with 100% certainty that he would be able to keep his son safe even if he was there. If something were to happen to his son, let alone his wife blaming him, he would not be able to forgive himself as well. Father, I don't intend on forfeiting the 5-year pact. Duan Lingtian regained his senses when he heard his father's words. He knew his father had misunderstood him, so he quickly explained, I was merely thinking about some other things earlier. As for the 5-year pact, I'm going to accept it. Even if Di Zhu has broken through to the exemplary saint stage, I'll still accept it, let alone if he's still at the peak of the divine saint stage. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his eyes gleamed with determination. But you're currently only at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Duan Rufeng shook his head. I'm afraid it would be extremely difficult for you to raise your strength to a level where you'll be able to fight with Di Zhu in just 10 months, let alone defeating him. Father, didn't you say you have faith in me earlier? Why are you changing your words now? Duan Lingtian was slightly baffled when he saw how Duan Rufeng's attitude had suddenly undergone a 180 degrees change. He felt his father's change was too quick. It was so quick that he had a hard time adapting to it. When Duan Rufeng heard this, naturally he felt slightly embarrassed. The reason he had faith in Duan Lingtian was due to his faith in the old prophet. However, when he saw his son's grave expression earlier, his faith in the old prophet began to waver, causing his attitude to undergo a quick change. Tianer, are you really confident? Duan Rufeng asked solemnly, this is not a joke. You might not recover if something goes wrong. Don't worry, father, Duan Lingtian said, reassuring his father. His entire being emitted an aura of confidence. After 10 months, he would have long cultivated the golden crow's wings to the 2nd form and his cultivation base to the early eminent saint stage. Not only that, but with the help from the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he had a high chance of breaking through to the intermediate eminent saint stage. Once he had entered the intermediate eminent saint stage, his strength would be comparable to an intermediate divine saint stage powerhouse. At the very least, the sun-true origin in his body at that time would be in no way weaker than the strength of an intermediate divine saint stage powerhouse. On top of that, he could also comprehend the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, during this time as well. He had personally witnessed the power of the elementary devouring tactic before. He could still remember when he was in the divine ability relic where he obtained the elementary devouring tactic. The old man's cultivation base remained at the early refined saint stage in the final test, but yet he had displayed strength at the peak of the refined saint stage with the help of the elementary devouring tactic. Although it did not last for a long time, it was more than enough to help. If I can comprehend the elementary devouring tactic, I'll be able to possess strength at the peak of the Divine Saint stage for a short time even if I'm only at the early Eminent Saint stage after 10 months. After 10 months, my strength will be comparable to that of a powerhouse at the early Divine Saint stage. If I can't enter the intermediate Eminent Saint stage in 10 months, it doesn't mean that I don't stand a chance fighting against Diju too, since I have the elementary devouring tactic even if he has already entered the early exemplary saint stage. Duanling Tian felt extremely confident when he thought about this. Moreover, I have the divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, as well. As long as I break through to the early Eminent Saint stage, I can immediately cultivate and master the Golden Crow's Wings. The second form of the Golden Crow's Wings, coupled with the elementary devouring tactic. I might stand a chance fighting Diju, even if I'm only at the early Eminent Saint stage. Duanling Tian did not fear Diju even if he did not have the divine abilities. He still had his biggest trump card after all. He had the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. He had witnessed how powerful the Jasper Celestial Sword was previously. For example, put aside all the older incidents, just the recent incident of him blocking the unreserved attack from a Mastery Divine Saint stage Devil Cultivator with the Jasper Celestial Sword was more than enough to show its might. Although he had almost exhausted all of his Sun True Origin in his body, he had only 60% of the Sun True Origin in his body at that time before he used the sword. When he used the Devil Seal Tablet had already absorbed a part of the Sun True Origin in his body. The activation of the Devil Seal Tablet needed support from the True Origin as well. With my current Sun True Origin, that's equivalent to the True Origin of a powerhouse at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. I still stand a chance of killing a powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage with the help of the Jasper Celestial Sword if I'm at my peak and use all my Sun True Origin. If I can break through to the early Eminent Saint stage, the Sun True Origin would transform. At that time, I might even be able to kill a powerhouse at the early Exemplary Saint stage if I deplete all my Sun True Origin at its peak. Since the Jasper Celestial Sword was Duanling Tian's biggest trump card, he would not use it unless it was completely necessary. Moreover, if he had immediately used the Jasper Celestial Sword, it might be a hindrance to his cultivation. Relying on the Jasper Celestial Sword too much would only be harmful to his future cultivation. It was for this reason he did not and would not the Jasper Celestial Sword unless it was absolutely necessary. Although I've no idea where you get your confidence from, I believe in you. Just let me know if you need anything in the coming 10 months. All resources in the Azure Cloud Mansion will be yours without any conditions. Duan Rufeng said to Duanling Tian. Duan Rufeng was affected by Duanling Tian's confidence, and he had decided to believe in his son. Father, I don't need anything else, but I would like to ask for your help to search for some materials. After Duanling Tian discovered his cheapskate father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he had already decided to ask for his father's help to look for materials to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. With how influential the Azure Cloud Mansion was in the lower province, it would be even more efficient than the Mystical Sky Mansion in searching for the materials he needed. What materials? Duan Rufeng asked. When Duan Rufeng took the drawing paper from Duanling Tian and looked at the materials on it, he was momentarily stunned. Wasn't the Mystical Sky Mansion frantically searching for these materials a few years ago? Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. I was the one who asked the mansion master of the Mystical Sky Mansion to help me search for these materials. You asked the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion to search for these materials? Duan Rufeng was astonished. Based on what I know, Mansion Master Meng Qing of Mystical Sky Mansion spared no efforts in searching for these materials. Not only that, but he had given out many rewards as well. You actually managed to make him expend so much effort? Don't tell me it's because he owed you a favor? It can be considered as so. Duanling Tian nodded. There was a genius called Ling Tian with monstrous innate talent in the Mystical Sky Mansion a few years back. Tiana, don't tell me that's you? Duan Rufeng asked. If it was before, he would have never made the connection that the genius Ling Tian from the Mystical Sky Mansion was his son. This was because he had asked Elder Ku to make a trip to the Mystical Sky Mansion. Elder Ku had confirmed that Ling Tian was not in disguise and he looked completely different from his son. However, after he had seen his son's amazing disguising tactic, he finally pieced the puzzle together. That's right. It's me. Duanling Tian smiled as he nodded. Before I came to the Azure Cloud Mansion, I had been staying in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Oh, Father. If someone named Guli comes, please send your man to bring him to the main mansion. He's a disciple from the Mystical Sky Mansion, and he's the only friend of mine that knows about my true identity. When Duan Ling Tian spoke about the Mystical Sky Mansion, he could not help but be reminded of Guli. He had already told Guli to come to the Azure Cloud Mansion to look for him after he had dealt with his matters in the Mystical Sky Mansion so that they could go to the Upper Province together. Based on the time that had passed, Guli should be arriving soon. Guli? The son of the Mystical Sky Mansion's guardian Gu Xiayun, the number 1 person on the Mystical Sky ranking. Duan Rufeng raised his brow. It was apparent he had heard of this genius disciple from the Mystical Sky Mansion as well. That's right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He must be a trustworthy person since you revealed your true identity to him. Since he's your friend, he's, naturally, a friend of our Azure Cloud Mansion. Don't worry, I'll personally welcome him when he comes. Duan Rufeng said, that's not the only thing. I heard the genius Li Feng who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district was Ling Tian's senior brother. Duan Rufeng looked at Duan Ling Tian once again with a knowing glint in his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, Li Feng must be you in disguise, right? The surname Li just so happens to be your mother's surname, and Feng is one of the words from my name. It's not a coincidence, right? That's right. Li Feng was me in disguise. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had nothing to hide in front of his father. To think that I was wondering since when did such a young genius appear in the lower province. I even thought of convincing him to join our Azure Cloud Mansion. I can't believe he actually turns out to be my son. Duan Rufeng threw his head back and laughed. His laughter was filled with pride. Since his, Duan Rufeng, son was so successful, it was only natural for him to feel proud of his son. After glancing at the drawings on the paper, Duan Rufeng said sincerely, all right. I'll pass my orders to Elder Rong later to arrange for our men to search for these materials. Even if I need to ransack the entire lower province, I'll do my best in gathering these materials from the lower province and give them to you. Duan Ling Tian suddenly remembered the words Duan Rufeng had said previously, and he could not help but ask, Father, you said before that it was all thanks to me that you became the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. What do you mean by that? If I'm not mistaken, you must have obtained the Devil Seal tablet from the Swamp of Death in our hometown, right? Duan Rufeng asked in response to Duan Ling Tian's question. He did not immediately answer his son's question. Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, Duan Ling Tian looked in the distance as his mind began to wander into the past. Initially, when he was still on Cloud Continent in the Mortal Continents, he had entered the Swamp of Death and found the Devil Seal tablet in an underground palace. At first, an extremely powerful soul had crept out of the Devil Seal tablet and tried to possess his body. Fortunately, the soul shattered at a critical moment. That situation was similar to when the Rebirth Martial Emperor tried to possess his body as well. The Rebirth Martial Emperor's soul had also shattered. You're not from this world. He could still remember the words the Rebirth Martial Emperor had shouted before his soul shattered. When the soul that was a few times more powerful than the Rebirth Martial Emperor crept out of the Devil Seal tablet and shattered as it tried to possess his soul, he knew then that his soul that originated from Earth was protected by some rules that had something to do with souls clashing. However, up until now, he still had no idea why it was like that. Elder Hua. When he had a problem, he would look for Elder Hua. This had already become a habit whenever he was faced with a conundrum. Elder Hua, after my soul came to this world and attached itself to my current body, a strong powerhouse from the mortal continent in this world had tried to possess my current body. Moreover, when he used his powerful soul to attack my soul, his soul ended up shattering while I ended up fine. What's the reason for that? Duan Ling Tian asked without beating around the bush. Before Elder Hua could reply, Duan Ling Tian continued saying, that's right. Before his soul shattered, he even shouted that I'm not from this world. This is the restriction and rules of the mundane realms. Elder Hua replied, 2 different mundane realms have different sets of rules. The souls born in this mundane realm naturally have the auras from this mundane realm. On the other hand, souls born in other mundane realms will also have auras from their own mundane realms. Based on your words, I'm almost certain that planet Yanhuang is Earth. It's obviously a different mundane realm from where we are now. Elder Hua added again, it's precisely because your soul possesses the aura of planet Yen Huang that a pure soul from this mundane realm can't occupy your body. Naturally, this doesn't mean your soul can't be obliterated in this mundane realm. If your soul isn't attacked by souls and is attacked by ordinary people with their souls and bodies intact with a soul technique, your soul can still be destroyed. Although Elder Hua had spoken so much, Duan Ling Tian still could not quite understand everything. However, he came to two conclusions. 1. No matter how powerful a soul was, it would be impossible for it to destroy his soul and occupy his body if that soul was from this mundane realm. 2. If an ordinary person with his soul and body intact tried to attack him with a soul technique, his soul would not be immune to its attack. Tiana, what are you thinking about? Duan Rufeng asked curiously at this moment when he saw Duan Ling Tian's mind had begun to wander again. Father! Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and asked his father, what were we talking about earlier? If another person became distracted while speaking to Duan Rufeng, he would definitely be very unhappy. However, this person was Duan Ling Tian, his son. Naturally, the situation was not the same. Duan Rufeng repeated his question patiently. I was asking if you found the Devil Seal tablet in the Swamp of Death in our hometown? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. There was nothing for him to hide. He was not surprised his father knew about him possessing the Devil Seal tablet. After all, news of him possessing the Devil Seal tablet had already spread out in the entire lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Up until now, people were still looking for him so they could snatch the Devil Seal tablet away from him. When you first obtained the Devil Seal tablet, did you encounter any strange incident? For instance, did a powerful soul from the Devil Seal tablet try to possess your body? Duan Rufeng asked again. He was curious about this matter as well. If he was not mistaken, the main soul of Black Nether had always been in the Devil Seal tablet. If one wanted to the Devil Seal tablet, one must get past Black Nether first. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. At that time, a powerful soul tried to possess my body, but due to some unknown reason, a powerful energy suddenly surged out from the Devil Seal tablet and destroyed the soul. Did the soul say anything when it was trying to possess your body? Duan Rufeng asked again. It seems like it said I'm unlucky or something. Moreover, it even said as long as it could destroy my soul, it would be able to occupy my body. After that, he even said he would look for his secondary soul or something. It also said once its main soul returned, it would kill some stupid fellow. Duan Ling Tian said after he took a moment to recall what the soul had said. Apart from the reason the soul was destroyed, he revealed everything he knew. After all, the truth was related to his former life, and he did not know whether his cheapskate father would be able to accept it or not. Not only that, but he also did not know whether his mother would be able to accept it or not. In his opinion, it was a white lie and it was better to keep it a secret. Stupid? Stupid, huh? To Duan Ling Tian's surprise, the moment his words left his mouth, Duan Rufeng smirked instead. It seemed as though he was talking to himself as he muttered, Black Nether, I bet it didn't even cross your mind that your main soul would be destroyed by my son. Your secondary soul had been trying to possess my body for 20 years. However, in the end, I'm the one who won. Father, what do you mean? Don't tell me the stupid fellow the soul mentioned is you? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Was there even such a coincidence in this world? After Duan Rufeng explained everything to him, Duan Ling Tian realized there could also be a coincidence like that in this world. As it turned out, his father's body was temporarily possessed by Black Nether's secondary soul. That was why he left the mortal continent and traveled to the Dao Martial Saint Land. As for the rapid rise of his cultivation base, it was all Black Nether's doing. From the very beginning, although his father's soul was not destroyed, he was only an audience in his own body. In the end, due to Black Nether's greed, he damaged his secondary soul by accident, giving Duan Rufeng a chance to regain control of his body for a time before Black Nether's soul finally possessed his body again. Ever since then, Duan Rufeng and Black Nether had been fighting for control of the body. When his strength made a spurt of progress, the body that was controlled by Black Nether had killed the original mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and took his place like a pigeon that usurped the sparrow's nest. Initially, voices of discontent were heard everywhere in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Although they feared Black Nether's strength, not many people acknowledged him as the mansion master. It was only until Duan Rufeng regained control of his body and showed mercy to people from the Azure Cloud Mansion that he began to win over the people's hearts. As Duan Rufeng took turns with Black Nether controlling and fighting over the body, they led the Azure Cloud Mansion higher and higher with their strength and became a top quasi-third-rate force that was on par with the Mountain Shade Black Market. It was at that time that everybody in the Azure Cloud Mansion began to acknowledge him as the Mansion Master. Finally, when Black Nether's main soul was destroyed, it caused his secondary soul to be destroyed as well. Only then did Duan Rufeng regain full control of his body. It was also at that time that he returned to his hometown in the mortal continent immediately. After all, the wife and son he loved the most were still in the mortal continent. I can't believe the soul that tried to possess my body was actually the main soul of that devil cultivator that was possessing your body, Father. In the end, it turns out that it's actually all thanks to me that you're able to return to Cloud Continent to look for Mother and me. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh emotionally when he looked at Duan Rufeng. Father, although Black Nether did not manage to possess my body, I could sense his soul was extremely powerful. Do you know his background? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. I only know he was a powerhouse with a distinguished reputation in the upper province in his prime. As for other things, he did not mention anything. However, from some of his ridiculous mutterings, it seems he has something to do with the Heaven Divination sect. It's one of the 3 great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. I suspect he must have come from the Heaven Divination sect. Duan Rufeng revealed everything he knew to Duan Ling Tian. The Heaven Divination sect? One of the 3 great sects in the upper province? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed when he heard this. Since the Heaven Divination sect was one of the 3 great sects in the upper province, it must be on par with the Fire Worship sect. That powerful soul that tried to possess his body but was destroyed due to the rules of the mundane realms seemed to be a devil cultivator from the Heaven Divination sect, one of the 3 great sects in the upper province. While Duan Ling Tian and Duan Rufeng were talking, Gu Li had finally dealt with all the matters he had in the faraway Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. After bidding his father, Gu Xiaoyun, farewell, he proceeded to leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate and made his way south. It's the same direction as where Ling Tian went when he left. This direction doesn't lead to the upper province. Not long after Gu Li left the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate, a figure materialized swiftly in his wake as the air stirred. In the eyes of those with lower cultivation base, it would seem as though this figure had appeared out of thin air. It seems like he's going to look for Ling Tian. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would be able to recognize the person tailing Gu Li. It was none other than Zhao Deng, one of the vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion.